In the shadows of the Golden Gate Bridge and to the imposing backdrop of the world's most notorious prison, the T100 has landed in San Francisco. In one of the world's most iconic cities, we have all the ingredients for a truly iconic race. Welcome to Escape from Alcatraz. Expect the unexpected and embrace the drama. This is T100, where it's par for the course.
Previously on the T100 Triathlon World Tour. In Miami, a woman named India Lee announced herself to the world.
And she has just stunned the world. India Lee wins first ever T100.
While the Great Dane, Magnus Ditlev, shredded the men's field and heralded a new era.
Magnus Ditlev, the first ever winner of the T100.
Then on to Singapore. Brutal heat, humidity, and imminent threat of lightning. But it was the queen of 2023 who struck at her first race of the T100 season. Ashley Gentle kicked ass in Asia.
And right now, this is a beautiful moment as
she's done it.
And what a smile.
And then another new name, a wild card, Yuri Kulin, pushed himself to the edge of human endurance to win his first ever T100.
But in Yuri Kulin's eyes, he came here to win, and win he has. He crosses the line, he has won the T100 Singapore, the biggest win of his career. He collapses.
Who will tame the sea of Alcatraz in the hills of San Francisco?
And a very warm welcome to you. We are awake as early as the kids in Christmas here in San Francisco, and with similar levels of excitement as well. There is so much to look forward to over the next 5 hours or so, with some of the biggest names in triathlon going head to head. I was going to say, as well as in studio here, but we're all friends, aren't we? It's a very good morning to Vicky Holland and Jan Frodeno. Very good to have you with us. And we're talking about the levels of excitement. We had the pre-race briefing yesterday. It feels like this is a race that is going to come at these athletes from everywhere. What is in store for those racing today?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. It's one of the most iconic races that's been around for many, many years. I think the inaugural event was in '81, and it's famous for the tough conditions. I mean, the swim is going to throw currents. There are sharks in these water. I mean, it's for no, you know, it was the legend. You couldn't escape Alcatraz, and here we are throwing the best of the best at these conditions. It's going to be a nail-biter.
Tell me what your headlines are today, what you're looking forward to seeing.
I think the swim is what sets this course apart in so many ways from other races. We don't often see athletes doing a point-to-point swim where they dive off a boat from those shark-infested waters, as Jan just mentioned. There's strong currents, there's a lot of wind out there, there's a lot of chop on the ocean. It's very, very cold. We're going to see them wearing wetsuits, booties, gloves, skull caps to try and keep themselves as warm as possible. I think it's going to be a defining factor today.
Fantastic. It is worth reminding everybody, if you're tuning in, particularly for the first time, that we're obviously racing for points, we're racing for places, and we are also racing to crown a world champion in the T100 World Triathlon Tour this year. So we'll have a quick look at the women's standings. A quick reminder as well, 35 points for a win, 28 for second, 25 for third, and so on as you go. So it's 2 second-place finishes for Lucy Charles-Barkley that has her atop the log at the moment. She is not here this weekend, which opens up the door for others, Ash Gentle, India Lee, all with an opportunity to really stake their claim. It's also worth mentioning that off this page, the likes of Taylor Knibb are looking for their first big performance in the T100 this year. So all up for grabs. Should we start with Ash Gentle in terms of those to have a really close look at first of all? We saw her go really, really well in Singapore. What are the answers to the questions that she's looking for today?
I think this course is very, very different to what we've seen in Singapore, and Ashley has been dubbed the queen of the 100K because she's been so successful at this distance so far. But these are very trying conditions, very different for someone who loves the heat and humidity. She's done so well in Singapore. She's performed in hot races. We've seen her do that time and time again. Today, here, very different, very cold water, cold air temperatures. This is going to be a real test for her.
Do you think win today and she's in pole position as we look towards the end of this campaign?
Well, you have to look at this course as favouring Taylor Knibb. I mean, she has recently qualified for the Olympics in time trialling as well as triathlon, and this is a very, very tough bike course. And I think this is going to take all of Ashley Gentle's mental resilience to stick it to Taylor as long as possible.
It's interesting you're both mentioning Taylor Knibb because, of course, she has qualified for Paris 2024 in not one but two sports, triathlon, obviously, and cycling, which is remarkable. But that is for tomorrow. Today is all about the T100 and the points that are up for grabs.
I'm not sure if you ever feel fully ready because there are always so many questions, but I'm definitely excited to race at T100 San Francisco. I am concerned about the cold water we will be diving in. The water in San Francisco the first weekend in June is very, very, very cold. San Francisco is just going to be a fantastic opportunity to get to race the strongest women. You're getting the best athletes in the world, not only at the races, but really wanting to perform and excited to race. I think a statement in the T100 would be to win every race that you enter this year. It's not like I won't fight and put my best foot forward. I know I love the racing format. I know I love the distance. There's a piece of me that wanted to race the T100 Tour because it feels like it's a train leaving the station, and if you never get on it, you just kind of miss it for life.
Well, we know she absolutely loves to race, and therefore today, what does her perfect performance look like, do you think?
I think for Taylor today, she doesn't want to see another athlete from the moment she dives off that boat. I think she could well be out front all day long and not another athlete get close to her. If that's the case, that's just the perfect day.
There was a really interesting line from Taylor in the San Francisco Chronicle where she said she's notoriously bad at picking a line in the swim. And with that in mind, Ashley has obviously been here before and won. Taylor said, I'm not really sure what I'm in for. How valuable is experience on a day like this?
I do believe that it is going to be of value. I think simply also to keep calm because these currents will throw you around. We've heard some wild stories of athletes just being guided through the bay by the currents, basically. And it's going to be a very tactical part of this race to position yourself well enough in the swim to then get out on the technical bike course.
Real strength and depth across the board in the women's race. Where else do you think the challenges are going to come from today?
I think we have to mention India Lee. She's won one of our T100 races so far this year in Miami. That was a big breakthrough day for her. I think in Singapore, we know she wasn't at 100% health, but she's back to full health, back to full fitness here. And she seems relaxed. I've seen her around the hotel. She seems happy. She seems relaxed. I think she's going to actually relish these tough and cold conditions, and she could be the one to spoil the party.
Would you go along with that? Or are you looking at others as well?
Well, I mean, of course, never discount anyone. I mean, these are the 20 best athletes in the world. But I think the conditions changing, the season evolving, I feel like favors, the more established names that generally tend to build throughout the season. But of course, India Lee having won the first event of the year, got to go with her as one of the next favourites. Okay.
The women obviously go second, so they're off in around about an hour's time. It's around 10 minutes to go until the men get underway. So you're going to leave us at this point. You're going to head to commentary. Jan's going to hang with us. And as we do that, let's just bring you up to speed with the men's standings. And obviously it's Yuri Killen with an extraordinary performance in Asia that's helped him to the top of the log. He is not here this time around, but the rest of the top 10 do all race. Magnus Ditlev is back from injury. Is this the day that Sam Long gets his first T100 win? And it is worth just referencing how tightly packed the men are, because Aaron Long in fourth is separated by only 20 points, all the way down to 22nd to Ben Canute. And it's worth mentioning him as a full-time winner of this race in the past. But should we start with Sam Long? We asked the question, is this the day that he stands at the top of the podium? And the answer, in your view, is?
I mean, I do wish. I mean, he's provided us some awesome performances. He's out there. He's having the season of his life, but he's also raced a lot. So he's very much put in some stellar performances. The question is, at what cost? If anywhere, I think this bike course can provide some real surprises, simply being that technical. But, this is the beauty of sport. We're going to just have to wait and see.
And when the swim, it's not quite his kryptonite, but it is certainly his challenge. When the swim is one of the hardest in the Tour, that leaves him a bit of a mountain to climb. Has he got it within him to climb that mountain?
I like to think positive, and I kind of hope that the chaos is going to disrupt the bunch more than it will disrupt him at the back, and therefore maybe he can even be a little bit closer, but that is a very optimistic view of things.
Optimism is a good thing at this time of day. Magnus was obviously a machine in Miami. How well suited is he to what San Francisco will throw at him today?
Again, Magnus has had a stellar early season. He's obviously recovered well. He said he's recovered well. The swimming, you know, was always where he was on the borderline of making that pack or not. Where I see more difficulty is actually the bike and the rather fast descents. I mean, these athletes here were expecting sort of 70 to 90k per hour descents, and that is probably more where I see his kryptonite.
We saw him out and about yesterday, pounding the streets, getting ready for today. The other thing that's worth mentioning is the sort of the power of the wild cards, and we've seen that a number of times. With that in mind, Martin van Riel today, the expectations on him are what?
I mean, it's absolutely amazing to think he's, you know, kind of followed his Olympic dream, and he's finally here on the start line where we've wanted to see him, simply because over this and the 70.3 distance, he's never been beaten. In my eyes, he has never faced against a field like this either, though. You have to say the T100 brings in a depth of field that we don't see anywhere. And I would say winning a T100 would be the thing that would actually put him, in my view, on the map of the world's best over the middle distance.
Who are the others that we've not referenced that you think might have a big hand to play today?
Yeah, can't discount Mathis Margier. He's had a stellar performance. I think the bike course is definitely going to play into his hands. Carl Smith, you know, he is of course one of my favorites, but I do think this course really suits him. He's a very good climber, he's a very good descender, and the swim will be no problem for him. And of course, can't go past Alistair Brownlee and Javier Gomez. I am so excited to see him back. So there's a long list.
Old friends reunited. Just tell me as well, I might struggle to speak at 6 o'clock in the morning as the sun comes up. And these people are extraordinary in terms of what they can achieve. But the 6 o'clock start for the men, not a factor at all. You were saying it's actually something they look forward to.
Absolutely. I mean, it gives you a lot less time to build tension. You know, the fact is most of these guys would be going out at 6 a.m. if it was a 1 p.m. race for a little jog, just an activation. So we're kind of used to it. The tricky thing here is that they have to get on the boat significantly before 6 a.m. in order to then go out and prepare for the swim start, because they're being taken out. And that means their warm-up is disrupted. They're going to be doing star jumps on a boat somewhere out in the middle of nowhere and hopefully not getting too cold.
How would you be handling that? How do you handle the difference in preparation?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a regret of my career, but unfortunately I never had a chance to race here. And, you know, it's one of those things, you're closely bunched up, you're staring in each other's eyes, and you know, it's about winning. I mean, there's a lot on the line here. There's a world title on the line. This is part of the series, and the nerves will start to come in. And being confined in such a small room is going to be something I would love to be a fly on the wall.
It would be absolutely fascinating to be in there. It'd be a penny for the thoughts as well of Al Capone if he was leaning out of his cell window and watching what's about to unfold over the next 5 hours. We have got all the ingredients for a fabulous day of racing. We'll hand you over to your lead commentator, Jack Kelly. All yours, Jack.
Escaping from Alcatraz in the cold and rough ocean water takes us to the most brutal bike course on the T100 Tour. As you can see in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, 1,500 metres elevation gain, relentless today. It's punchy, it's fast on the descents. It will create absolute chaos. After that, the run, it's flat, but coming off this swim and bike today, it'll just be a battle of attrition.
And it is worth mentioning, we've actually had a lot of talk about the swim, but what about the element of the bike and the run? The challenges that'll pose?
Well, the bike having 1,500 meters of elevation over 80k is something we have not seen. That is a lot of climbing. That is a lot more than anyone would be used to. You kind of see that elevation over 180k distance. You know, that's more than Hawaii. And that's definitely going to play a factor. And then the run. I feel like we have got strong runners in the field. Javier Gomez coming back. He's shown a really strong run performance recently. So I think that could shake things up, and especially it's a flat, fast course. Spectators are going to be treated to 4 laps, so people coming back and forth all the time and seeing things. I think this is going to add a new dynamic that we haven't seen yet.
How much today is it about the mental side and the mental challenge and overcoming that as much as finding your physical performance?
Well, as the series progresses, you know, it's a little bit the closer you get to match point in a tennis match. It's kind of who's going to treat this pressure as a privilege, who's going to be anti-fragile, and who's going to thrive in it, rather than, than succumb to the pressure.
We shall see. Good stuff, Jan. Thank you very much indeed. We are almost ready to go. The athletes are in position. What a day of racing in store. Enjoy.
Well, here we are, the iconic San Francisco Spirit, right next to the prison at Alcatraz, the famous site in triathlon history. And the men are off. We've got 3 men jumping. So that means everyone else has dived, but 3 men decide to jump it. It's 2.5 metres from that boat dive ramp. And it's only a 45 centimetre gap that they have to stand on. So it's one of those things where if your feet aren't in perfect position, you will slip and have to jump instead of dive, as we saw. This water, today we've got, if you're looking at your screen, we've got the wind coming directly from behind your back. So it's a westerly wind, but the undercurrent comes from behind the athletes. So that means that the chop, as you can see in your screen, is very high. So swimming into it, you can't really see because you're faced with this chop coming in at your head. So you can see the boat with the green buoy on top of it. That's actually a directional sighting buoy that will follow or will lead the athletes into the swim exit. So because it's so hard to see, they've made the decision to have that boat there as a sighting tool, because without it, there's real fear that the athletes could get lost on this course, given how brutal and rough it is. You'll see that we've got so many support staff out on course. We've got the kayaks, we've got the stand-up paddle boards, we've got the speed boats, we've got the lead boat. The reason why is because this water's dangerous, it's treacherous, and we want to keep the athletes on course today because we really fear that without that they might have gone off course. You can see that the athletes, they're all wearing gloves, booties and thermal caps. That's compulsory today due to the conditions. It's really cold out there. The water has floated between 12 and 13 degrees all week, and is that on race morning as well. You can see straight away there's 3 very clear, definitive groups to start the race. And we did expect it to break up, but it's broken up probably even quicker than you would have expected. In the green cap in the middle, that's Javier Gomez's group. We do probably expect that he will join that Aaron Royal-led group over on the left. So in the pink cap leading, that's Aaron Royal. You can see ducked in behind him, 2 feet behind him, is Kyle Smith in that sort of orangey yellow kind of cap. And in the purple cap is Alistair Brownlee, 2nd feet to Aaron Royal. You saw Aaron Royal there. He had to stop and sort of catch his stroke again because the chop's in his face. It is really tough conditions. And if you keep looking further back, so the blue cap, you've got Magnus Ditlev. The other pink cap, you've got Mick and Newt. The other sort of like orangey, yellowy cap, or even if you look behind your screen, the red cap, you can see Matthias Margier as well. You can see Javier Gomez in the green cap. He has sort of made his way across to this group. So the middle group and the far left group have kind of connected, but compared to most courses that you would see, it is still very sort of disconnected and disjointed. It's not like the straight single line of 17 men that we saw in Singapore. Even when you like sort of 5 meters away from someone, you really can't see them on this course. It's just so choppy out there, and your sighting's so minimal. It's probably, you know, a meter in front of you at absolute most. I am joined in commentary now by the world champion and multiple Commonwealth Games medalist, Vicky Holland. Vicky, thank you for joining us today.
Very welcome. It's great to be here watching this pretty iconic race, actually. I don't think there are many triathletes in the world who haven't thought that they would love to take part in the Escape from Alcatraz race at some point in their career. And, you know, one day maybe I'll be in those choppy waters as well. But it is amazing to watch our top athletes in the world go at it today. And just as I'm talking there, you can see that Aaron Royal at the front of the race has lost his pink swim cap. And I think what we saw before was him trying to adjust his gloves. He sort of paused for a second, and I think maybe he was just trying to adjust the gloves under the water there. The athletes will have done some practice wearing these booties, the gloves, the hat, but this is such an unusual swim situation for them. They're not used to having to wear these items in the water, and it might just be that they're not quite sitting right as they attack this chop today.
It is going to be one of those courses that it's almost impossible to see who's who. We don't have their tri-suits or their swim skins to point out. Their caps are all probably pretty much going to come off because of the thermal cap. You saw Aaron Royal there. He's just done a backstroke stroke because his goggles have come off with the chop in your face. Yeah, that's the reason why your swim caps and goggles are really prone to falling off.
Yeah, I mean, in the cold conditions, it's not unusual to wear 2 swim caps to try and keep your head warm, but to have a thick neoprene hat underneath and then a swim hat on top is something that's quite unusual. So it might just be that they're just slipping off. It's quite hard to keep them on, but when they are on, it's much easier for us to spot who's doing what, because otherwise everyone is in very, very similar attire out there. But yeah, that is definitely still Aaron Royal leading from the front, but he has lost that pink swim cap. And a glove, perhaps?
Yeah, he's lost that right glove.
Yeah, so I did wonder if maybe that was when we saw him pause quite early on the swim, whether he was just removing that glove because it was causing him more problems.
Yeah, I don't know if you're allowed to remove it. I think if you remove it yourself, that's actually against regulation. So you hope he has lost that rather than decide to take it off.
There's another athlete here who's also lost their coloured swim hat as well. That
That looks like Javier Gomez to me, Vicky.
Yeah, that could well be the long loping stroke of Javier Gomez, who's an athlete I'm actually really excited to see here today racing the T100 Tour for the first time. He's one of the absolute legends of the sport, with a 5 times world champion over the short course distance, and we've been trying to get him to race this series. He's been trying to get himself to this series, but with a bit of bad luck with health and some family grievance, this is the first time we're seeing him here today.
You can see here the 3 men, Alistair Brownlee, Kyle Smith and Javier Gomez, sitting in behind Aaron Royal. Just behind them is Martin Van Riel, and he talks to us about his decision to race at the T100 Tour.
With this race and this environment, it just has a very special vibe. It's one of those races when I was young, it would always speak to my imagination. Just having that course, having the city of San Francisco as a background is gonna be really epic. So now to be able to race a T100 in San Francisco against the best in the world, that's one thing I can check off my bucket list. But it will also be my first time that I'm really going to be racing a very big field over the long distance. So that's obviously also going to be a bit of a learning experience, but I do think that I already have what it takes to play for that win. Yeah, honestly, I think that it's very important for me to score high in San Francisco. Yeah, that would be a very good statement to come into San Francisco and take the top spot. When I'm fully healthy like now, I always believe that I can win. Like, if I don't believe I can win, why should I even try?
And we're now joined in commentary by the 5-time world champion, 3-time Ironman world champion, 2-time 70.3 world champion, Olympic gold medalist. What hasn't he done, Jan Frodeno?
Good morning, everyone. What a morning it is, seeing all these guys in the bay and finding the conditions, being guided. It looks pretty choppy already.
You can tell, Jan, that the athletes can't really see much. Like, there is a lot of gaps, 2-meter gaps that you don't usually see, that usually would be that 30-centimeter gap. You can see that Mika Noot is right there in the front group, as is Jason West. The front group has sort of splintered very quickly, but then stayed pretty similar. Like, we've got about 10 athletes over the first 20 meters.
I thought it was interesting when we just saw that image of panning back through the field that there are, as you said there, Jack, there are still athletes that are not that far back. So there's not a pack really, but at the same time, it's not pinged apart in quite the way that maybe we'd anticipated with this chop and this really tough swim. So there is still time left in this one for some damage to be done by our top swimmers, but so far they probably haven't lost quite as many athletes as they'd hoped.
We've got Alex. He's joined by Andy Potts. I think Andy Potts might have won this race 4 times, a legendary swimmer in the Alcatraz Bay.
Jack, thank you very much. It's actually 6, but who's counting, hey? Andy Potts is alongside, and it's very, very nice to have you with us today, an absolute legend of this race. I sort of wanted to ask why you loved this course as much as you did and why you were so successful on it.
Yeah, thanks. I felt like the best triathlete was winning when we came here. It was the person who could swim, bike, and run, put it all together on the day. When you looked at the world-class level, who was, it's about a 30-minute swim, a 45-minute bike, and a 45-minute run. And so you had to balance all 3 disciplines, and yeah.
I have learnt more about the waters of San Francisco in about a minute and a half of talking to you before we came live. Just tell us some of the nuances of what the athletes out there are going through in the swim in particular.
Yeah, so we're in brackish water, and that means it's got salt from the Pacific as well as the fresh water that's like glacial and snow melt from the bay. And so it presents a unique water form, and then you have the water exiting underneath the San Francisco Bay. It's the water's exiting at 3.6 knots, 4.1 miles an hour, and you can't feel it as a swimmer. But when you're in the water, it's pushing out underneath the Golden Gate Bridge at an extreme rate, and you really want to cross the river, that flow first, and then swim alongside it. It looks like everybody is just dialed in on the directionality of the swim, which can be a bit confusing. And then you have the swells. The swells are they come from underneath. The channel is very deep. It's a little bit disconcerting when you can't feel the bottom. A lot of these guys and gals, they're used to swimming in a more controlled environment. This is very open, and you can see it in some of the gaps, and it's why it's hard to stay tight to another swimmer's feet.
That is the detail, if you're watching at home, that makes you a champion. You mentioned the girls. Just give us a sense of the challenge they've got in trying to keep warm, trying to get themselves ready on a boat without the opportunity to do the normal warm-up they'd do elsewhere.
Yeah, so if you're on the boat, you're captive and you're contained. So a lot of the girls will just be pretty mellow, not to get too anticipatory as they see the guys take off, and use the outside of the San Francisco Bell to kind of do some warm-ups. It's a pretty big boat, so you can stay activated and engaged, but it's a long time to be kind of bobbing and weaving out on the bay.
Here's one for you. If you know your history, you will know that 36 inmates attempted to escape from Alcatraz, and as far as we know, none ever succeeded. 3 potentially, but history doesn't actually confirm. I won't ask you what you would have been in prison for on Alcatraz, but if you were set the challenge, would you have backed yourself to make it?
Absolutely. The water is cold. Yeah. The water is definitely cold, and I think it was the current that was daunting. The swim prowess may not be where our pros are. Yeah, and then the sharks, But, the thing about the sharks, you never talk about the sharks on the boat.
Right.
Right before the swim. We can talk about them now.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're off and on the bike, you can chat about them.
Yep.
We haven't seen a shark here for a number of years, though. Is that right?
Maybe.
Right, maybe. Oh, okay, cool. No confirmed sightings. Listen, very interesting. Lovely to have you with us today. Thank you, Andy.
Absolutely.
We'll hopefully chat to you a bit later on. Back to you, Jack.
Yeah, and we can see that Aaron Royal really has splintered this. I think it looks like Javier Gomez on his feet. It's like very Javier Gomez in his stroke. There was a plan for Aaron Royal and Martin Van Riel that they'd sort of been discussing all week, that they were going to try and get off the front. So I thought it might have been Martin, but it does look more Javier Gomez-ish. But you can see that Aaron Royal really has separated, and they've now got probably at least a 15-second gap back to third.
Yeah, it's amazing. You can see him looking up and struggling to sight. That is one of the things that Andy Potts mentioned to me earlier, is that current that pushes in seems to separate people. And you can see it very well over here, that people get separated sideways. They don't get separated, and it's crazy. This is something we haven't seen. These guys are heading straight for the rocks.
Yeah.
Somebody has realized
really
they're going the wrong way. And that is, I think, more the camera angle. I don't think they're that close. But Andy did mention it's the current that just pushes you to an unknown where you're trying to get out. But I think these guys have seen the beach, and you can see Ben Canute actually here taking the line very late, because these guys want to touch the sand as fast as they can, and they are way back and going to be out first. That is Ben Canute, actually, who wasn't off the front.
And Matthias Margier with him, is it?
It's very tricky to tell from here. But now they've cut that swim short because of the conditions today. You can see the tide is fairly low, which has allowed them to get that advantage. And the front swimmers didn't realize that. They went out and were looking for the swim exit, but the actual chance to get feet on the ground, which is going to be much faster than any swim, any time. Race smart, you have to say. You have to read the conditions. It's tricky, you know, it's been perfect weather today. It's foggy and a little bit misty. And we've got our first timings in with Rico Bogan, actually. There we go, the young 70.3 world champion out on the feet of Ben Canute. Mika Newt right next to him. Martin Van Riel is in there. Javier Gomez, Aaron Royal, Rudy Van Berg, Clement Mignon, Carl Smith, and Alistair Brownlee just rounding out the top 10. So tactically, we've now got a 750-meter run to transition. Probably the first swimmers will round that up to a kilometer. They got out that early. And it's a long way. Rico presenting us some interesting fashion statements here. His cap has just half come off. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see as well. Everybody's wearing booties, which will probably relegate the fact that they've got shoes standing at the swim exit to do the run. It is that long. A few athletes had chosen to do so. And interestingly, also Mika Nut has chosen to take off his suit already. So everybody's running here in their wetsuits. Mika Nut took it off at the swim exit in order to be able to run better, and he's going to have that advantage when he jumps onto the bike.
Yeah, they're not allowed to leave anything at the swim exit, but they are allowed to take things off and run with them in their hands. So some of them, as you can see, have got their gloves in their hands, and some have got a bit more than that, for example, with the whole wetsuit as well.
Amazingly, we're seeing Sam Long at the very bottom of your screen there with the pink sleeve on his right-hand shoulder. He's only 50 seconds off the lead. That is absolutely insane. Magnus Ditlev, you can see just in front of him, the tall figure who just touched his head then. That's Magnus Ditlev. This group's going to come together very quickly. Magnus and Sam, known as two of the strongest bike riders in the field. Everyone expected Sam Long was going to lose 6-7 minutes on this course, but he's 50 seconds down.
This is not what we predicted. Well, maybe it's what Jan Frodeno predicted.
I predicted it with Alex 5 minutes ago. I said the conditions could actually play in his favor because the current is that strong. He just gets washed up and he could be leading out of T1. Who would have ever thought that?
I mean, I bow down to you, Jan Frodeno. I thought this was going to be a race where we saw massive splits in the swim, but that has just not happened at all. And this is now Sam Long's best ever swim in a T100 race, probably best ever in any triathlon race.
It was a 2-kilometer swim and it took 14 minutes.
That is some serious current behind them there.
And that's what Andy Hodds was saying, you know, the current was pushing out at something like 4 miles an hour, giving you basically, it's similar to swimming in a river, right? And that just pushes everybody's speed right up. And we're going to see these transitions. But also, interestingly, mentally now, for Sam Long, what is he going to do? I think, yeah, he's probably a kid in a candy shop. He just cannot wait to actually unleash the hurt on these front runners.
So we're seeing Martin Van Riel here in the pink. Next to him is Rico Bogan. Matthias Margier has just come there with the orange triangle on his suit. Mika Newt there, Javier Gomez, Rudy Van Berg.
Matthias Margier, interestingly there, still wearing his neoprene cap, so he had a kilometer, which would equate to a good 3 minutes of running, probably, and he still hadn't prepared his transition. He would lose a lot of time here as he just comes out transition. Still ahead of Alistair Brownlee, Clement Mignon.
I've got to admit,
is that Jason West?
Yeah, Jason West
Jason West came out of the water with Sam Long. I mean, that was not a that we'd predicted at this point.
Going to say, I never thought I would see Long and Alistair Brownlee going to bikes in T1 together in my life.
No, not unless it's changed to a duathlon, but here we are.
This
is the T100 and I am buzzing. This is great.
Can you imagine what Sam Long's thinking right now? He's the most excitable person you'll ever meet in your life. Like, he just gets pumped about waking up in the morning. Can you imagine how excited he is to be in T1 with Alistair Brownlee and pretty much everyone?
Well, that's exactly actually what I was about to say to you, Jack. How, if you're Sam Long now, is the challenge actually controlling your excitement levels because of the fact that he is that excitable character. He's used to coming from behind. He's used to having to do pretty much the whole race on his own. Today, completely different scenario for him. And he's really going to have to just stay calm.
We can see Martin Van Riel here. It's his first time at the T100 Tour, Jan, and all week he's been talking really confidently. He's not here to race or participate. He'll tell you he's here to win, and he believes he can win.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a character, isn't he? I mean, comes out and, you know, he is that extrovert who just adds color, literally, to any triathlon. And I'm really happy for him. He's gone through a long stint of injury, and he's back at the front of the pack. I mean, he's been talked up massively over the middle distance, rightfully so. But let's not forget, he has never raced a quality field like we regularly have every single weekend that T100 is now going on.
I was with Magnus Ditlev the other day, and I said, do you think that you deserve to be the favourite for this race? And he said, no, there's only one person I think deserves to be the favourite, and it's Martin van Riel. And that's coming from Magnus Ditlev, who won Miami, and he's probably looked at it the most consistent high performer in long course triathlon right now. So for him to say that about Martin van Riel sort of speaks volumes.
I think what we know about Martin is that coming from a short course background and still being a predominantly short course athlete, he's got speed, he's got power, and he's probably going to take it out really hard. But whether he has that same ability to pace himself throughout the entire race, that same ability to have that real strength in the back end of the race, that's what's going to be tested here today. It's going to be interesting to find out, but there's no question that he's not going to go to the front of the race as he has done, and he's going to try and do everything he can to stay at the front the entire time.
Could see Aaron Royal there, sort of sitting right at the back of that group with Kyle Smith. They've all sort of tucked in a line, but they're sort of separated by 20-30 metres. There's definitely no drafting early, which means that the pace is hot. Martin van Riel must be setting a really high tempo here.
Which is good to see as well. You know, you see a lot of guys coming in and feeling their way towards it. We have the first move as we get our eyes on Sam Long, who is sitting at the back and, for the moment, playing it conservatively. But I think, you know, this course is going to provide plenty of opportunity to put down big power. There's more climbing than we've seen in any other race, you know, in terms of per distance. And we're going to see it unfold right here.
Well, as Jan talks about the bike course, it is Jack who's been out and about and is going to tell us about the highs and lows of what these athletes are going through now.
Well, if escaping Alcatraz wasn't hard enough, then almost immediately upon starting the bike course, the athletes have to climb up here. If you can see behind me, down below the Golden Gate Bridge, that's where the athletes start the bike course. That's right at sea level. Where we stand here, the top of the mountain where the athletes have to climb, this is 100 metres above sea level. They have to get up here, 100 metres of elevation gain in only 1 mile. That's an average of 10% gradient. This bike course is brutal.
And as we thought, Kyle Smith, gosh, this makes my heart sing. No favourites here, but I do love seeing Kyle put down some power. He actually went and saw the bike course, came back, and he's like, you know what, I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah.
I think this course suits him to a T, and I really think he's got a good chance of taking yet another step towards the podium, which he hasn't been on yet.
So this first climb, Jan, like I just said, it's 1.6 kilometres. It's got pinches of 10, 12% on it. It's really steep. We can see Sam Long also taking advantage of that. He's gone around Clement Mignon, Menno Koolhaas, Rigo Bogan, Alistair Brownlee, Matthias Margier ahead. He's pushing up. I know we're seeing it, but I still can't believe it that we've got Sam Long here with Matthias Margier and Alistair Brownlee easy on the bike course, early on the bike course. And to your point, Jan, so this is the corner we just saw Kyle Smith take as well. So they're probably 30 seconds ahead of Sam Long here. So he is a little bit off the lead, but God, so much closer than you would have ever expected.
Oh, this is tricky. Oh no, technically that's very tricky what he's done. He's attempted a pass and he's fallen back. Yeah, that's not a tactically good move, but Sam Long powering ahead. Matthias Margier, however, has already made his way up front quite comfortably and gapped these guys. We can see, you know, this favors people who can push big numbers for a short amount of time. But let's not forget, they've got to go over this several times both ways. This is, you know, the first 100 meters of climbing of what will amount to 1,500 in the end.
Yeah, it's about a 4-minute climb, so we're told. So it is a real, you know, there goes back through again. But it is a strength climb. It's not a short, sharp power burst. This is a real long climb that they're going to have to do. And as you said, 6 times. They've really got to work out how they pace that, because this is very, very early days in this course right now.
And it's going to be interesting to see who does this bike course suit. So we think of Magnus Ditlev and Sam Long as the two best cyclists in long course triathlon, but that's on traditional triathlon courses. This isn't that. And like Jan said, as we see Kyle Smith here, he said the same thing to me. He came in off the bike ride of the course and he said, this is my course. This was made for me. I'm not even seeing it as really as tricky as everyone else is. And he was just excited to go and attack it. And Matthias Margier said similar things. He said, it suits me, huh? When I talked to him about it. And we saw him just get up the road to Sam Long. So maybe it's going to suit people more like Kyle Smith and Matthias Margier, who are really great at pushing power for 4 or 5 minutes and doing that on repeat, and then great technical descenders, versus the bigger guys who can just hold consistent power for long periods of time.
And let's not forget, they have got incredible amounts of climbing to do, but what they don't have to deal with here is heat. So, you know, physiologically, it's again a very difficult, different race to what we saw a few weeks ago in Singapore, as Alistair is also playing with fire, getting into the pass zone, but not passing. That, yeah, we'll have to see what goes on here. But, yeah, the hill early on already causing a bit of chaos.
We know that historically in Alistair's career, Jan, he's excelled at courses like this, hilly courses. If you think back to Kitzbühel in 2013, when it was pretty much a 10-kilometre climb from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain. Javier Gomez was in that race as well, and Alistair went off the front of that race and kind of destroyed the field, really, and got a minute 45-second gap to the top of it. So a course like this, historically, we would think should have suited him.
Especially with all the cycling races he's doing at the moment, he feels like he's showing up at a gravel race every other weekend. And I mean, they're highly competitive events. If we have any question mark about Alistair Brownlee, it would be on the run course, not on the bike course. And yeah, Sam Long's not letting him go past. As we go over the top of the first climb, it's misty, it's foggy, and it's surprisingly wet out there.
And Alistair Brownlee, he talks to us about his love for racing hard on the bike.
Well, I just enjoy racing and being competitive, especially when you're in the middle of nowhere on a mountain exploring new places. And yeah, I've done a bit of gravel racing for a few years. Yeah, basically it's cycling off-road, on-road, on something that looks like a road bike with slightly fatter tyres. And yeah, I did a couple of races in the last few weeks. One was called the Tracker in northern Spain. That was probably the most competitive kind of European gravel race, to be honest, 200k race around the paths, trails, mountain roads of northern Spain. That was cool. I think I finished 20th in that, but that was, I think, one of the hardest things I've ever done, to be honest. 6.5 hours on a bike riding hard into the last hour was tough. Never done anything at that level before, so it was a bit of a eye-opener, but absolutely loved it. Ultimately, racing is always good training. You can do a lot more than you can training, or I can anyway. It's probably because I'm competitive. So yeah, it's good training, but I didn't really do it with the view for it to be good training. I did it because I enjoy challenges and try new things, and I had the opportunity to do it in my calendar, so I went to do it.
Back with our leader, Kyle Smith. He's sort of taken that lead from Martin Van Riel, but Martin is directly behind him, about 25 metres back. Rico Bogan's with them as well as Ben Canute, and they're sort of establishing a little front working group with Aaron Royal and Mika Newt and Javier Gomez as well. And then you've got the little bit of a gap to Matthias Margier, only 5 seconds, but he does seem like he'll bridge it after we saw him sort of get out of that Alistair Brownlee and Sam Long group. We just saw the first descent, Jan. It was fast. It bunched up, it separated. There was a couple of people. Clement Mignon seemed to take one corner a little bit treacherously. Tell us a little bit about the descents, not just the ascents today.
Well, I think an important factor today on these descents is going to be what we saw on camera. They were wiping the moisture off the lens, and there are a lot of markings on the road, and these markings are considerably more slippery than the actual road. So that on a descent will definitely add, the odd bit of adrenaline, perhaps the slight bit of a wheel. I think those of us familiar with motorsport racing, when it rains, that's what you try and avoid in the car, because it's that much more slippery, and the athletes here are kind of faced with the same thing. It is only a light drizzle at the moment, but yeah, it's definitely going to favor the bold. Those guys willing to take risks, unless of course they take that risk a little bit too much. But yeah, we're going to try and avoid the signage on the road as much as you can.
Is Sam Long, in your eyes, a good technical descender, Jan?
To be honest, I've raced Sam many, many times, but I've never actually seen him face to face. And I mean, as a referee, this would be a field day in terms of trying to separate the fields and trying to get a clear bit of racing. It's obviously very tactical as well. Alistair here trying to move through the field. We can see he's that much better technically, trying to get an advantage.
Jan, we've just got an update. It's happened again. Sam Long's got a penalty in transition.
My gosh. To Vicky's point,
he's left transition 1 without his helmet done up, and he's got a 30-second penalty.
Exactly to what you were saying, Vicky.
Yeah, I mean, I did say he's known, again, to reiterate your point too, Jack, he's a very excitable athlete. He's very pumped. He loves to be racing no matter where he is in the field, and to come out of the swim as high up as he did, he would have been so excited. And we did say he's gonna have to stay calm, but he's made a really basic error in just not having his helmet done up at the time that he moved his bike. It's just one of those really basic rules. You can't touch your bike, you cannot move your bike out of its racking pace until you fastened your helmet, and he didn't do that, and now he will face a 30-second penalty on the run.
Let's be honest though, in the sum of things, he's still 4.5 minutes up on where he would have been. I mean, he's probably still happy, and I kind of hope he sees it early. So they have been advised. Remember in Singapore, he was very late to realize that he's got a penalty. I think this could actually be fuel for him as well. When he sees it, he's going to be upset at himself, but he's that kind of guy who just is able to turn that into forward motion. As we see a lot of dynamics with the guys moving through the technical sections, and there's fast sections, the climbs. This course is a spectator's dream.
You can see this like continual Constantina effect that's happening, Jan. We've seen Alistair Brownlee and Sam Long swap places, I think 3 or 4 times now. When the climbing starts, they get within 5 meters of each other. When the descending happens, they get 25 meters away from each other, and then at the bottom of it, they literally cross paths again and swap. And we're seeing another example of it now, where Alistair Brownlee is essentially straight up on his wheel.
He's struggling to get round Sam Long again. That's happened, you know, at least twice we've seen it on the screen so far. He's trying to get round Sam Long, and he can't quite do it. And yeah, this is something that the officials, I'm sure, are going to be watching closely.
Well, on that point, Vicky, I think that's an important point that we talk about. This is a 20-meter draft zone today, so you cannot be within 20 meters of another athlete. So that's sort of their back wheel to your front wheel, essentially. The tricky thing here, and what the technical officials have talked about...
Are you kidding?
Is that if you are on these climbs and you finish the descent and you get on the climb, they're going to judge it on, do they think you're getting an unfair advantage on that point of the course?
It's almost like Alistair saying, come on, Sam, let me by. You know, I need to get round you here. But, you know, Sam doesn't have to take any prisoners here, but it's on Alistair. Alistair's the one who's decided to make that move. He has to complete that pass or he will get penalised.
And right now, at this point, it is Sam who has to fall back. But the way we're seeing things unfold, I think a 30-second penalty for Sam Long is going to be the least of the worries, because there might be a few more guys getting these, as Carl Smith stays out of trouble, along with Martin van Riel pushing the pace. Good to see these guys are just staying out of the dynamics at the back. And I think it's a smart move, because officials have been told to be stricter and harder on the rules.
Yeah, we've seen how bunched they are further back in that pack, and how they're struggling to try and maintain that 20-meter draft zone. And of course, it is slightly different on the hills. You're not getting the same benefit as you would be on the flatter, faster sections, but it's still just a cleaner race if you can just not be in that position where you're possibly getting stuck in those in that 20-meter draft zone. So Martin van Riel playing it smart.
So we just panned back there. You could see that it was Martin van Riel in the lead. He'd just gone past Kyle Smith. Around the corner, you could see Rico Bogan, Ben Canute were there. It did seem like there'd been a gap formed, so we're looking at it here. Martin van Riel in the lead, the moto behind him. You've got Kyle Smith, Rico Bogan, and then there was a gap even there of about 5 to 6 seconds to Ben Canute. And if you did see, you couldn't see who was in 5th. It is Aaron Royal, I think, but that gap has definitely formed. So it does seem like there's a little lead group of 3, potentially 4 out the front in Martin van Riel, Kyle Smith, Rico Bogan, and Ben Canute if he does get back on. Vicky, this is just a beautiful shot of this descent. You can see how fast it is. You can see how technical it is.
You have to be very careful to stay on the one side of the road, but this is one part of the course that there's only one-way traffic, so I think they'll probably just about be okay with that. But during the course in general, they do have to stay on the right-hand side of the road and not cross the centre line.
Yeah, that's definitely one very valid point. The other point is, of course, the center line is again painted. And we can see, like, the humidity is up there. It hasn't actually been wet. The last few days have been really sunny and nice. And, you know, it just presents an extra danger when you're leaning into a fast corner. And I can attest that this is a very quick and technical corner. You know, the painting on the road provides a real opportunity to just let that front wheel slip.
You can see here, this is definitely a group that's formed. So we got Martin Van Riel, who put a little bit of space into Kyle Smith on that descent, actually. And I have talked to multiple athletes this week who have talked about just how good Martin Van Riel's descending is when they've ridden with him. Aaron Royal talked about how he's dropped him multiple times on descents in training. Rico Bogan had stuck onto the back of Kyle Smith as well, but you can see there's a definite gap to Ben Canute in fourth, and he'll be there with Aaron Royal and Mika Newt. I think Javier Gomez and Matthias Margier were there as well. So we sort of are starting to get gaps forming. You can see here, Ben Canute was in the back there. Vicky, as you were talking about, the kid on Christmas morning, Sam Long in T1 with his heroes.
Yeah, so just trying to work out what he's done here. So there you go, he's put his stuff in the box, but he hasn't clipped his helmet up. So he's jumped on his bike, and you could see the straps dangling down there. So that's the infringement that he's going to be penalised for.
I still just think he'll be pumped to have been in T1 with those guys.
So here we get an aerial shot. It still looks like a fair bunch of athletes together.
This is the second group, I think, Jan. So this is the Aaron Royal, Mika Newt, Javier Gomez, Matthias Margier, Alistair Brownlee, Rudy von Berg group. I think Clement Mignon might be in the back of it as well. Because you can see up in the distance, if you look at the very top of the screen, you can see Martin Van Riel, Kyle Smith, Rico Bogan with a bit of a gap to Ben Canute, and then if you come back, there was that big gap to that second chase group. So this is definitely the front group that's formed. It's taken about 5 kilometres, so sort of just under half a lap, but it is definitely a front working group we're seeing here, Vicky and Jan.
4 guys off the front, Ben Canute just dangling off the back. This is the fast, hard time trialing bit, but it would be comforting to know that you've got Matthias Margier just behind you. He's someone to pull the bunch in, and then we've got, the next guy's right there.
That was Aaron Royal behind, followed by Alistair Brownlee. So that is that big pack that we keep seeing. So they're not there's a small gap, but it's not definitive yet.
Ben Canute's in a very sort of precarious position here where he's fighting to get back onto these 3, but he's also got 2 of the best cyclists in triathlon, Matthias Margier and Mika Newt chasing. So you can see as they cross now, Martin Van Riel, Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan got to eye Matthias Margier, Mika Newt, Aaron Royal in his colourful suit, as we can see, Alistair Brownlee,
Javier Gomez,
then Rudy von Berg, Sam Long's there as well. Clement Mignon is there, and Menno Koolhaas is there. Oh no, that's Peter Hemrich.
Yeah, the majority of our field have gone through there, all within, what, about 30-odd seconds or so. So there's no real massive splits at this point in the race at all.
Yeah, to my timing, that was about 32 seconds. So
good gap as that coming through. Didn't get the last athlete, but I think it's going to be telling. These guys going into the next climb with a little bit of a lead, the technical section, everybody's gotten their groove now, gotten a feel for the grip of the course for the day. And I think, you know, these 3 guys, looking at who's coming just behind, they're going to be dedicated to try and create a gap, create more of a gap in order to take this race and make it their own.
And someone we haven't talked about since T1 is Magnus Ditlev. He was in T1 with Sam Long and Alistair Brownlee, and we haven't seen him yet. He's sort of fallen back 30 seconds behind that second group that we saw. He's a minute off the lead here in Martin Van Riel. So we do see that Magnus Ditlev tends to warm into his rides. He's never at his best for the first 15, 20 kilometres, and he builds into it, and he does that on purpose. He's almost robotic in the way he does that, but we could also be seeing that this course isn't exactly made for Magnus Ditlev. I don't want to say that too early, though, because we've seen him do this before, but I mean, talking to him, he was confident, but he didn't think it was the perfect bike course for him.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is one of the best, if not the best, long-distance athlete in the world. But he is very disciplined in the way that he rides his races, and he maybe is thinking that right now the pace was a bit too hot and that's not what he wanted to do. Or as you said, it could just be that he's seen that this course is maybe not the one that he loves the most. The technical section of it might not be to his absolute strengths. There's a lot to play out yet, though.
T100, and that is why I love it. Every course is different, and Magnus always being a favorite when he rocks up on a start list, but this course is throwing a whole different skill set at these athletes, and that descent, you know, as much as it's not technical for some, Magnus, he's a big power guy. He can hold huge numbers, very, very impressive on a straight. But I have witnessed firsthand, you know, around corners, he does lose a little bit. And every time he loses a little bit, he's got to push that extra bit to get on. But when there's enough consecutive corners and there's actually free pedaling where you can't make up any speed, you know, that adds up. And that's the cause of why he's not even in the second group at the moment, something that we would have never ever thought we would see of Magnus Ditlev, especially after he's come over his supposed deficit of the swim. You know, where we would think with a broken wrist, he would have probably struggled the most.
So we could see that in that front group of Martin Van Riel, Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan, they were sort of very spread out. They were working together. Whereas back here at the back of the second chase group, the first chase group, the second group on the road, there is a bit more bunching up happening, a little bit more tactics, sitting in, passing, sort of dropping back. Just sort of speaks to the difference of how the groups work together when there is more numbers versus a small select working group of 3, where they do tend to work a little bit better together, where if you have a group like this of almost 10 people, it does tend to be chaos.
Well, already we've got multiple storylines and talking points. It is a race that comes at you from everywhere from the moment the gun goes. And a little earlier, Rachel took to the water to offer a little more insight into what our athletes could expect at the start of this unique race.
Okay, this is something we have never seen on the T100. I'm on a boat. The athletes are on here, about to go out, 2K out there. This is where they're going to start their swim. So, as you can see, it's super narrow, about 45 centimetres. They all shimmy along here, 20 of them. We're about 2.5 metres above the water. So the big question is, are they going to jump? Are they going to dive? How are they going to approach the unknown here? And you've got to factor in that it's going to be pretty wobbly out there. There were white caps yesterday in the bay. What's it going to be like this morning? We have no idea. They do, though, have this handle to hold on to just for a bit of safety before they jump, dive, whatever they're going to do into the bay here. It is going to be super exciting. I cannot wait to see what they do.
And Jan, you were walking back to the commentary booth, so I don't know if you saw it, but 3 of the men did jump. Not everyone dived, so there was some bombs that took place to get into the water.
Andy Potts was very vocal about that. He was like, if anybody jumps, that is absolutely on them. That is their deficit. And we did talk about penalties. If somebody uses the ladder to get in the water, that should not be allowed.
I wonder what the women will do now that we've seen the men, with some of them have jumped in, whether that will give license almost to some of the women to follow if they're a little bit nervous about that jump. But, you know, Andy Potts seemed pretty adamant that it was absolutely fine to be diving in. So, yeah, they should take that on board, I would imagine, from someone who's done this race and won this race as many times as Andy Potts.
So we're back on the second lap of the bike now, Jan, and we really have seen some definite splits here. That group of 3, Ben Canute didn't make it to the front. So the group of 3 at the front is Kyle Smith, Martin Van Riel and Rico Bogan. Then we come back to this group, which let's call it the chase group. It's the first chase group on the road. It's got Matthias Margier up ahead on this climb leading it. Ben Canute's there in second wheel. Mick Canute's there in third. Alistair Brownlee, Clement Mignon, Aaron Royal, Rudy Von Berg, Javier Gomez, who a lot of question marks on him. A lot of question marks on his ability to ride the bike as well. That's where people have seen his weakness. So he is still in there and proving everyone wrong at this point. Peter Heinrich's next, who you can see just ahead of Javier Gomez there, and followed up at the back by Sam Long. So They're between 30 and 45 seconds back, and Magnus Ditlev's still not there, and he's 30 seconds behind that group.
So look at this. Look at the current moving on the boat. I have had confirmation that the boat has actually been moved further out for the women because it's cleared up. But look at the current that is moving past the boat.
You can see Alcatraz in the background there, Jan. They're actually quite a way away from it now.
So they're about to go. The boat has just stopped. It's been moved into position.
It's unusual in this race in that they don't actually get to choose their start position because it's such a narrow ledge and they've all got to get out there. They go in reverse ranking order, so the 20th ranked athlete will be at the far end on the left-hand side of screen.
And the women are in the starters' hands now. They could start at any time. It's a little bit precarious.
It looks eerie.
And it's just so weird seeing them in the full thermals. And we've got all dives, but about 4 didn't. 2 on the right, 1 at the left. Maybe it was 3 again who didn't dive.
I saw a fair few people didn't dive. You can see a pack forming straight away. Is it going to make a difference? We know the swim is going to be significantly shorter time-wise, simply because the current is pushing so hard. But yeah, let's see what these conditions are doing out there. We see a stand-up paddleboarder, and he's struggling to balance. I mean, these are professionals, you know, they're professional lifeguards, and it's bouncy out there, it's windy out there. Oh.
I think we've been expecting almost to see that light blue cap of Taylor Knibb, but I think she's in around about 3rd-ish place, maybe.
Yeah, on the right-hand side of the group.
Oh, she's on the right-hand side of the group. So instead, we've got one of the
It's
pink
India
caps.
Lee leading for sure, I think. I'm pretty sure that's India Lee. Yeah,
taking off like a rocket ship up the front.
And I think from what she was saying, she is in extremely good swim form. She's been working with a swim coach this year, and her swim times in training have been better than they ever have been in her career. So it does look like her stroke as well. It's not often that like a swim start is exciting in triathlon or looks like this. This is like these shots, we don't see this in triathlon. They're usually the same pontoon swim starts in a lake, but this is just something special, Vicky.
Yeah, it's so unusual to see it split in the way it has done, like from right to left rather than from front to back. And I think Taylor Knibb has gone to the front of that right-hand string of athletes, as we see, as I think you're right. I do believe that's Indy Lee leading the other side of the course as well. So 2 very distinct strings of athletes already.
And we saw this exact thing in the men's race. We saw the right-hand group led by Aaron Royal and Javier Gomez, but off to the left we saw Rico Bogan leading the group. And to the camera angle, it looks like the group on the right is significantly ahead, but going into T1, we saw that where Taylor Knibb is actually got you a better line to the beach early.
Well, this is it, and because the girls would have been on the boat, I don't know whether they would have had access to a screen to see what the men did and to see that that group of athletes that hit the beach earlier actually ran down the beach and stole a march really on the guys who'd led the swim the whole way. So if they had access to that, they will know that that is the line to take.
India Lee absolutely flying off the front, leaving her followers with clear water almost after 2.5 minutes of swimming. Vicky, I would love to know the competitiveness in the British squad. Blessing and a curse for sure. You've experienced it firsthand for years.
Oh, it is. But Indy is absolutely flying away at the moment. So she's having a brilliant race so early on, but brilliant race so far.
So all week the talk has been about the battle of Taylor Knibb and Ash Gentle, but we've got India Lee here as well. Ashley Gentle, she knows just how hard today's course is going to be.
I've actually done it twice, once in 2:15 and once in 2:19. But to be honest, I feel like I forgot so much of the race. Maybe I just like blocked it out because of how hard it was. But yeah, I think it is, and it's an advantage because I guess once I rode the course, I kind of remembered a little bit of it. And of course, you know, the swim is super unique every single year. So I'm not sure how much of an advantage that is, but knowing that I have escaped successfully and I've survived, I guess that's a good thing. Yeah, I guess when you're standing on the boat, the couple of times that I have done it, it's been so foggy you couldn't see anything. I dived in the water and I didn't even know where the other girls went. It was quite, it's quite intimidating because you're out in the bay and you're just kind of hoping you're swimming in the right direction. But I think that obviously that's a challenge in itself because there are lots of currents and could be some chop if the wind picks up, which it always does here in San Francisco. So the bike is just going to be as hard. It's quite hilly, and the road surface, you know, you have to keep engaged the whole time and mentally really focused. So yeah, I think Taylor is definitely the favourite, no doubt. I think this course and the conditions definitely suit her, but obviously she's in incredible form, and no matter what form Taylor Knibb's in, she's always the fiercest competitor. But I guess we've got like a really long list of women who are also in good shape, have been racing quite a lot. But yeah, I definitely think Taylor Knibb is going to be leading the way.
So we can see here that India Lee to the right, Taylor Knibb to the left, with Paula Finlay right on Taylor Knibb's feet. A surprise to some, but Paula Finlay has performed here and knows this course better than probably everyone else on the start line. Her partner Eric, he's a winner here as well. So maybe inside knowledge helping Jan.
Well, I think inside knowledge for sure. I also think for Paula, these kind of temperature conditions would definitely suit her more than a very hot race. And, that's the thing. When Paula is on, you're going to get a world-class performance. So, at the moment, 3 of them slightly separated. But if I'm not mistaken, this should be Kat Matthews just behind.
It looks like it.
And I think she's going to be someone to look out on this bike course.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I think that is Kat Matthews. She hasn't got her coloured cap on anymore. She's been the first victim that we've seen in the women's race to lose hers, but could be a really good course for her.
As our 3 leaders have separated some more, Carl leading the guys up the hill. This would be the second time around.
So this is the top of the climb. So this is back up the back side of it with Kyle and Martin Van Riel and Rico Bogan. They've extended that gap a little bit. It's sort of sitting at between 30 to 45 seconds to the big chase group behind them.
Which means they've made up 10 seconds in just half a lap. And we see Magnus Ditlev finally on the back of this group. Of course, this is his strength. It's a fairly long hill. I mean, a mile is actually a long way to climb. On the back of Sam Long, who I am most surprised. I would have thought he would take this by the horns, but maybe he's playing the patient game.
Do you think he just didn't expect to be here? Just did not expect this situation and doesn't almost know how to do the race from being in a pack? He's always coming from behind and just having to blast past any other athlete on the course that he sees. Whereas now he's sort of thinking maybe, well, I'm actually with the people that I wanted to be with. Maybe I can just bide my time. Maybe this is sort of thrown a bit of a spanner in his race plan.
Well, this is one thing, but he also knows he's been running a minute and a half, 2 minutes faster than most, and maybe he's actually just being patient, doesn't quite realize that he has to add or take away, whichever perspective you take, 30 seconds. But again, as I say, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few more athletes getting a few more penalties if you look at how close they're riding together.
Well, if you can think back to Miami, we didn't see Magnus get to the lead of the bike until the very end of the bike. And like I said before, Vicky, he was a minute down, but it was too early to write him off as the course not suiting him, because he does do this every single time he races, 15 to 20 kilometres. He's always a minute, 90 seconds back, and then before you know it, he's worked into the ride and he's back with the lead group. And yeah, it seems like he's done that again. And you're right with what you say about the run, Jan, and he's been up in the mountains training. He did a session 14 by 1K at 3:08 per kilometre, so that's some of the best running he's probably ever done in his career, and it was at 2,000 metres elevation too.
Another thing to take into consideration, if we look at the time, at the end of the first lap, Magnus Ditlev was a minute behind, so he's actually caught the front marginally, 5 seconds, it's not a lot, but the rest of the riders have come back to him. So that's actually quite interesting that he hasn't necessarily made up and caught the group, whereas the other group has actually fallen back.
Yeah, so it sort of speaks that he's the one who's holding pace with Kyle Smith, Martin Van Riel and Rico Bogan, whereas the others in this big chase group are slightly losing, maybe losing 5-10 seconds from that chase, from that lead group.
Gotta love it. You gotta remember, if it looks fast on camera, it's fast when you're going down, especially in a time trial position. Yeah, they're going quick. And let's remember, Magnus Ditlev, he's known for the fact that he's got a 60-tooth chainring at the front. So that is a massive gearing advantage that he would have over others. That basically means that at higher speeds, he's able to maintain a normal cadence, whereas everybody else would be spinning out. And it's just something that you would do on a very fast course in order to be able to maintain.
So we're back here at the women's race. You can see the iconic Alcatraz in the background. This is probably the nicest and most brutal swim course you're ever going to see, but as a fan, quite fun. As an athlete, probably pretty brutal. Emma Pallant-Brown, she's here today. She's one of the best runners in the field, and today she feels the need to prove herself.
I think I kind of almost need to prove myself. Yeah, I'm a contracted athlete and I have no points, so I definitely feel the pressure. I have a DNF and I didn't go to Singapore, so yeah, I've seen a lot of girls kind of get their points and climb, and it was actually really exciting and motivating watching Singapore. And you want to be a part of it, and I think that was kind of the hunger I needed to sit there and do my training whilst watching it and be like, okay, this is fuel for Alcatraz. So yeah, I definitely feel the pressure. I'm putting a lot of pressure on myself, and hopefully I can come out with some points. Last time I went into this, I had no idea what it would be like, and I just thought you'd be swimming in a pack, because you normally are. Literally, you jump in, and within the first couple of 100 meters, I saw no one. And it was actually really scary, and I feel like I'm prepared for that now. Like, it can easily separate out so much. One of my friends, yeah, he thinks he's super motivating, and he was showing me lots of stuff about sharks. And again, anything that'll make me swim faster, then yeah, let's bring it. And it can be daunting, and I think, again, it's all about keeping in control and yeah, keep breathing, keep believing in yourself, and the faster you get to the shore, then for me, that's when the fun bit of the race starts.
We've got Taylor Knibb here in the lead, Paula Finlay still on her feet, and as we can see, that inside line does seem to have been the better line again. India Lee there in third, tucking in behind. She's sort of on, and just now seems like she's got on. Tricky to sight there with a bit of a gap back to Kat Matthews.
Yeah, but just quickly finishing on that is that you could see the current just pushed her out. Like, she was on the feet, then she got pushed out. As we see our men complete lap 2. Rico Bogan going to the front for the first time. I love that sort of stuff, you know, up and coming junior. A lot of people said he was a one-day wonder for winning 70.3 Worlds. You know, no one was there. Everyone is here. This guy's leading the race.
Do you think he feels like he has got something to prove? Do you think that there is a bit of a monkey on the back because people have maybe written off that incredible performance he put down last year? Do you think he wants to come and prove himself with all these athletes here today?
Yeah, I think it's a testament to spirit. We always used to say you do it for 98% of the right reasons and 2% is for, let's call them the idiots out there, the guys, the doubters. And, you know, he's going out there and using his 2% and turning it into forward motion.
We saw Clement Mignon leading this chase group, which probably no one would have expected with Alistair Brownlee on his wheel. But if you think back to the Ironman World Championships in Nice, Clement Mignon was one of the best descenders that day, and he really separated the group. Magnus Ditlev at the back of the group, we talked about his descending skills maybe not being the best in the peloton, and he did lose about 50 meters there, it looked like. So
he would have lost more because this was already significantly after the descent, right? So you've got that flat power bit which suits a rider like Magnus Ditlev, and he'd lost a lot of ground, and the other guys were getting free speed. As we saw, you know, our first impression of some faces, Javier Gomez taking a deep breath, trying to get through there. We definitely saw him leave a little bit of a gap. But Clement Mignon doesn't surprise me one bit. I mean, he is a fantastic climber. He loves the hard courses, the kind of alpine triathlon races, and this could really suit him.
Back with the women's swim leaders now, and I'm just looking at that front little pack there, and I can't work out whether Indy is just being pushed off that line from being on Paula's feet right at the back of that front 3, or if she's actually trying to make a move and go round and take that inside line, and maybe she is starting to think about where she's going to want to hit the beach and whether she can hit the ground first and steal a march on the other two.
Well, as we see the beach in the background, I do feel like we're a little bit further away from the swim exit just yet, but we can see all the sand in the background. You wonder if it's difficult to see from this perspective whether the girls are going to take that same line, cut in early on the beach, and realize that they're going to be much faster running than swimming. But there is a significant gap here for the three ladies. And Taylor Knibb so far is not having it all her own way. She might actually have some company at the front.
No, again, we were sort of anticipating that Taylor might not see anyone else all day. This is
Imogen Simmons, I think.
Incredibly interesting. So Imogen Simmons is on a very, very different line to Taylor Knibb, Paula Finlay and India Lee. But has she found that magical current in the water there? Because it seems like from the angle that we're seeing, it seems like she's taken the lead.
Wow, that current
She's taken the lead by a country mile.
She must have found an undercurrent there for sure. That is insane.
And that's exactly what Andy Potts was talking about. You've got to find those undercurrents, and if you do, it's huge. Look at the difference that's made in such a short space of time.
And yeah, the three ladies were up the front, and now we've got Imogen Simmons leading a T100 swim. I love this.
So we've got Imogen out in front, as you can see to your right. She's clearly caught a current that was further out from the shore, and we've got Taylor Knibb, Paula Finlay and India Lee here as the three who have been leading the whole swim, but clearly fighting against a current a little bit, trying to get back to the right. So that's why they haven't swum as fast. But when they do get to that same line as Imogen, they will get on the same current as her.
And you can see now she's sort of made a beeline directly across the line that they took, and she's heading straight for shore, whereas Taylor Knibb is almost coming to that swim, that buoy there, and she's going to have to take a wider line round. So Imogen Simmons has played an absolute blinder there in the way that she's found the current and headed straight for shore.
Absolutely, straight for the sand. She's got a much shorter line now as well, and yeah,
it would be interesting to have a GPS on them just to work out actually how far they swim.
And look how low the tide is.
Differences.
They could technically start running already.
Yeah.
I mean, the tide is just a huge factor that's come in and pushed the water out, and it actually looks like, yes. Whilst the girls, they're not even close to aiming for the shore yet.
I think
Imogen's already running.
Yeah, as you said that, Taylor did seem to just adjust her position a little bit and start heading straight for shore, but maybe she's realised, too late in fact, but maybe she's realised that she's taken slightly the wrong line.
Imogen Simmons is known for her IQ, a very smart person, so not actually that surprising to see.
Quick look back there, maybe she wasn't expecting to see no one in front of her, and in fact everyone, including Taylor Knibb, behind her at this point.
Fortune favours the bold, and we have Imogen Simmons leading the swim. Oh, this is fantastic.
And we said it at the top of the show, you know, this is the unique factor about this course, the swim. It can change things in ways that even we didn't predict, you know, and this is definitely one of those.
You can see the gap that Imogen Simmons has built to Taylor Knibb in second is quite big. We've got India Lee behind her, and then you could see that Paula Finlay and Kat Matthews were there as well.
Kat Matthews will be loving this. I mean, the bike course definitely suits her strengths, and I think people very much underestimate how fast of a runner Kat Matthews can be.
Yeah, Kat's proven time and time again over middle and long distance racing that she is one of the very, very best runners in our sport. And
Ash Gentle's here too.
As close as this at this point in the race, that's going to be very exciting for her.
So we've got Ash Gentle with Taylor Knibb's group out of the water. Again, this is just like the men. You probably wouldn't have predicted that at the start of the day. You definitely wouldn't have predicted Imogen Simmons being in the lead of Taylor Knibb. This swim course has just created carnage.
Ash Gentle, 40 seconds off the lead, but only 15 seconds behind Taylor Knibb. That is definitely a dynamic we just didn't expect to see, as Imogen is taking it stride for stride. And the fact that the water was that cold that everybody is obviously forced to wear gloves and booties. Everybody has decided to run without shoes, despite it being a long way.
Not a single athlete yet has stopped to put their shoes on. They've decided to take the run in their booties instead, which I think is a smart decision. I think you've got that little bit of protection for your feet with the booties, just if there's any gravel or bits on the ground. So no, everybody is actually just going without the trainers that they left down beside the swim exit.
So we've got Imogen Simmons, followed by Taylor Knibb, India Lee's there, Kat Matthews, Paula Finlay, Laura Phillip, Ash Gentle.
I think India Lee's been struggling a bit. There you go. She's just got that wetsuit down now. It seemed like she was struggling with that for a few meters along there, because everybody else had already got their wetsuit down at least to their waist, and India was still running with it fully zipped up. But she does seem to have made her way out of it now, and she'll be fine by the time she hits her transition point.
We've got Lucy Byram and Emma Pallant-Brown in this group as well. We've seen exactly what we saw in the men's race, where everyone is pretty much together, including swimmers that we would never have expected, like Emma Pallant-Brown, to be in this group.
As we see Imogen have a smile for a friend or a fan. The other thing you have to keep in mind, on such a long distance, you have to make sure you don't drop anything. I mean, you can see Imogen, she's carrying a lot of stuff. Taylor as well, she looks like she almost needs a bag to carry all these things. Because remember, if they drop something, that's 30 seconds of a penalty. So you want to make sure you don't lose any time unnecessarily here.
So Taylor Knibb here running in second. Kat Matthews has worked her way up into third through this long transition run. Laura Phillips there right with her, and India Lee.
That's a brilliant swim from Laura Phillip as well. Like, she's just another person who's been popped into that front pack, that main pack really. There's only one that probably wouldn't have necessarily expected that, and will be delighted to be in that position so early on in the race.
A testament also to the conditions is what you saw Ash Gentle just out of focus. She was shoving some alfoil or some heat foil down her top. Can show you it is cold out here. Slightly wet conditions. Staying warm is going to be a big part of the package, as we see Taylor Knibb getting changed, taking off those booties and anxiously getting out there.
Yeah, these girls are hopefully not going to make the same mistake that we saw from Sam Long half an hour, 45 minutes ago. Hopefully a bit cleaner from all the ladies through transition.
So this is a huge opportunity for people. We've seen Taylor Knibb, she often comes into transition with a select group, maybe one or two swimmers, someone like Laura Brandon or Lottie Wilms, for example, but rarely do people like Ashley Gentle and India Lee and Kat Matthews, Emma Pallant-Brown, Paula Finlay, rarely do they have the chance to try and go with her out of T1. But that's the opportunity they've got today. Everyone talks about Taylor Knibb as being able to put minutes into everyone else on this bike course, but now these women, they've got the chance and the opportunity to try and stay with her if they want.
Yeah, they can see her getting onto the bike, which is just what not normal for us in these races. You know, she's normally gone from the gun, and I, for one, thought that could actually happen here today, but it's not played out that way, and it could really change the dynamic on the bike.
Just to give you an idea of how quick that swim was, 17 minutes for Imogen up the front. That is a 51 second per 100 meter pace. So I don't want to take anything away from her, but that is definitely current assisted.
For reference, for our non-swim buffs watching, that is world record pace.
That is well under world record pace.
For simply a 100 meters in the pool. So that is how. Yeah. So that is how fast we're talking about these swims are. So yes, definitely a very strong current assisting them back to shore today.
Grace Tech having a bit of trouble getting out of T1 there, Jan, but we're back with the leader, Imogen Simmons.
Indeed, choosing to put her shoes on first, as Imogen Simmons is already powering towards the first climb. I think she's going to relish in this course. Interestingly enough, also, we see here just above her name, what you see sticking out there is a GPS sensor that all these athletes are obliged to wear, simply to give us the best data. I think that's something to mention as well, that, you know, this kind of transmission is new in the sport. The sport is growing, and they're trying and testing various ways of bringing us the most up-to-date data. She has decided to put it in her actual suit pocket, very far down, so it's sitting just above her hip. Whereas most of these athletes have been actually forced to stick it in between their shoulders, because it's got to be in direct sight going up to the satellite. For me personally, we actually figured out in 2017 that that was what was causing friction on my SI joint. So I really hope she doesn't feel any discomfort from that.
She's actually built quite a lead here out of T1, Jan. It looks like it's about 20 to 30 seconds back to Kat Matthews and Taylor Knibb. So I don't know whether she was just that, like, the camera angle coming into the water shortened it or made it appear closer than it was. But if you look at this, she really has just got out there by herself early.
think what we know about Imogen is that she is an incredibly strong rider, and that probably is her main forte. So being at the front at the start of the bike is just a position that she will absolutely relish and probably want to take it on from now.
As we're back with Martin Van Riel still out front, taking this race by the horns. These three seem to have seeked and found each other, going off the front, maintaining the lead at about 30 seconds. So not extending it just yet, but you know, with these kind of gaps that we're expecting to see and the close battle on the run field, yeah, you wouldn't want to let that get too much further out, especially with a man like Martin, who probably has some of the, if not the quickest running legs.
A couple of things to talk about here. One, every other race that Martin Van Riel's done, he's had a front water bottle that he thinks weighs about 1.1 kilos if it's all filled. He made the decision to get rid of that on today's course, and he's only got the 2 water bottles. He believed that every bit of weight that he didn't have on his bike was going to help him today. Something else to note, no race ranger on the bikes today. There was some technical difficulties in getting that working here in San Francisco, but that's where the TOs are going to play such a crucial role into today in keeping this race fair.
Sam Long coming through, but again, it's not the Sam Long we probably expected to see tearing through the field. So far, he's either, you know, playing it conservatively, but I did also mention earlier on, he's done a lot of racing this year. Ooh. He has done some very intense schedules, and, you know, someone like Martin Van Riel, Javier Gomez, these guys, they're starting to come into form. Traditionally in triathlon, we're used to peaking in kind of October, and Taylor Knibb making short work of catching Imogen Simmons here. You can see the pace difference is quite phenomenal, as these athletes are told to stay left and be passed on the right. But, oh my gosh, Taylor Knibb is she's making this look rather amazing. And this is the first time.
She's just an exceptional athlete. I don't know if I have enough superlatives to talk about what Taylor Knibb has done. She's still so young, but she has done so much in her young career already, and to be the first person to qualify for this year's Olympics in 2 sports for Team USA is out of this world impressive.
Can't believe
so is the drafting in this pack, actually. I have to say, this is absolute phenomenal. How it's just blatant.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, I've got Lara here, fiancée of Sam Long. He's doing so well. I mean, firstly, we have to just talk about the swim. He was a little bit worried. Someone actually called him cuckoo for swimming in the water earlier in the week. It was a member of the public just out there. 50-odd seconds back. Had the swim of his life. I know everyone's going really fast, but he's going to be stoked with that, right?
Oh, yes. I was actually running from the hotel, and I'm like, okay, he told me, you know, 3 minutes back, and then I'm watching the broadcast, and I'm like, I gotta run really fast. And I was down there, and I'm timing it from the first person. I'm like, is this right? Did I do it right? 50 seconds? No, he's gonna be over the moon. Yeah, he's been working really, really hard, and I think he's gonna be very proud of himself.
Yeah, absolutely. It's accomplishment, isn't it, just to kind of swim this course here in San Fran. Lara, though, I guess we want to know what the real Sam Long is like, because I speak to him every time we come out here in the interviews, and I guess he's getting a little bit more open with us. But what's he like living with, and as a father now as well?
I mean, you know, you guys see kind of who he is. He's very bubbly, he's outgoing, he's happy. I would say now that he's a father, he's just taking on this new role, and you know, I don't know, he's just a very happy guy. We have so much fun at home. We have a very good dynamic going on, a very good support team, and I think this new chapter of his life has just opened up some great doors, and he's doing awesome. It's been so fun to watch, and I'm not just saying that because, you know, I'm with him. I'm like, you make the race so exciting. So yeah.
How do you think Leo has changed him as not just a person, but as an athlete?
Oh, wow. I mean, I think both of us, it's like, you know, as athletes, we're so, what's the word? You know, you're so about yourself, right? And now you have to take care of this little baby. And so it makes him realize, whoa, it's not just about me. And he's very efficient, and he's such a great father, like very, very involved, always making sure that Leo's taken care of. And he comes home from training and he's tired, and he's like, no, I'll rock him to sleep. And I'm like, awesome, here you go. So no, it's been a great experience, yes.
He's a complete package, and only a minute back as well. Maybe he's going to get his first T100 win this weekend. It would be
I really do hope so. He's been working so hard, and he keeps getting these second places, and I'm like, today's the day for sure. I hope so. I really do.
Today may well be the day. Laura, good luck. I'll let you get back out there on the course, and who knows, Sam might be on top of the podium later on. Thanks, guys.
As we see Martin van Riel, interesting, he doesn't even get out of the aero position on that, what we thought was a very tricky descent. And Taylor Knibb making light work of going to the front. I mean, US national time trial champion in, what is of course a part of our sport, but you have to realize, like, a specialist in one discipline to be beaten by a triathlete is something we have not seen. That hasn't happened anywhere in the world, at least not of my knowledge, in such a competitive nation as the US as well. I mean, it's absolutely mind-boggling what she has managed to put together, and we see her navigating the descent.
We should say as well that when she won that US time trial to qualify for this summer's Olympic Games for cycling as well as triathlon, it was just a few days after she'd returned from Japan, having raced a short course race there in Yokohama and come second in the World Series race in that distance as well. So the schedule she's put together so far this year is incredibly impressive. She's done a lot of travel. She's been to Japan, she's been over to Europe to race in the World Series as well. And so to see her mix up these distances and mix up sports in the way she has done, she is so versatile. I'm not sure if there's another athlete out there quite like her at the moment.
Amazingly enough, she is also changed this year to be coached by Dan Lorang.
Someone you know very well, Jan.
Got some good memories of Dan being my coach for the better part of 12 years. But, I find their group as such, because you have to remember that Lucy Charles-Barclay is trained by Dan Lorang. So is Anne Haug. He's coaching the 3 best women in the world, but he's generally someone I know to be conservative. I don't know how he approved this race plan, but it's amazing what they're putting together.
I wanted to ask you about this, Jan. Like Vicky said, I think Taylor is the most versatile and complete triathlete on the planet right now, and she's been working with Dan Lorang for this entire year, and based off her race results this year, it does look like she might have gone to the next level. Again, she won a 70.3 by 15 minutes. She's been very competitive at the short distance. We're seeing what she's done here early on the bike, what she did at the USA National TT. What do you think it is that Dan Lorang and her have done this year? What have they done to make her bike go to another level, even from what it was last year, and it was already by far the best in the world?
So the one thing I know that has definitely increased is the consistency. Dan is not about magic training sessions. You will never have these epic days that show up on YouTube and everybody's amazed at how you can put these kind of things together. It's kind of underwhelming when you see a week, but then you see that it'll be 10 continuous weeks of building and building and building and just creating a huge base. And of course, him being involved in cycling per se, there are kind of talk-based intervals. It's all very technical, but it's kind of a new way of training where the power output is very closely measured as science evolves. But generally, I think it's just consistency, good consistency.
Something else that I've always found impressive about Taylor Knibb is her mindset, and today she's not afraid to fail.
I do not feel like a favorite coming here because, if you saw my training, you've seen, I haven't touched my time trial bike, the one that I'm racing on this weekend, in a while, and I have a different focus, but it's still an opportunity I don't want to pass up. And sometimes those are the ones that you actually end up being the best, because, you can't have a race or a good race if you don't line up. And so I think maybe one thing that I'm, at this point in my career, I'm not really afraid to fail, and that, liberates me in a lot of ways, but this clip will probably come back to haunt me, so I understand that.
Let's talk then about the Olympics. 7 weeks out now from Paris.
Well, 55 days. Yesterday was 8 weeks. Sorry.
Is that in the back of your head, or will it be when you're out there on the course?
Oh, I think it's in the front of my head. Paris is always. My coach made me write down a priorities list this year, and now this was also in November, so the T100 series had not been announced, I will say that. But, and like, it was like write out a priorities, plural list, and all I could put was Paris. And I was like, I don't know how, like, what else I can do. Like that just was the clear forefront. And you know what, August 1st will come, and whether that race goes great or not, like, I want to pour myself into the prep, and I've been focusing on that the whole year. So I also know that I might not be perfectly trained for a 100K distance, but at the same time, I love racing, so you just kind of have to put yourself out there.
The word that comes to mind is equanimity. She is just steady under pressure. She enjoys it. She relishes the pressure and just loves it. And that's something we see with a lot of top performers in sport, that they're actually drawn to that situation where all the weight is piled on, all the expectation, and they're just like, yep, bring it. Give me more.
It's that phrase, isn't it? Pressure is a privilege, and to be in a position where everybody looks at you as being the favourite is something that some people will crumble under that, and some people will, as you quite rightly said, Jan, will relish that. They actively seek out that moment where they are considered the number one. And for someone who is still only 26 years old, she's done a huge amount in her career already. She's already been to an Olympic Games. She already has a silver medal from those Olympic Games in Tokyo in the mixed team relay. She's undoubtedly going for more this year as well, but the way that she steps up to racing at this distance as well, the way we saw her race her first ever Ironman last year of very limited preparation and come fourth in the World Championships in Hawaii in such specific conditions as well that most athletes spend most of their year training for to get absolutely right on that day. I wonder what else we're going to see from her in her career. She's still so young, but she just loves it. She thrives off it. As she said there, she's not afraid to fail, and that is such a key attribute to have to your personality in this sport.
Jan, what was that word you said again?
Equanimity.
That's an amazing word.
I've been practicing my speeches of late. I've looked I've got a thesaurus lying next to my desk. As we see back to the men's field, Matthias Margier probably in a position he's not so familiar with, sitting in a pack and sitting back. Again, you know, it's early days and it's a very, very tough course. We don't know who's playing the tactical game. I think the halfway mark is going to be a true indicator of where things are as these athletes navigate the turns. Yeah, I think that's Rudy von Berg, if I'm not mistaken, just sitting on Sam Long's wheel. Again, Sam Long I wouldn't have picked to be sitting quite as conservatively in the pack as we head towards the Golden Gate Bridge, just hidden in the fog.
I mean, that's a pretty iconic a shot there, really, isn't it? Just the Golden Gate Bridge lurking in the back of shot there. It's a real testament to where this race is set. You know, this is such an iconic place, one of the biggest tourist spots in the world, and we get to watch a triathlon race around it. I mean, that's special.
It is, as we see the last drops on the camera, but if you look at the road, it's dried up nicely, and I think, you know, the athletes have now gotten a good idea of the course. Let's not forget San Francisco is one of the most iconic cities in the world. It's Saturday morning. The team here has done an amazing job to build this site up in record time because everything was so busy. But what that means for our athletes is that they were never able to preview the course under race conditions. We did not have any test laps. So they're finding their groove on the descents, on the technical bits to go faster and faster. And with it drying up, I think we're going to see lap splits come down.
We saw that Clement Mignon, you can see it here actually, he separated himself off the front of this Matthias Margier-led group. Mika Noot directly on the wheel of Matthias, Sam Long there with him as well. And Rudy von Berg, we also saw in this group. Rudy von Berg is the kind of athlete who always excels on courses like this. We saw him do it at Nice in the World Championships last year. And every time there's mountains, every time there's long climbs, really technical, fast ascents, he does seem to excel and sort of be in his element.
Alistair Brownlee just sitting with Ben Canute slightly off the back of that group. We see Magnus Ditlev on the latest split. He's now cut his deficit in half. That was a minute. So despite the amount of time he's losing on the downhills, as we saw on the second lap, he's putting down some serious power to try and get himself into the front pack.
He really is. He's just like a bit like the Terminator, isn't he? He just keeps coming, and he's just so sort of consistent in his approach. And we've spoken about whether this course and the specifics of this bike course are really playing into his strengths. he doesn't seem to be worrying too much about that right now. He's just doing what he does, looking at his power, racing his race, and just slowly inching his way to the front.
Yeah, and something interesting I just noticed on Martin Van Riel's bike is that he didn't have a traditional GPS screen. He had his watch tied around, like his wrist Garmin watch tied around his TT bars as his bike computer.
Yeah, he's probably trying to make use of having one item, so he's going to take that watch on his run as well.
Is he trying
interesting.
to
I didn't
shed
see
weight
that.
again?
Oh, Clement Mignon has bridged up to the front. He's joined these 4 front riders, and that's what he does. I mean, he climbs extremely well.
Wow.
And, you know, with the leg speed that someone like Martin Van Riel brings to the run, I think a few guys are going to be looking to create a gap, because that is the only way of trying to win this race.
So we're a little over, probably about 43, 44 kilometres into the bike now, so a little over halfway, and we've seen that Clement Mignon here sitting on the back of Kyle Smith, Rico Bogan and Martin Van Riel has made his way to the front of the group. I'd be interested to know, and what do you guys think? Has he picked up the pace, or is this pace from Martin Van Riel and Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan just slowed off just a little bit to allow him to get back?
I doubt it. These guys are riding to power. They'd be looking at their numbers. You know, the fact, you know, even Martin Van Riel, he does have that watch and it's going to be showing his power output. They try and stick to their numbers. Maybe the first lap or so, you're a little bit more excited. But, you know, Clement Mignon is somebody also who's done extremely well in longer races and may just take a little bit longer to find his legs. Let's not forget the water here must have been under 14 degrees in order for them to all be mandatorily wearing booties and gloves, and that takes a while. You know, these guys are on their physiological limits in terms of body fat, and some of them might just take a while to heat up a little bit more, as we see Magnus Ditlev making his way to the front. Rudy von Berg taking the climb a little bit more aggressive and passing him. He was behind him at the bottom, and wanting to make sure. That is one thing you do want to make sure is you're ahead of Magnus Ditlev on the descent.
Yeah, we can see on the screen as well, those spots of rain have come back again, so that will be making the road just possibly a little bit greasy, a little bit slippy. So these are the moments where you want to be able to choose your own line and to not be restricted, I should say, by another athlete in front of you if that's not the line, the pace that you want to be taking.
Well, the line and the pace this lady is taking, Taylor Knibb off the front, so she certainly doesn't have to worry about it. I mean, I'll be very keen to see her first split after a lap and how much time she's put into the next ladies. But again, this is something where I almost fear some of the slower men are going to have to watch out that they don't get caught.
Well, that's a very real possibility that we do end up with the races merging at some point because of the lapped nature. So whether she actually catches them on, I think would be very extreme, but she will at some point, more than likely, end up on the course at the same time, at the same point in the course as the men, and that is perfectly okay. Obviously, she still can't draft off them. They'll still be treated as if they're in the same race. But yeah, we could see Taylor essentially working in a pack with men at some point.
So we don't have updated split times. This was the split times that were 3K in, and they're now 14K into the ride. But you can see here on screen just how big that gap is, and these athletes are going to be able to eyeball each other. So we've got Laura Phillip leading Imogen Simmons, and they're going to cross paths with Taylor very, very soon. And that gap really has grown.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, those timing splits we've got on the screen haven't yet been updated, so it is a much bigger gap than those 6 and 12 seconds to Imogen Simmons and Laura Phillip, and that is now Laura Phillip coming towards us to take the U-turn at the end of the first lap. But that is quite a gap that Taylor Knibb has already established.
Kat Matthews on the back of this group too.
Kat Matthews is coming. She's going to be loving this bike course. I think she's one of the few ladies who's going to be playing the aggressive game to try and actually create a gap. I think for a lot of these ladies, in terms of looking at Taylor Knibb, it is about damage control. They are trying to create as little of a gap as possible. But this is the first lap. Things and proportions are going to blow out altogether. And let's see what Ash Gentle comes up with in her first lap.
So
As you
40
said,
seconds it
Finley.
was, Jan. 40 seconds from Taylor Knibb to Laura Phillip, and then it was a further 20 seconds back to Paula Finlay. So a minute separating Paula Finlay to the lead of Taylor Knibb. We also saw that Indy Lee hadn't made that front group of 3, so she was behind Paula Finlay by 10, 15 seconds. So we had it Taylor Knibb in the lead, 40 seconds to Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip, and then we had a further 20 seconds back, and Imogen Simmons.
Yeah, and we still obviously... Yeah, we still haven't seen Ashley Gentle come through that either, and of course as our most established athlete over this T100 series, over PTO races in the past, she's someone that we always look to see what the deficit might be to Taylor Knibb off the bike, but we don't know what that is just yet, and that will be a real factor as the run comes into play.
Interesting enough, Taylor Knibb has also not only chosen, well, she obviously had to take the booties off after the swim, but she's already put her socks on. There is some limited evidence in terms of this being an aerodynamic benefit, so in order to make you faster for the same amount of power on the bike. But the biggest benefit I see in this kind of racing is that by the time she gets to T2 and transitions to the run, she's going to save herself a good 15 seconds there, just by not having to put on socks and being straight out of transition.
There were some athletes, and I can't remember off the top of my head whether Taylor was one of them, but there were some who had socks on underneath their booties, so when they were taking their booties off, you could see that some of them had their socks on already.
This is an interesting move. Magnus Dittler flying past Sam Long. And this is the kind of thing that, you know, Sam is normally really good at, but you know, this is the long climb, and Magnus has got big power. He's always very, very mindful of not bringing athletes to the front. So he'll be putting in a big surge for here just because he knows that Sam Long is one of the strong runners and he doesn't want to bring him with him.
So just behind Magnus Ditlev and Sam Long is Ben Canute, and we're joined by his coach, or Rachel's joined by his coach, Jim Vance.
Correct, Jack, we are indeed. Jim, let's just talk about Ben. 4 times a champion here. He escaped from Alcatraz successfully. What's been the key to that between the two of you?
He just loves the uncertainty of this race, the elements. You have to be a complete athlete. You have to be constantly present mentally. I think you saw that in the swim. Like, he never led in the swim until the exit, you know, and I think that's where people don't really realize there's so many variables today. That you've got the cold, you've got the wind. I see you're shivering. You can only imagine how they are on the bike. There's constant jockeying because no one wants to lose a position. There's lots of surges. You know, he's being very well paced. Lap 2 or 3, I think he came by and gave his wife a thumbs up, which he never does. So she was like, "Oh my gosh, he's fine," you know. So it's great. He's in a wonderful place. He's got an A- fitness level, but an A+ mindset. Just we're thrilled to be here and see how this goes. He's in the mix, which is just the longer he's in the mix, the more excited he's going to be, and the more dangerous he becomes.
Tell me a little bit as well, Jim, about your relationship, because you guys have been working together for quite some years now, which is, you know, a little bit more unusual, I'm going to say.
Sure. 8 years. This is our 8th season together ever since his big breakout post-Olympics at the 70.3 Worlds. It's been a progression. It's been a growth process. It's been amazing. I'm one of the few people in the sport that's coached an athlete at this level for that long, the same athlete. So we've been able to just see how the sport has progressed from the speeds and intensities, the recoveries, the technology, in everything we do. So, and even the race opportunities. You know, a few years ago, we could show up to our race and we only had to worry about 1 or 2, maybe 3 guys. And now you got to worry about everybody. It's like, it's almost like you can't worry about anybody because everybody matters. You know, everybody's somebody, so nobody's anybody. That's the way it is.
And he reckons his season starts now, and you think that as well, the fact that he's kind of in an A- position, his chances quickly for a podium today?
Chances, I don't know. He's going to be in contention for sure. I would never count him out. He's ready to seize the moment.
That's a perfect way to end as well. Seize the moment indeed. I'll let you get back out there as well on the course, and hopefully he'll give you another thumbs up as well. Jim, thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Canute there, we've just heard from his coach, Jim Vance, is an athlete who has raced obviously on this course many times, has won on this course many times, but he's a really interesting athlete because there seems to be quite a big discrepancy between when his run is on and when he's not quite there on the day. And he does have these results that kind of vary from results that I think he himself would say he's probably quite disappointed with, to results that are exceptional. He's finished second twice at 70.3 Worlds, and so when he's had a good day on the run, he can contend with the absolute best of the best. And it's interesting to hear that he seems to be in very good spirits. He seems very happy. He's giving thumbs up to his family out there on the bike, and maybe that just means he's really feeling it today.
I'll tell you who hasn't brought A- fitness to the game is Taylor Knibb, and it surprises me a little bit because, you know, it's essentially the US Open and therefore a home race for the Americans, and that's always in America such a big deal, you know, being top American. And on home soil, I think, you know, Taylor is showing, oh no, what's going on here? Aaron Royal has handed his bike over the fence. Something's not gone right. He doesn't look hurt. That white suit still looks intact, so he hasn't crashed.
So behind the scenes, Aaron did get sick last weekend, and he has been carrying a flu all week, so he was trying his best to get over it, but clearly has gotten the better of him in these conditions. I think if you've got sick 7 days ago and then flown all the way across to America from Europe, for him I think was about 14 hours-ish, and yeah, and clearly just not quite over it, so he's had to DNF, unfortunately.
It's such a shame because as these athletes, the best in the world, they put their bodies on the line time and time again, and they are in peak physical condition, and they are, you know, as fit as they can be, they're as lean as they can be, and that just means that unfortunately they're that little bit more susceptible to picking up these viruses, these bugs. And when they do strike, it's sometimes just really hard to shake them, and to try and shake them whilst doing a 14-hour travel across from Europe and then trying to adjust to time difference. It's just, it appears that Aaron's run out of time in time for the race day today.
It's always a thin line between being fit and being out of it, and yeah, it's unfortunate to see because there is a lot of preparation that goes into it and a lot of fitness gains that come with it.
So we've got some updates now on the women's field, and Taylor Knibb now has a 1 minute and 12 lead over second place Laura Phillips, so she's really extended that very early in the race.
Back at the front of the men's race, we've got Rico Bogan leading, Martin Van Riels there, Clement Monyong, as we talked about, he's made himself a part of this great group, and Kyle Smith here in fourth. Matthias Margier, that gap there's only 5 seconds with Mika Newt and Peter Heinrich by the looks of it, is it?
All three of those are very, very strong riders that are going to come in. Surprised to see Sam Long isn't up there yet. Rudy von Berg going the other way. And
Magnus Ditlev's there too.
Magnus Ditlev. So it looks like it's all coming together.
Yeah, very much so. Those early splits have not held, and we are going to see, coming towards the latter part of this bike course, a lot of men approaching T2 in with a shout here. Interestingly
enough, Alistair Brownlee, he's not part of this pack, someone we kind of expect to light the fireworks, especially on the bike course. If we look at the stats, he's a fair bit down.
Javier Gomez dropped off too, Jan.
I think he's dropped off a little while ago, but yeah, let's wait and see till we get confirmation on the splits.
At the moment, it's about a minute 33 between the front of Rico Bogan and 10th place of Ben Canute. So that's quite a lot of athletes in just a minute and a half.
That is indeed.
It does look like this is going to come together at the front, though, doesn't it? We've got the 4 at the front, but then we've got, as you can see, the group of 2 behind, led by Matthias Margier with Mika Newt on his wheel, and then Peter Heinrich and Magnus Ditlev trying to get their way across with Rudy von Berg and Sam Long. They were all within, you know, 15, 20 seconds of each other. They can all see each other. They've all sighted each other at that turnaround there. It does make you think this might come together pretty soon. And then we're faced with the dynamic of, does anyone go? Do they sit in and save their legs for the run? If it comes together, the bike, the race will become more and more interesting.
You know, the men's race, we really struggled to sort of pick what was going to happen, who was our real outright favourite, I guess, ahead of the race today. And if this sort of sticks, this pattern we've got right now of 10 athletes all very close coming into transition, that really leaves it absolutely wide open for the run. And that's the kind of racing we love to see. We love to see excitement, you know, jeopardy who is going to be the person to lay down that outright winning performance on the run. It's often decided a bit earlier than that, but we're not going to see that today. Today it's going to be about who's got the legs on the run.
And the run probably being the most straightforward in terms of the three disciplines that we have on this course. You know, the swim being super tricky, the bike being very difficult and technical. But, you know, there are going to be some fast run splits today.
So in October, we're heading to Lake Las Vegas, a pretty iconic location for sport in general, and the T100 Tour is going to be there as well. If you yourself want to be a part of a T100 race, an iconic course like Lake Las Vegas, we've had 70.3 World Championships there in the past, and the T100 Tour trying to take the course to the next level. So if you want to be a part of that, if you want to race alongside these professional athletes, the best professional athletes in the world, get your phone, get your camera out, and put the QR code onto your phone. That takes you to the website where you can register.
Cool thing about these races, you know, is that as an age grouper as well, there's normally some kind of separation, so you actually have time to watch the race, which I think is definitely a new kind of spectacle that we're seeing, you know, as we're forming the new Formula One of triathlon, I feel. You know, it used to be definitely that the Olympic distance was the most hotly contested, but now we're seeing the best of both worlds, long distance and short distance, come together over over the T100. And I think it's a unique opportunity also to come out and see the best of the best.
Jan, talk to me about your experience in the T100, and do you think that as an age group athlete, an amateur athlete who wants to be a part of the week, how is it different to other races?
Well, you know, the T100 I was very fortunate to get to do at the very tail end of my career. I only ever got to do 2 races.
One though.
Yeah. The ratio's all right. But the thing is, the racing always took part on separate days. And normally, you know, in triathlon, you have the tradition that the amateurs go sort of 15, 20, 30 minutes after the professionals, which is great because you're sharing the same course. But here you'll get to share the same course on a different day, which gives you an opportunity to actually see, you know, the best of the best, seeing how they do it. It's such a connected sport where the amateur is obviously partaking under the same kind of conditions. And I think it's great because it simply gives you an opportunity to compete together, share war stories after the weekend, but also first-hand witness what these ladies and gentlemen are putting together.
And that's the awesome thing about it, is that you'll see the day after. So when the race like Las Vegas is the day after, all of the professionals get out on course and support the age groupers as well. So you'll be riding your bike and running, and you'll have Sam Long and Magnus Ditlev out on course cheering you. So they are awesome races to be a part of.
And let's not forget, you can see that Ben Canute had the best line, so you're going to know that for your swim race when
tomorrow.
You jump in as an amateur. So all amateurs
stay left.
Take note, stay left. Or stay right, like Imogen Simmons, and then
it
cut
went both ways.
Cut left at the last second.
And we want to see all those amateurs diving off the boat, please. You know, we saw some of the pros jumping in, but I think the amateurs can do it better. So I want to see all of them diving in.
Really coming together now. Actually, yeah, as I predicted, Magnus Ditlev didn't take Sam Long with him. We see the splits here on the side. He's put almost 20 seconds into Sam Long, and it's fair to say, I think, that Sam Long is not putting on the bike show that we quite expected to see. You know, reasons may be varying, but yeah, he's obviously got run legs, but he does also have 30 seconds still on the run.
Clement Mignon is going to this front of this race and looks easy. He looks like he's barely breathing, and Rico Bogan looked like he was working pretty hard there. And this is just... it just speaks to that the T100 Tour has so many different courses that suit so many different athletes, and I don't know how many people would have expected Clement Mignon, nearly 60k into a T100 bike ride, to be at the front of it and looking great.
If there is ever a course to suit him, though, I think he's probably a good 10, if not 15 kilos lighter than Rico Bogan, and that would definitely help. It's just physiologically, you know, he is probably a head shorter. Rico Bogan's a big guy, and for him, he also always has a suffering face, though. Rico Bogan came out, and lap 1 he looked like he was suffering, and you know, I respect that, because you've kind of got to put yourself out there. But this is Clement Mignon territory. I mean, climbing technical courses, coming
Lives
traditionally
in the south of
French,
France,
yeah,
in the mountains there, in the hills.
Exactly, and French athletes, I mean, I've raced a lot of them over the years, and it is actually sometimes quite mind-boggling how these guys descend as well.
He looks amazing. Yeah, it's blowing my mind just how good he looks. He looks so smooth and in control.
And you're right, his game face is on point right now. He's not showing any signs of fatigue. He almost seems like he's sort of chatting to himself a little bit there, just giving himself a few little reminders maybe as he continues on, but he looks so smooth.
He's in the big ring too on the base of this climb.
But you know what? If I was Clément Mignon, I would actually, be looking to get into the aero position as fast as possible, because I don't think he really wants to get on the run course with someone like Martin van Riel or even Carl Smith. I don't think he's quite got that leg speed. He's got more experience over longer distances, and it's a good opportunity for him to create a gap, as it felt like if you looked on the long lens, there were quite a few athletes now sitting in the front.
And as you can see by the rankings compared to everyone else in the field today, Jan, it does look like he shouldn't be where he is, leading at 60k into the course. But everything we've just touched on is the reason why he is defying and going against what his rankings suggest maybe he should be.
Well, the rankings give you a great insight over an average, right? But this is anything but an average course. The course here really throws a spanner in the works, and it gives athletes a chance to shine. And that's what makes the series so exciting.
Exactly, that is exactly why this series comes into its own, and the strength of the series is that we see different courses that suit different athletes with different individual strengths. And it's where, whilst at the moment he is a little bit further down in the series, 23rd I think in the T100 series at the moment, with that 15th place in Singapore, as the series develops and more races go on, we'll see a better picture of the all-round complete athletes who can deliver time and time again. And this is of course a season-long event here, and that's what we're trying to see, who is the best athlete across multiple courses, multiple days over the whole season.
And we're seeing the rankings here, Sam Long being the #1 ranked bike rider, and he's one of the few of that kind of middle second pack that's not made it up the front. We can see riders even getting away from him on the descent. Of course, the speeds pick up, so it's not always quite as indicative. But yeah, he's just in the top 10 and about half a minute back, which is, you know, it's significant. Add another half minute for his penalty, he's a minute down all of a sudden on the run.
You could see that Magnus Ditlev definitely has gotten away from him here on that back end of the climb and into this descent though. And I guess the hard thing for Sam Long is that all day he's going to have to use the flat out and back sections to try and get back on, then get distanced again on the climb and the descent. It's a very tough way of racing.
Absolutely, but you know, Magnus Ditlev, in every interview that you hear, he's always very mindful of field dynamics and making sure he doesn't bring anyone up the front that he doesn't have to. He knows he's not the quickest, he's not the fastest runner, on paper at least, over 18 Ks, and this is a very fast course. So he's going to make sure that, you know, somebody with great leg speed like Sam Long is going to stay right where he is. Normally, however, Sam Long decides that quite well for himself, whether he goes to the front or not.
And you're seeing the tactical side of the racing here with Magnus Ditlev really trying to play to his own strength and to use his tactical nous to try and not bring Sam Long to the front of the race. And as you quite rightly said, Jan, that's a tactic that Magnus Ditlev can play, but Sam Long might have something to say about that once he hits the run.
As we get a complete stand here, look at that. I mean, David McNamee is no slouch of an athlete. He is 10 minutes down. That is just you know, a sign of how much the pace is on here. These guys are not waiting around, and that's kind of what, you know, these races bring with them. People are not only thinking of today, they're thinking of the points that they have to carry through the season, and it brings a new narrative that we haven't had, that we haven't seen in triathlon consistently, at least not on a longer distance. But maybe you know more about the dynamics of a pointed world championship, Vicky.
Yeah, well, of course, that's what we do in short course racing. It has been for, 15 years now. It's been done over a series of races all season long, and it is very different to having a one-day World Championship. You can't just peak on one day. You've got to be consistently strong across an entire series, and that's what the T100 have done here. We have racing from March till November, where athletes have got to put across a series, a number of good races. 5 race results will go towards scoring at the end of the series, and that's how we define our world champion. And that's why every race is important to try and deliver, and it's why someone like Taylor Knibb, who's on screen right now, that is why she is here racing, even though she has that real aim of the Paris Olympics. She's here racing to try and get a score down early.
So Taylor Knibb's making her way here to begin the second lap of the bike course. We're about 25 kilometres into the ride, so 55 kilometres to go for the women. We could see that when she was here last time, she had about a 45-second gap to Laura Philipp. She's put on at least another minute. We're going to see on the next timing split that gap's going to have increased again. So over that last lap, which is 13.5 kilometres, she's gained at least a minute, maybe more, like a minute 15 seconds on the likes of Laura Philipp, Kat Matthews, Imogen Simmons.
And even they're splitting apart. If you look at the gaps between Kat Matthews, Laura Philipp, they're not riding together. They are doing everything they can for damage control, and Kat Matthews is somebody that we expect to catch riders, and her gap has just doubled in a lap.
Yeah, it's again, you just sort of run out of superlatives to talk about what Taylor Knibb can do
as they see each other just here.
Yeah, that's the crossover point with Kat Matthews coming into the turnaround point. But Kat Matthews' entry into this race is also really interesting. She was not actually originally due to race here. She was in Hamburg last weekend, aiming to race an Ironman distance race there, and unfortunately, as she said, made a silly mistake. She overtook in a no overtaking zone, got herself disqualified on the bike, and by the time she'd even made it back to transition, her husband had booked her flights to come here to San Francisco. So she's had a very quick turnaround, just 6 days from being in full race mode in Hamburg to being on the start line here in San Francisco. So I think she's surely hungry for the opportunity to lay down that fitness that she's got, but maybe also not the ideal preparation that some of the other athletes have had.
Oh no, you're kidding.
Oh.
You're kidding me. Please, not again.
She's dropped her chain.
Oh.
And the chain's back on now.
Okay, that was
Chain's
pretty
back
swift.
on.
Not
All right.
ideal, but pretty swift as we see Laura Philipp round that U-turn. She's just going to overtake her as they get onto the bikes here. But yes, that's unideal, but she did deal with that pretty fast.
So well, this could be a blessing in disguise, because now you've got 3 athletes who are sort of close to each other. Maybe they can work something out together, and quite frankly, just bleed a little bit less time than they currently are.
So reason for that happening, Jan, did she try and change gears as she was going around the U-turn, then out of the U-turn when she puts pressure on the pedals, the chain just slips off?
It can happen. I mean, it shouldn't, but I mean, these are racing conditions, you know, and you come out, you kind of slowing down a lot, trying to put down very high power in order to accelerate again as fast as possible. They're just little slippages that can happen. Yeah, it's not ideal, but oftentimes it's an outlier. It doesn't happen.
Paula Finlay there, our 5th placed athlete through the lap turn there. Another athlete who's a phenomenal time trialist, won the Canadian time trial championships a couple of times as well. So she's another athlete that we're used to seeing tear up the bike course, but not quite able to live with the pace of Taylor Knibb and the likes today so far.
As we see everyone here, the spectators wrapped up in puffer jackets. Everyone's got their hoodies on. It's still got that slight drizzle. It is fresh. And you know, that plays into these factors as well. India Lee, somebody we would thought would do extremely well in these conditions, looks like she's suffering a little bit. Emma Pallant-Brown will be happy that it's cold. She's been suffering with the heat a lot. Obviously in Miami, even going to the ambulance. But it's definitely something. We saw Ash Gentle keep some warming foil down her chest as she came around out of transition 1. It's tough out there.
Well, it's, you know, it's only about 12 degrees, so that's 12 degrees Celsius, sorry, so that's around 53 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit they've got out there at the moment. That is not warm temperatures. They're not used to racing in these conditions.
So we've got Laura Madsden and then followed by Ash Gentle here as well, and Lucy Byram just behind her. They're well over 3.5 minutes down on the lead of Taylor Knibb. So that battle between Ash Gentle and Taylor Knibb certainly asserting her authority here early, as we're joined by Rachel, who's got someone to talk about Ash Gentle.
got David, her coach, not just coach of Ash actually, Amelia and Anna as well. David, though, I want just to talk a little bit more about Ashley and what that relationship, coach-athlete relationship, looks like, because you're in Helsinki, she's usually in Australia. How does it work?
It's very much calls, text messages, and occasional catch-up face-to-face through the year, races and wind tunnel testing, things like that.
What's it like to coach the queen of the 100K distance?
Ashley is incredibly humble, you know, very much passionate about improving every day. I also work very much in a manner where I allow athletes to have some autonomy. So she's very good at making good judgment calls about, you know, do I push this session really hard? Do I scale it back? And keeping in mind the bigger picture of what we're working towards. Obviously, we're not even halfway through the year, and it's probably one of the longest triathlon seasons we've seen in the last decade for professional athletes. So she's always trying to keep that in the back of her mind.
She also kind of, for me, reminds me of someone that likes to know exactly what she's doing. If you set her a session, is she the kind of athlete that says, yeah, I'll just do it, or questions exactly why each session is being set?
No, she very much trusts the process, but she also is good enough to understand the philosophical intent of the workout, and so if it's easier to manipulate that to reflect the local course and the terrain and the weather, she'll do that, knowing that she's still doing the intent of the session.
And finally, we just heard it's about 3.5 minutes from her to Taylor. That's still achievable, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think realistically, we're going to be looking at a 5 to 6 minute gap would be something that Taylor's going to need. I think that would be what I'd hope, no more.
Thank you very much, David. Well, the race that we all really want to see is apparently very much still on. Thank you very much. Good luck to Ash out there.
Did he just say the philosophical intent of the session? Do they read Nietzsche? Is that what comes up on the cover? I don't think I've ever done a philosophical triathlon session. Anyways, back to Mathis Margier going off the front with Clement Mignon, and this is what I've been waiting for. It really surprised me how Mathis is playing it quite defensively, but he's obviously had enough and realizes if he wants to be on the top step, which I know he does, it's time to take a bull by the horns.
We often see him go really early on the bike, don't we? We see that sort of intent and that attack quite early on. He's normally there at the swim. He pushes hard from the beginning of the bike. And it just seems like he's bided his time a little bit more in this race. But as you quite rightly said, yeah, maybe he's decided that the time is now.
And it goes against his nature of racing T100 races or 100-kilometre distance races, as Jan, you experienced in America last year. What was it like? What kind of intent and pressure would Mathis put out in the front of the bike course?
There was no doubt about his intentions to go forward. I mean, he's somebody who can put down big power. He was actually somebody who helped me bridge up after my absolutely dismal transition, because he's got that power and he's very aerodynamically strong, and he's fearless. You know, he is a racer at heart. He's consistently made his way up towards the podium, and I think that top step is something that he would definitely believe in and work towards.
He had a fantastic 2023, really, didn't he? Sort of shot really to the top of the nation, the world's sort of vision in triathlon. He'd not been a name that was particularly well known until that point, but 2023 put together a string of amazing results, and then to start this year in the T100 series with that podium in Miami, I think we're just going to see more and more from him now.
He's somebody who very much lets his performance speak, you know. He's not necessarily one to get into the mind games beforehand. He just does his thing, and he comes around and it's just like a bit of a quiet overachiever, you know. He comes in, does his work consistently and builds bit by bit. I'm a big fan, so I'm looking forward to seeing some good performances out of him.
One of my favourite things about the T100 Tour is that we get the same 20, 23, 24 athletes on tour. So every race they come together in the hotel for the week leading in, and everyone gets to know each other and experience each other's personalities. And like you said, Jan, the difference with Matthias and a lot of people is that he's very calm, he's very quiet, but he's also deadly confident. And every time you talk to him about his actual race or his training, he's very, very confident, and he's very, very sort of assertive in, yeah, I'm going to go and I'm going to race aggressively, and I'm going to, like, he doesn't ever want to sit in and let the race be dictated to by other people. He wants to be the one dictating terms out on a race course. And so it's sort of, it's like the yin and yang within him. He's this calm, composed, quiet, gentle guy, and then out on a race course, anything but.
Yeah, I think those things don't necessarily contradict themselves either. I mean, if you look at sports psychology, you try and control the factors that you can, and that is something that Matisse is a master of. He knows what he can do, and he's happy to apply that kind of pressure on all of the field. He's not somebody to say, oh, I'm unbeatable, I'm going to come out here and smash all of you, because he knows he's got very limited influence on that. He's coming out, put down his best performance, and I think that's one of the keys to longevity in the sport.
I think it's also worth mentioning that a lot of athletes get sort of confidence from those that they base themselves around and who else they see doing well in their inner circles. And he's someone who is coached by Julien Poussin, who is also Dorian Connick's coach. Now, Dorian Connick hasn't raced over the T100 distance yet. Maybe one day we'll see that. But he is currently the world short course champion. And so having those two athletes coached by the same person, that there's a level of confidence that comes to you. And I'm sure it's something that you found as well, Jan, being coached by Dan Lorang, who just had so many other great athletes in his stable as well, and you were all coming out and doing amazing performances. It just gives you confidence that what's being done, what's being set for you, is being set by someone who really understands the sport and understands your needs and understands how to get the best out of their athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially with Dan, we kind of built that over the years, and I feel like that's what these guys doing as well. You know, they're building something new, and that's very exciting. Novelty is something that can be very hard to come by in the everyday monotony of training. You know, we're going out every single day, depending if you're swimming in a 50 or a 25-meter pool, you're swimming 100, 200 or more laps in a day. Monotony can be part of it. So you look for any kind of novelty, and you know, trying to take over the world with your little mini team is a super exciting prospect, and definitely a motivation to get you out of bed. She's got no problems with motivation. I'm not sure. I mean, 3.5 minutes in 2 laps. You got to think as well of the mental implications. We've been waiting for this battle all year, and the predictions have been, you know, what can happen, how much damage can Taylor Knibb do. I do think she's best sorted to this course, but I did not think she'd put 3.5 minutes in 2 laps.
It's 4 minutes on Ash Gentle now.
Yeah, I've just seen that split come up. 4 minutes she's got on Ashley Gentle, and we heard Ashley's coach saying he was hoping for around 5, but not really more than 5 coming into T2. And the way this race is going right now, I think it's going to be a much bigger deficit that Ashley's going to have to overcome on the run today.
We expected of Taylor Knibb, like everyone knows, oh yeah, she's going to go out in the bike course and how big's her gap going to be. But then you watch it, and every time you watch it, it still makes you just sit back and be like, what am I watching? Like, how is she so much better on a bike than everyone else around her?
I'd love to know.
It makes it look like the women around her aren't that strong, but these are the strongest time trialists in long course triathlon. You said it, Vicky. Paula Finlay, just like Taylor Knibb, won her national cycling road time trial championship. She won against professional cyclists, and Taylor Knibb's put 3 minutes into her over 30k.
It is mind-blowing. It's absolutely mind-blowing. And you know, at this point in the race, we ask the questions, has Taylor gone out too hard? Is she pacing this correctly? Like, what's her strategy being? But I still find it hard to believe that she's not playing it within the realms of the power data that she should be pushing to. I believe she's probably pushing exactly what she's meant to do at this point. And it's a testament probably to that fitness that she's got in the build-up to the Paris Olympics. She is all in for the Paris Olympics. She wants to go there and win. And with performances like this, you just can't see a way that people can beat her.
Oh, look at this. We see Sam Long has finally latched himself onto that big pack. 20 seconds, of course, being the overall gap to the first guy, but Sam got himself right in the mix. Clément Mignon still at the front of this race. Also looking very composed. You have to say, looks very much in control. But I'm pretty sure he would love to drop some watt bombs, as we like to say, in order to split this pack up and have a few less compatriots going into the second transition.
It is an interesting time in the race. So we're 70k into the bike for the men, or more like 71k at this point up the climb. So that's 9k to go, and we've got this massive front group together. So just to let you know, it's Clément Mignon, it's Matthias Margier, it's Rico Bogan, it's Mick Anoud, it's Martin Van Riel, Magnus Ditlev, Rudy von Bergen, Sam Long latched on the back of it, like you said, Jan. So that's 8 men together with 10 kilometres to go on the bike. As we see Martin Van Riel being overtaken by Sam Long here, he's finally making a move on the bike. We've seen him yo-yo off the back all day. Martin Van Riel takes a big look at him there, and Martin Van Riel, he tells us all about his decision to race at the T100 World Tour.
I wanted to do one T100 race already before the Olympics, because after I'm only going to be able to do 4, and the classification counts 4 races. So if I would be sick or have a mechanical or whatever in one of the 4 races after Olympics, I would be screwed for the ranking. So having one before already is kind of a safety net. I've raced a couple of big names, but more separately, and also in short course I've raced some of the big names. But yeah, they've never had me part of one of these big races. So I think like there will be no hiding. I think I'm really good in actually all the 3 disciplines, but I'm pretty sure that there is gonna be someone that is better in the 3 separate disciplines on Saturday. I just hope that I'm the one that yeah, is the best all over the 3 disciplines combined.
Sam Long, what we've been waiting to see, certainly the fan favorite. You know, he's raced himself into many triathlon fans' hearts, and he's latched onto the back of Matthias Margier right here. Got to wonder if he does know about his penalty. Surely somebody would have told him by now, especially at the turnaround. There are a lot of people there I could see. But yeah, positioning himself well for second transition zone.
You can see the rain still on the camera there. It's sort of consistently drizzled, really, isn't it, all day up until this point. So definitely some slightly damp conditions for the athletes out there, and as they do descend, it's something that of course they'll be thinking about, even these white lines on the road, trying to avoid them as much as they possibly can to just keep themselves as safe as possible and have no incidents, no athletes hitting the deck. We never like to see that, and so far so good.
As we see Rico Bogan here, who he has also interestingly got his socks on, which is in a tight pack like that, you know, it's going to be a 10-15 second advantage in the second transition, and we're going to see some fast run splits. I think here we're finally back to seeing some top splits. As Taylor Knibb comes and sees Alistair Brownlee by himself, a lonely ranger going the other way, and yeah, she is certainly making light work of this course.
She's blown that lead out, Jan. She's 2 minutes up on Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip, 2:40 to Imogen Simmons, 3:30 to Paula Finlay, 4 minutes to Emma Pallant-Brown and India Lee. Laura Madston's at 4:18, and Ash Jensel's 4 minutes and 40 seconds back from her. Her coach said 5 to 6 minutes would be the max. 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
And they're not even quite halfway.
I don't even know what to say about that.
Well, we see as Sam Long passes some of the women out on this course. Of course, the nature of the course being lapped, that was always going to happen. He's got his focus set. And let's see what Yo brings to the show today.
Yeah, I'm intrigued, because up until this point, you know, when we saw him have that phenomenal swim and come into transition in touch with the leaders, we sort of expected to see him go right to the front of the bike and just say, see you later, everybody, and I'll see you at the finish line when I've won. But that hasn't happened, and that could be for one of 2 reasons. It could be because he's decided he actually doesn't need to put down the power on the bike that he has done in other races. He doesn't need to play catch up. He can play it smart. He can control the bike and unleash on the run. Or it could simply be because he hasn't quite got the legs today, and that's not going to become clear until we do hit the run. And that is one of the puzzles of triathlon, trying to get all three pieces together on one given day, and that is part of the challenge. It's what often keeps athletes coming back for more, you know, that pursuit of the perfect race, trying to get swim, bike and run playing in harmony together all on one day. And that's the fascination here. Has Sam Long got it all together on one day, or is the day of his best swim perhaps not the best day for his legs?
I do feel like he's gone on a bit of a, you know, masterclass in terms of maturity. As we see Alcatraz here in the background, everybody has managed to escape.
We didn't leave anyone in the water, did we? We brought them all back in.
We'll see who gets locked up before they make it to the finish. But so far, they've done really well. Of course, this iconic structure just outside of San Francisco. Back to the crowd favorite as yeah, we've basically got a dedicated Sam Long camp today. I mean, he has earned his way. I feel like he's done incredibly well to mature as an athlete in a very, very short time. And despite his bubbly nature, he's actually internally seems like he's far more composed than he ever was. You know, previously you felt like he was a puppy dog that was all over the show, and now he's going to the front when it actually matters, which is on the very last meters of the race, getting himself a good position to go into T2.
I agree with that, Jan. I used to look at Sam as, yeah, I think puppy dog's a good way to describe it actually, but the maturity and his partner, maybe with the birth of their son and his need to provide, he's big on that. He'll tell you about how much that motivates him. He just seems like a composed, mature person who can be excited and get himself in that position when he wants to be. But yeah, the development of Sam Long and the personality change and growth is, yeah, it's great to watch.
Another long shot of Taylor Knibb and
no one else.
No one, and there's gonna be no one for a long time. I mean, this is a time trial masterclass.
So Jan, you've been off the front of these big races like Kona 2019, for example, late into that bike ride. Amazing performance, by the way. But you've been at a situation like this where you get eyes on your competitors and you can see, hey, I've broken them here, and I know I'm one of the best runners in the field. Taylor Knibb would think the same thing. What kind of, like, does that motivate you? Does it make you want to keep pushing on? What does it do? Does it relax you?
You know what? I think Taylor Knibb, in that sense, would probably be quite similar, and I would describe her as an underconfident overachiever. And she is somebody that overachieves because there is always a seed of doubt in her mind. She never looks at dominating the race. She wouldn't go out and say, you know, I'm unbeatable, despite the fact that she's clearly showing that she is. But she doesn't go in with that belief, and that's what keeps driving her passion to improve, because she's always looking over her shoulder. She's challenging herself in so many ways every single day that she's coming in, and I don't think right now a thought that she's got this wrapped up in the bag is something that's going through her mind.
No, Taylor's a really intelligent athlete as well, very, very methodical, and she will be breaking down every part of the race as it's happening to know whether she's hitting the targets that she's set for herself, and that's just how she approaches every race. And you see her win races by minutes and minutes and minutes, and then turn around and say, yeah, but I didn't do this very well, and I can improve on this, and there's still room for me to go here. And it's both, you know, as other athletes, that can be a little bit demotivating, but when you watch it, it's actually really inspiring to see someone who's just so laser focused on being the absolute best they can be and trying to achieve their own targets.
So we see Kat Matthews coming into the shot. She's the only one really chasing. She's broken the band to what I'm assuming is Laura Phillip in the back. On a good note, she's only lost 30 seconds in this lap, unless that split is about to be updated. But yeah,
I mean, this
that's,
could
of course,
be
big time.
This could absolutely be Kat's first T100 podium today. You know, that would be a really good result for her, I think. Nearly seeming to have maybe a little problem with her gearing there, but she didn't drop the chain, which is of course good news for her. But
very timid around the corner though.
Yeah, ultra cautious. I noticed that too.
Maybe that was after the incident she'd had on the previous lap there. But both Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews are exceptional runners in the sport, and for them to be you know, this far up the course at this point in second and third position, I think is exactly where they would like to be, probably even further ahead of where they maybe hope to be at this point in the race. But yeah, fantastic runners, the pair of them, and maybe we could see both of them hitting the podium today.
That would be quite something, and I think especially after Kat Matthews' bad spell of luck, you know, she got injured in Miami with a little, let's say it was a calf tear. I'm not exactly sure what the conditions were, but there was a little muscle tear involved. Getting disqualified in a no passing zone, you know, no malintent there either. As we see Imogen Simmons, after the swim of her life, coming down 4th position, and the men taking the final descent.
Sam Long finding the front for the first time today, Jan.
Yeah, and just when it matters. I mean, honestly, you only want to be at the front once, essentially, which is at the end of the run. But let's see if he can keep it up. He's going to have a little breather, meaning he's got a 30-second penalty. We saw the shots earlier on. If you missed them, he had his helmet unclipped as he got onto the bike. He was definitely nervous in that moment. I mean, he's done that a million times, and you know, he got himself into this little deficit. But you always have to remember, 30-second rest is not only a bad thing.
Something to note is that the first 2 T100 races of the year that Sam Long's been a part of, he's had the fastest run by far more than 30 seconds. And he's in the lead group coming into T2 where he's got to serve a 30-second penalty. But if he outruns everyone like he has in the first 2 races of the year, that's not too much. That's still, if he just has the same kind of run, he's well and truly in it.
This is a position, like, if he's 30 seconds, even a minute back right now,
he would still be pleased with that, I think.
Absolutely. Like, that's a position he hasn't been in. And you know, he is somebody who also runs well off a tough bike course. I mean, this is a fast run course, that's for sure. But it's running fast off a very tricky or very difficult bike course is another art in its own. And that's something Sam has mastered in the past.
He's been brilliant at running so consistently off all different kinds of bike courses. We saw in Miami in the extreme heat there, where athletes were sort of falling by the wayside almost seemingly on every lap. And Sam was the one athlete who was just consistently running through the field and didn't look to be phased, didn't seem to have a chop in his stride at any point. He was just so focused, so consistent the whole way through that run. And now here we are again today on a tough bike course, very different conditions, as we said, only sort of 12 degrees Celsius, 53 degrees Fahrenheit out there at the moment. He's going to hit transition first, and yes, he is going to have to take that 30-second penalty, but I don't think that's going to bother him. I think coming in at this point, this high up in the race, coming in first into T2, we've not seen him do that ever in a T100 or a PTO Tour race. So this is new territory for him, and I think he's going to be pretty excited to get those run shoes on.
It's something he does particularly well also, is get his run shoes on. He's been blisteringly fast through transitions. And if we look, that whole group is spread out about 15 seconds. So, you know, if he's lucky and he does it exactly well, you know, he could just be at the tail end of that group running out. And again, in a position of collecting athletes, which is always a grateful one, because you've always got a mental target to run to the next, and try and bridge that gap.
Well, that's it, and he will be able to see them no matter what, because they will still be within his eye line along the promenade. So he's going to be able to see those athletes and just tick them off one by one.
We're coming into T2 here, and Vicky, I don't know if you know this, but we've got probably the world's leading expert in transition 2, Jan Frodeno. No one's better at telling us what we see. Jan T2 Frodeno.
Indeed, I've mucked up that many T1s that T2 is something, and I'm enjoying my role as an armchair expert. I seem to do it a lot better than the actual transition.
Well, I'll leave you to T2, seeing as I managed to get myself disqualified in T2 recently. So I'm not the T2 expert, but you, yes, incorrectly racking my bike. So you can be the T2 expert.
Lead us, Jan.
All right, here we go. Sam Long actually building a nice little gap. You know, these are little seconds, but he's going to have a rest. And in that rest, he's actually allowed to take on nutrition. As we see Matthias Margier, Carl Smith coming in there, Clement Mignon, Rudy von Berg, Rico Bogan, Mika Noot, Martin Van Riel, leaving himself right to the back.
For the helmet.
Obviously confident. So Sam Long is deciding to get changed first. Or maybe he's just taking his penalty a little bit later.
Yeah, well, Patrick, head of operations there, he would have maybe been delivering the message. I'm not sure what the conversation would have been, but you could hear them talking there.
Okay, so we've just had confirmation he can take it anywhere, meaning he's probably going to try and get a lap or two in his legs and create a gap there as Kyle Smith, here we go, has had a blistering transition. He's straight on his feet. And Sam Long, yeah, deciding not to take that rest straight away.
Yeah, that's interesting. And Kyle Smith is running really well at the moment. We saw him win a race in Chamarine just a couple of weeks ago where he ran through from a strong bike, but ran through to the front of the race. And the way he's running right now, he's sort of leaving Sam behind.
So Kyle Smith at the European Open last year, he was in a very similar position in a battle off the front where he ultimately took the lead 5K into the run. He said to me he wants to do that again, except hold it for another 13K. And he was always going to come and run aggressively at the start and try and hold on. But to see him run away from Sam Long out of T2, it's still like pretty crazy to actually watch it happen.
Sam Long is somebody who builds into his run, but Kyle is absolutely blistering past him. He's not bothering to put on a cap or glasses. He's just straight out there. And Kyle's been working very hard on his run. I mean, in training, he's had some amazing performances, but as we get this beautiful aerial shot, look at that gap.
Wow.
I mean, that's 50 meters. That's 50 meters, and it feels like they've run
And they've only
200.
they've only been running for a minute or two at this point. He's really gone out with intent here, hasn't he? And it's been really great to see someone who was at the very first PTO Tour race in Edmonton a couple of years ago now, and now he's at the front of this one, leading our T100 Tour race here in San Francisco.
Look at that gap.
Yeah, and for sure, these conditions we've been talking about, 12 degrees, everybody's out there in a puffer jacket. Carl loves that stuff. He thrives in these conditions, so they definitely suit him a lot more than the heat. But even Martin Van Riel, no, that's Martin Van Riel's not even the picture yet. He's at the very top of the screen. He is let go of this bunch, and you know that's. In cycling, it's a lot easier to make up 10 seconds than in running. In running, 10 seconds is a hard gap to make up, as Kyle is just putting daylight between himself and the group.
Yeah, so we see behind him it's Rico Bogan, then Mika Newt, then Sam Long. We then had Matthias Margier followed by Rudy von Berg, and then you could see Martin Van Riel and Magnus Ditlev in the distance. This gap is crazy. Like you said, Jan, these conditions suit him. A New Zealand boy, this is probably actually quite hot for a New Zealander.
And that's the beauty of racing, you know, when the gun goes, all bets are off and all the predictions are out the window. I'm just, yeah, excited to see how this unfolds over the next 4 laps.
And so many stories here. Like we've got Martin Van Riel. Everyone sees him as someone who can potentially be the best runner in the field, coming from his short course background and how well he's been running over 10K. We've got Mika Newt, who's been at the front of every T100 race he's done and ultimately blown up late in the run. Can he hold on today? Rico Bogan, the 70.3 world champion who shocked the world. But a lot of people have sort of talked about the field being weak and maybe it being a one-off performance. So he's got plenty to prove to everyone, let alone himself. And can Magnus Ditlev run up to Kyle Smith? Will he build into this run? Where's he at following his broken wrist where he had to miss some training? And then Sam Long, who we look at as the best runner in the sport, but has a 30-second penalty. And we've got 18K to find out the finish to all these stories today.
To me, that's the beauty about T100. I feel like triathlon before was a lot more like boxing. You'd have that many categories and different belts where people would fight, and you would never know who's the best boxer in the world, right? Whereas the T100 comes in, and whether you're a fan of martial arts or not, the UFC is something that's done and brought all the best fighters together. And, you know, they all sort of go at each other every single weekend. And this is the thing, and the T100, where finally we've seen the very best of the very best go against each other. And Kyle Smith is
taking it to
looking
everyone
to put etch his name on one of these trophies.
I mean, this aerial shot again just shows that he is extending that lead pretty much stride by stride, that he's not slowing down. He's not just gone out hard for the first couple of minutes and then eased off. He's got 17 seconds already. That is an incredible lead to have at this early point in the run.
It's mind-blowing.
The pace is being shown as 2:48 per kilometer. It's quick. I mean, that's Olympic distance kind of quick. As we see him going out on this run course. I think for spectators, it's probably important to see, you know, this is one of the most frequented national kind of grounds all around San Francisco and one of the biggest cities. So it's not entirely closed off to these athletes. But the fact that we're able to race on these kind of roads and streets at all is showing a testament to how the sport's growing.
Rachel, she's joined by Martin Van Riel's good friend and manager.
Yeah, exactly that, Jack. We've got Bram here just to give us an insight into Martin. It's his first ever T100. We don't know that much about him here. Tell us a little bit about Martin. What is he like to work with, and as a friend as well?
He likes to race the big names of the sports, so he was really looking forward to being here. Last year he was looking forward because of injury he had to step out. So yeah, he was looking forward, and now it's a difficult balance between the Olympics and coming here. But I think for him this motivated him hugely. So yeah, he's looking forward to a big running event.
He seems like he's the kind of guy that talks the talk a lot. Where does that confidence come from? Obviously, we know he's undefeated in 70.3 distance, but yeah, tell us a little bit about where that confidence comes from.
But I don't know if it's confidence. It's a certain authenticity, honesty. He's very humble actually. Like, he's not an arrogant guy. Like, I want to win. He's ambitious, and he wants to win. He always wants to win, even if he feels like sometimes his injuries have a little bit slowed him down. Yeah, he's just here to see how far he can come. And if he doesn't win, at least he has tried.
As a friend as well, what is he like? Is he different when he's away from triathlon than he is when he's actually in a race and you're kind of around him coaching him?
No, he's always the guy. Everybody, as you see him in interviews, in the videos, that's who Martin is. He's relaxed. He loves joking around, but still he's never too stressed. Even this morning he was okay. He's confident that he has what it takes, and he has done everything for it, and we'll see how it turns out.
Well, he said he'd never been pushed before in a race, and he looks like he's getting pushed right now. So let's see what he can do as he's just exited T2. Thank you, Bram.
You're welcome.
So we can see that Martin has in fact moved up to second position here. It looked like he worked into the run a little bit for the first 400, 500 metres out of T2, and he is the one who's sort of trying to make the move to push across to Kyle. Jan, like you said, 2:48 per K for the first almost kilometre, 1.5 K for Kyle Smith. I think maybe Martin Van Riel just a little bit more conservative for the first K out of T2 than Kyle Smith, but does look to be slightly closing that gap to him now.
He looked smooth. Like, I mean, Martin looked very smooth. He looked like he just found a good rhythm. We're not quite sure. Oh, Alistair Brownlee, he's throwing, well, I wouldn't say he's throwing his bike, but he probably dropped it. He's not looking like in a world of happiness as he makes his way towards the run. But I think the train has left the station in terms of Alistair making it to this front bunch. Kyle looking very controlled at the moment. We'll see what happens if Martin can close that gap. I honestly think he will. And then we've got a race on our hands.
Yeah, I think a lot of chat has been about Martin Van Riel and about how excited we are to see him race over this distance. He's done some middle distance racing that he's done very, very well at, but by his own admission, he hasn't really raced many of these top athletes, not head-to-head in a situation like this. But he is also a really big-time performer. He's got real sort of history of great results, top 5 results at the Olympic Games, no less. So he's a really, really classy athlete, and he will love this way of racing where there is a pack. There are a lot of people here to race against. We're not spread out in the way that we often see with minutes. Oh, and Kyle Smith has missed the littering station, so he's just gone back to get that.
So let's clarify that rule. That must go inside the bin. It's not allowed to go on the ground, or it is littering.
Yeah, there is a littering zone, and then there is also the bin, and the only thing that is allowed to go on the ground is drinks. But I'm not sure if that was quite within littering zone, which is why I think Kyle turned around to try and put it in the bin himself to avoid a penalty.
So it's wrappers that have to go straight into the bin. The cups don't. They can be picked up. Yeah, that's what pressure does. You know the rules. They've been briefed. They've all been told all these things. And when you're in the pressure, you know, you see he's dropped more than one cup
there, yeah.
and he was getting worried and got a doubt in his mind about the second, which is still well before the last bin and well before the end, and he stops, and oh, that's really...
I think that billboard you can see beside the bin is probably where the littering zone ends, and so maybe he felt that he was just too close to that.
Well, you want to make sure you don't get disqualified, but I mean, you also want to make sure, you know, he's just basically given his lead away to Martin Van Riel, but let's see what the two can do together once they start running shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, these athletes will have raced each other a fair few times, but probably over short course racing with Kyle and Martin Van Riel both coming from that distance beforehand. But yeah, you get that overhead shot shows that Martin is now significantly closer than those 17 seconds that we saw at the first timing check that we had. Some of that, of course, due to the fact that Kyle did turn around there to go and retrieve his cup. But some of that, I think, is because at the moment Martin does seem to have a little bit more leg speed, perhaps, than Kyle at this point.
As does Rico Bogan. He seems like he's holding his pace really, really well. I mean, Carl is definitely very excitable on the first K. There's no doubt. He's got that speed and he's got that much power, which I can attest to after a few seasons of training with him, that it's a dangerous weapon to have. You can use it, but you know, you still pay for it energetically. You've only got all that energy in the tank once, and let's just see. I think he knows that Martin's going to come, and he's waiting a tactical game.
Well, that's it.
This is all about keeping your mind.
This pass is looking like it's going to happen at some point relatively soon, and that's where Kyle has a choice to make. Does he sort of expend a little bit more energy to try and go with Martin, or does he let him go?
So back to the women's race here. We've got Kat Matthews, who's sitting in second. She's 2 minutes and 45 seconds behind Taylor Knibb. Laura Phillip is in third. She's 3 minutes and 20 seconds back. I guess the big story of the day is the gaps from then on. Imogen Simmons is 4 minutes and 15 seconds back. Paula Finlay, 5 minutes and 15 seconds back. Emma Pallant-Brown, 5 minutes and 45 seconds back. India Lee's the better part of 6 minutes back. Ash Gentle, she's almost 7 minutes back, 50k into the bike course, so 30k to go, and she's almost 7 minutes behind Taylor Knibb.
I mean, Ashley's an incredible runner, but that is a big gap.
As we see the two front runners joining the lead, this will be interesting to see if Martin attacks him. If he's able to attack him, I honestly think the pace is probably a little bit too high to make a big surge and try and go at it by yourself. And yeah, I don't know. Personally, I wouldn't back myself in a sprint against Carl Smith. but I think both of these guys have got really good leg speed. And let's not forget, it's lap 1 of 4.
I think this is something that the long course world has been looking to see for a bit. Martin Van Riel's undefeated at middle distance, but the question mark has been, yeah, but the best in the world weren't racing him. It wasn't like he was in a field like this, and this field here at T100 California is, there's not many people missing. It's pretty much the best of the best. It's of the 20 athletes racing, it's basically the 20 best athletes in the world racing, and he's kind of proving himself to everyone that, hey, those races, it wouldn't have mattered who was there. I would have been at the front of them, as he comes up on the shoulder of Kyle Smith here and looks to be the smoothest runner in the field right now.
And amazingly, we've just received note that the last athletes on the bike in the men's field are just getting in. Jason West having some technical difficulties again on his bike. He was the only one who actually chose to ride a road bike other than a time trial bike, but we'll hear about more.
So the leader of today's race, Kyle Smith, in a battle with Martin Van Riel. Rachel's joined by his partner, Kira.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Yeah, I am. Kira's been rushing around everywhere, filming it. It's quite a task to track her down and get her here. Kira, this is looking great. Obviously, we know what he's done recently, a 1:06 there in San Marin a couple of weeks ago. He looks like he's having the run of his life at the moment, in a bit of a battle. Did you expect this?
Did I expect it? Well, I think if you've been watching triathlon a long time, you can never know what to expect, especially when you come to the T100. I mean, we can see them kind of just coming past us here. He's going to have a ding-dong battle with Martin Van Riel, so yeah, we'll see what will happen.
How much has he been working on his run at the moment? Because the boys in commentary are saying he thinks he's focused. They think he's focusing on this a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, Carl's always been a natural swim biker, really strong on the swim bike, but actually kind of early days in triathlon, he was more of a runner, and I think it's a difficult one to always be balancing the three sports, but he's really focused in on that run being his kind of weaker one. And yeah, we saw in San Marin that he can knock out a pretty quick run when he wants to, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
And you're always on the road with him as well. It looks like you guys have great fun. Do you? Like, tell us a little bit of an insight into your camp.
I mean, Kyle, for those who know him, he's such a chill guy. He's a Kiwi at heart, you know, very adventurous, very outdoorsy. And I think, you know, coming into this, he was quietly confident. But, you know, he's not one to kind of big that up, or he's a very mellow guy. So, yeah, we have a lot of fun, and it's amazing being in San Francisco. Yeah, we love it here.
Well, it looks like a lot of people are cheering. You're not, so I think you need to be. So I'll get you out there. Okay, Kira, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we can see that Sam Long has chosen to take his 30-second penalty here. Coming out of T2, he was in the lead with Kyle Smith and Martin Van Riel, and you could see that he had dropped back quite a bit, almost the better part of 30 seconds, and now he's out of the penalty box with that extra 30 seconds. So he's going to find himself about a minute, maybe a little bit more. So he's got a lot of work to do, but he has had the two fastest runs so far in both T100 races. So he gave the thumbs up to the crowd. You can see he's still excited and pumped and mentally in the race. Can he make up that minute deficit?
I mean, we certainly know he's capable of it. He's shown time and time again he can run down deficits much greater than that. So far on the run today, with just one of the 4 laps done, he doesn't seem to be quite at his absolute best on the run. We saw Magnus Ditlever caught him by the end of that lap just before he took his penalty there. So he's definitely got some work to do.
Back with the leader of the women's race, Taylor Knibb, and I don't know. I don't really have words for it. Like what I'm saying, she's 3 minutes back to second, 3 minutes up on second, 3 minutes 30 up on third. She's 4 minutes 30 on fourth in Imogen Simmons. And then from there, Paula Finlay's 5.5 minutes back. Emma Pallant-Brown 6 minutes back. India Lee, who won Miami, is 6 minutes back. Ash Gentle's almost 7 minutes back. She's still got 30k to ride. I am.
Well, she's almost in a different zip code at the moment, right? But
it's unbelievable.
I think this is where her mental fortitude will come into play, and the fact that she is very methodical and she's very clever in the way that she races. She needs to keep that focus now, because we know that this is a technical course. We know that it's been raining virtually the entire day, just little bits of drizzle here and there. She's going to have to do all the little things right and make sure she doesn't just drift off a little bit because she's got this lead. Those are the things that are going to be important now, because any little mishap and a crash or something like that could really derail her race.
I just cannot believe that with 30 kilometres to go, so 50k into the women's bike, it's an 80k bike course, she's 7 minutes up on Ashley Gentle. This Kat Matthews here in second, 3 minutes back. It's just, it's mind-boggling, but it's peak human performance, this. Like, what we are seeing with Taylor Knibb.
These are the best athletes in the world, right? You know, and Taylor Knibb is, as we've said a couple of times already today, she's the most versatile athlete pretty much out there at the moment. She can race everything from super sprint distances, which take, you know, between 15 and 20 minutes to race, everything up to full Ironman distance over a, 8-9 hour day. She can do the whole lot, and as we've seen today, she can do it really, really well.
And that is something about the T100 World Tour, this is the 20 best male and female triathletes in the world, middle distance triathletes. And in my opinion, middle distance triathletes, long course triathletes are some of the best endurance athletes on the planet. I don't know if that's too much to say. Like, swim, bike, run, these are the best of the best. We saw Taylor Knibb, she's a perfect example of that. She's at the very leading edge of peak human performance, as are Kyle Smith and Martin Van Riel, and it's a pleasure to sit back and watch humans doing unbelievable things like this.
Well, I think when you just have to look at the athletes we've got in the sport and how they come into the sport from different swimming, biking, cycling, and running backgrounds, they've come in, and we've had people who've been at Olympic level at all different sports, and then they've come together in triathlon. And I think that's what shows that to be the best at this kind of distance, this T100, that makes you the best endurance athlete on the planet.
And we certainly haven't seen a shoulder-to-shoulder battle. And Rico Bergen looks, at least from this camera perspective, like he still wants to throw his hat in the ring. And we haven't seen this kind of dynamic in the race, like especially this kind of later of a stage. It's building to be a great grand finale.
And that's the excitement that we like to see in triathlon, that sometimes we don't get. Sometimes the race is a bit of a foregone conclusion by the time we get this far through a race, but it absolutely isn't right now. With those two running side by side, Martin didn't try to pop round Kyle and try and break him. He's just sat right on his shoulder ever since he bridged up. And Rico Bogen has just held that gap almost exactly the same for the last lap, so he's not out of it yet either.
No, and I think, you know, just from an athlete's perspective, when you're running in this moment, there is so much trying to get your thoughts to check in with yourself, but also wondering, when is the move coming? Is there a move coming? Is he going to sprint? You know, and it's little nuances when you're there. You're trying to listen for your competitors' breathing. Another trick you like to do if you're running behind is just tapping the elbow of the guy running in front of you. It is one of the most annoying
Yes.
thing. But the front runner's got to keep his composure. You've got to keep cool. The thing Martin is doing really well here, I think the wind is not quite as strong as it has been predicted, but he's sitting in his slipstream and just getting himself drawn along by
a little advantage, right, over Kyle, and just tucking in just a little bit behind him.
It is tactically smart, but it depends on what kind of athlete you are. You know, personally, I always struggled running in second. I always really enjoyed just setting the pace and trying to be smart about it, and rather run side by side than just behind someone. But their leg speed hasn't slowed up one bit. Looks like both of them are finding a good rhythm, and we're just seeing these guys
Martin's
absolutely flying along here.
Got a little bit more sort of movement from his head there, but that's quite classic of how Martin tends to run, and it's definitely not at the point yet where I would say he's starting to show real signs of strain, but that is definitely something to look out for with Martin van Riel. When he does start to feel the pressure, you'll see that head nod and bob and just sort of rock around a little bit more. He becomes a bit more rigid in his shoulders as well, but at the moment he looks like he's pretty relaxed. And Kyle, his stride seems sort of pretty metronomic at the moment. We're not seeing too much movement outside of what he should be doing. Everything looks pretty smooth. So yeah, right now this is a good head-to-head battle.
Something kind of interesting is that the T100 Tour, it's for young athletes, old athletes, somewhere in the middle. Kyle Smith's 27, Martin van Riel's 32, and then Rico Bogen's 23. So we've sort of got a perfect 4-year gap between all of them. It just goes to show that you can be 23 and at the front of a race, or 32 and at the front of a race.
It's very difficult to read anything from the faces at the moment. Certainly, you know, how somebody handles a little turnaround like that. Are they still, you know, 100% switched on, looking for the very best line? If you look at Rico, he looks, you know, just in terms of efficiency, from what we can see, he's laboring more. He was looking at his run watch as well to try and find some splits as David McNamee gets lapped here. Remember, he came off with a big deficit on the bike already. As going the other way, we saw a group of 3 chasing with Mika Nuut, Magnus Ditlev, and
They just lapped David McNamee there, yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, but that scene when we just saw those athletes going in the opposite directions, we just saw Sam Long passing there as well. That's a big gap now that Sam Long's going to have to try and close down, and it seems like if anything, it's going the wrong way. Even when you take into account that penalty he took, it doesn't seem like he's currently running through the field.
Interesting enough here, what we see Kyle Smith taking on a gel, taking on some nutrition. This is something that, you know, he has raced more over the long distance. He's raced Ironmans, he's raced, you know, world championships at that kind of level. Nutrition is playing such a crucial role at the moment that may well be something Martin van Riel is not quite as familiar. As we see Mika Nuut, Magnus Ditlev, and Mathis Margirier, I think is the correct way to say it.
Very nice French accent.
Setting the pace together. A fair bit back, though. .30 seconds is the gap they have to Rico, and Rico, I would say, is probably a good 10 seconds back on the front. But, you know, Magnus is also used to this kind of pacing. We know he is somebody, his last lap could easily be his fastest lap. It's just the way he races, very smart, very conservative. Whereas Mika Nuut, we know his last lap has been his Achilles heel. I mean, we talk about it many, many times. He's just got such a high energetic turnover that he seems to have a real struggle even for 18K to uphold such a high output, as Rico Bogan is closing the gap on our two front runners.
Yeah,
no guts, no glory.
That's for sure. I mean, this angle is hard to tell because obviously with the front-on angle, it sometimes foreshortens the gap, but I'd say there's no question that he is gaining on the two leaders. So our duo up ahead is about to become a trio, and the battle for these podium spots is still alive.
We haven't talked about it today yet, but this run course, it does have some unique elements. We've got the dirt that they run through the national park here for long stretches. Very different to traditional triathlon run courses where they're usually on bike paths or on the main bitumen roads through town. It's just again, the T100 Tour. The thing that we love about it is every race is different and unique, and this is kind of what running is. Like, if you're a runner, if you've ran your whole life, this is what you love. You love running and running on dirt paths in the trails. This is what these guys would do in training almost every day. It's actually quite unusual to run on bike paths and roads like we do in races. You don't spend barely any of your time doing that in training. So although it's different, not unfamiliar to any of these guys.
So Rico's definitely closed that gap, and he keeps looking at his watch. So that makes me kind of suspect that, as we see Alistair Brownlee going the other way, that he's very much within his pacing element. Maybe he's just set himself a good rhythm for the first lap. And, you know, that's how he won his 70.3 world title as well, was actually on the run. He had a very, very strong performance there. And fireworks soon as we see Taylor Knibb. Let's see how much she's extended her lead by. Not as much as we've been seeing. So she's either dialing things down a little bit, but you have to say Kat Matthews is obviously having a really impressive race, you have to say, with those kind of conditions.
And that's Lucy Byram. Yeah, it seems like her day is done. Not the day for her here today in San Francisco, but she's put together some strong races so far in both the T100 series this year, but also some of the PTO Tour races last year too.
Tell me about that, Vicky, though. Honestly, everybody who finishes here is guaranteed a check, but you have to finish. She's on the run course already. What do you think would be something to make her pull out?
You know, there could be people harboring illness into this race. We know, for example, Aaron Royal was one of those athletes, and then you've got the fact that there could be a bit of a niggle sort of underlying that we don't know about. There could be something that's been stopping her being able to do the run training that she needs to do up until this point. And it may be that she says, you know, I've already got a score on the board. I can afford to pull out of this race if I'm just not going to have the day, and it's going to damage my body further. And maybe I come back into the series, into a few other, a bit later on in the series, and lay down some performances that can really rocket her up those rankings.
You could literally walk to the finish, though, and be paid $2,500.
So what you're saying is, Jan,
I can't
you would
get the
finish.
logic.
It's a great point.
Absolutely. I think finishing is part of triathlon.
Yeah.
And, you know, of course, there are always going to be instances if your Achilles tendon, you know, feels like it's that kind of bad pain where you think something's really about to tear, that could be something to deter you. But generally, athletes look disappointed, and they just look like, well, I'm not having my day. Yeah. Which is, you know, what used to be a usual reason for pulling out, but now you're guaranteed a check if you finish.
Yeah, I think you're right, and there's always an element of people trying to, they always say they try to respect the course, respect the other competitors, and try and make their way to the finish if they possibly can. And so when athletes aren't doing that, I guess you have to hope that there is a really valid reason for that.
As these three power ahead, we can now see the gap has grown to a minute that they've built their lead on. And no one really looks like they're slowing up. I mean, Rico Bogan, we know he's very expressive in his face and kind of showing that he's hurting, but he's closed the gap, contrary to that. And the two front runners, well, three by now.
We now have a trio.
Looking like they might make the podium up between them.
Martin Van Riel does look extremely calm and in control. You can kind of see that Kyle Smith's hurting a little bit. Of course he is, and like you said, Jan, Rico Bogan always looks like he's hurting on a world-class stage. But Martin Van Riel did look super composed, and composure and yeah, you can see it here. Look at this pain face for Kyle Smith, pain face for Rico Bogan, but composure for Martin Van Riel. And you can see about a minute back that if you look sort of through them. There you go, over their back shoulder there. You can see Magnus Ditlev, Mika Nut and Matthias Margier. So they're about a minute back, and they'll see each other here on this turnaround and eye each other and get a look at how each other are looking and what's the gap, and sort of evaluate where they're at in the race and can they get to the front.
I disagree. You got a skewed perspective there, because Carl Smith is the guy who's not wearing glasses. And to me, it looks more like he's squinting than it looks like he's hurting. I mean, of course, I know him well, right?
Yep.
But Martin Van Riel bobbing the head, you can't see his eyes. And that's obviously something that athletes very much do. They try and hide their eyes for that exact reason, that you can't, you know, it feels like it's a little bit of a gate to the soul where you can look in. So I wouldn't say it's a foregone conclusion. Carl looks very much in control to me.
Do you think that Kyle looks better than Martin Van Riel right now?
He looks better than he has in any other run at the T100, and that's kind of where I'm going against. I mean, I haven't honestly ever watched Martin Van Riel over this kind of distance racing, but to me, it's hard to make out between the two of them who looks like, I mean, Magnus Ditlev right here, he looks like he's in a heat battle. I mean, the guy, he's got his jersey ripped open. He's been training at altitude in the very cold conditions around Boulder, riding through the snow, the footage we saw. But yeah, he's just trying to dissipate as much heat as he can as he leads the trio of Mika Nut and Matthias Margier.
You know, I did think when we saw Magnus Ditlev's face there that he is always known again as someone who doesn't show too much expression on his face when he races. He looks cool, calm, collected all the time. I thought there was a little bit of distress showing on his face as he came into that turnaround. So perhaps not quite feeling his absolute best here today.
Hats off, though. From breaking your wrists
to be back racing already
in weeks,
incredible.
In good shape, and you just see it in his demeanor as well. You see him off the run course. He's happy. He looks like he's in a great space, and he's really grown into his role of being a favorite, and he seems to thrive in it.
And that's it. There's sometimes athletes can be a bit afraid to take the start line when they know they're maybe not at their absolute best, but it is really impressive to put yourself back in here against the very best athletes in the world when you know that you're maybe just a couple of % off, and that will make a difference on a day like today when you are racing so many of the classy athletes. And to show that kind of commitment to it and not have the fear of, well, I'm maybe not going to lay down my best ever race, that's a really impressive thing to be able to do.
So we know that Kyle Smith is probably, oh, not probably, definitely in the run shape of his life. He ran 1:09 over the half marathon in his last race to break the run course record at the Challenge Championships. And since Martin Van Riel came up to him, he's sort of refused to let the lead go. He wants to be the one at the front, taking charge of the race, very similar to what the best triathletes we've ever seen always tend to do. In, you know, Jan Frodeno did it, Alistair Brownlee did it. When people would come up to them, they didn't really want to sit on the back shoulder. They wanted to be the ones at the front of the race, being assertive, being aggressive, dictating the tempo, and Kyle Smith is the one doing that right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a personal preference of where you like to sit and how you like to do, but it also shows that you don't do that kind of thing if you're on the limit. If you're on the very verge of snapping, you know, you kind of make sure you back off a little bit. But it'll be interesting to see if somebody tries to make a decisive move, or whether the pace is just high enough that we're going to see kind of gaps just slowly starting to form because somebody is dropping off rather than an attack being made. As we see the chase group right here, Magnus is still leading the group. Again, showing he wants to get to the front. He wants to get to the podium. You know, he is one of the only guys who's won multiple major races in the last year. We've had such an insurgence of talent, also brought on by the T100, I'm pretty sure, that we've just haven't seen any repeat wins. But this front trio just looking unchanged, looking unfazed.
Yeah, they're now well over halfway through this run course now. They're on to lap 3, and they've extended their lead just a little bit over the 3 behind. It's now out to 1 minute and 5 seconds to that trio of Mika Nut, Magnus Ditlev and Matthias Margier.
Rachel's joining us again, and she's joined by a close friend of Mika Nut.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, I've got Daniel here, one of Mika Nut's close friends. Usually, we see his mum come with him. He's only 23, usually brings his mum around. He's brought you this weekend. Why?
Yeah, I know it's hard to replace his mom, but this time I'm trying my best to be maybe equally as supportive as she is.
What's the role then that mum usually does that you're stepping in to do?
Yeah, everything, like mental support, and she always remembers what Mika might forget and whatnot, and also the time differences during the race. Yeah. It's a tough job, I think.
How does that change the dynamic though between friend and now acting maybe as his kind of coach and mentor this weekend as well?
Yeah, I think his mom, of course, knows him longer than I do. But I still think since I'm also an active triathlete and we are almost the same age, that yeah, it also has good sides, I think. Yeah.
He seems like a very quiet individual. Is he like that when you get to know him?
I think, yeah, he always thinks before he says something, but that's also one of his biggest strengths. And also, yeah, during the race, he always has a plan B or even a plan C, and so yeah, that's how he is.
We saw what happened to him in Singapore as well, so close to the podium, couldn't quite make it in the end, ended up finishing 6th. The final 2K, he said his quads just didn't give him enough there. Has he been working on that, and how do you think he's getting on so far in the run?
Yes, he has really been working on that. He had some solid running weeks after that, and yeah, I don't think it will happen today. The weather is a little bit cooler today, or maybe more than a little bit, yeah. So it's cooler, and he's looking really good. He's racing smart, he's hiding in the wind, so I think the podium is still up for grab for him.
What's the job for you now then? What have you got to do for the last bit of this run?
I'm still telling him how he's doing, telling him some splits, and yeah, then also just mental support and put it all out there.
Daniel, thank you very much. Enjoy your first T100 as well, and go back out there and support Mika. Thank you.
Bye.
All right then, let's find Plan B, Aussie, to bridge the gap to these three who are still putting time into everybody else at the back. I think, you know, there's a degree of hiding and being smart. But yeah, we have the three of them in front of what is the world's most famous bridge, half hidden in the fog. What pictures these are.
One of the locals this morning was telling me that they call the fog here Carl.
Rico Bogan just made a move to the front.
Oh, here we go.
He's putting a surge there.
And Kyle is straight.
That was a strong surge.
Martin's the one who seems to be struggling to respond at this moment, doesn't he? And I was actually just about to say that none of them had shown their cards. They were all keeping their cards pretty close to their chest, but Rico Bogan did put a little surge into that U-turn.
You said it earlier, Jan, that Rico looked down at his watch almost like he was just running a pace that he felt comfortable within himself. And this shows that I think you were right. For him to be the one to be assertive and put in a really strong surge that Martin Van Riel is yet to get back on as a result of.
Well, we can see the heart rate data on the side of the screen, and now on our data there it says that Rico is by far the most comfortable in terms of how he's running. So he's running at 85% of his maximum heart rate for running, whereas both Kyle and Martin Van Riel are running well into the 90% of their maximum heart rate. So that shows that Rico's got a little bit more wiggle room.
So if I may analyze this from my point of view, we talked about the ages beforehand, and this is a clear sign of experience to me. The youngest guy attacks. He makes a significant move just before the turnaround. And all that momentum, you just got to slow right down again, and everybody's just going to run to the back of you. Then you see Carl Smith didn't leave an inch. He was straight onto the back. He has that explosiveness. He covered the move. Martin Van Riel gave himself 100 meters, 200 meters. He closed that gap gradually. He's not letting his heart rate spike as much. I think he played the much more confident game and actually is saving himself for what he knows is going to be tough. Anyway, here he is, Kyle, excited, back up the front. He's just taken that move, and oh, Rico's got his pain face going. But I'm glad Kyle didn't turn around to pick up anyone's trash, including his own, and we're back to regular programming up the front. It is good to see, isn't it? 3 of them leading the front of the race, shoulder to shoulder. The anxiety is building, heading for the last lap. I'm loving this.
Yeah,
this is great.
Then now, on their way back on lap 3, so this out and back course, so they are deep into this 18-kilometer run now, and Rico Bogan has tried to show his cards, Kyle Smith has tried to show his cards, and it's still neck and neck.
So we've got eyes on Taylor Knibb here. 1 lap to go, so Taylor Knibb's about 65 kilometres, maybe a little bit more than that now, maybe more like 68 kilometres into the women's race, so about 12 kilometres to go. She's got a 4-minute lead to second in Kat Matthews, a 4-minute lead to Kat Matthews in second. Laura Phillip, again, almost another minute back, 4 minutes 45, 4 minutes 50 seconds. Imogen Simmons, another minute again in fourth, 5 minutes 45 back. And then if you go back even further to the battle we've all been talking about with Ash Gentle, 8 minutes. 8 minutes Ash Gentle is behind Taylor Knibb with 1 lap to go. Her coach told us 5-6 minutes, that's probably the maximum distance Ash can run into Taylor Knibb. Well, with a lap to go, she's 8 minutes back. We've also got a strong runner in Emma Pallant-Brown, about 7 minutes and 30 seconds back. She's joined by Paula Finlay and India Lee as we take a look at Kat Matthews here in second. She's the closest to Taylor Knibb, 4 minutes back.
Not taking anything away from Taylor Knibb, but Kat Matthews is simply, I think she's really impressively gone to do the best of her race. You've got to remember, she was preparing for an Ironman, for a full distance race just last week. So she's got no speed work done. She has had no time to really specifically prepare this race. And she's doing the very, very best in these conditions. Granted, of the rest, best of the rest, but let's not forget, Kat Matthews has also got some really impressive leg speed, and you know, it ain't over till it is.
She's just one of the best in the world, Jan, right? Like, Kat Matthews is one of the most complete long-distance triathletes in the world. We saw that she won Ironman Texas. She's now here competing at the front of the race, sitting in second in a T100 race on a brutally hard course.
And she expects the world of herself. She's not going to be content, even with sitting just off the front, as we see this trio. Jack, you follow racing far more than I do. When last have we seen 3 guys going off the front together?
A battle like
in a
this,
world-class field.
at a race this deep, we haven't seen this in a long time. We obviously saw Christian Blumenfeld and Ben Canute at 70.3 Worlds with some famous battles with yourself and Sebastian Kienle. 3 at the front this deep into a race that means this much. No, it's been a while.
And all 3 looking good. I mean, I'm happy for Rico. I've been, you know, chatting to him a little bit, and for him to come out, he was always aggressive at every race he's gone to. He's left nothing out there, and everybody sort of, you know, smiled down a little bit. Oh, young kid, you'll learn. But he's taking it to these guys.
Yeah, there's a bit of that with youth, I think, sometimes, isn't there? That no fear attitude of, you know, I can take on anyone in the world, give it to me, and he's showing that today, and it's fantastic to see.
Taylor Knibb still powering up the climb. She is 70k into the bike. She's the only one who's 70k into the bike. Everyone else is
no one else on our timing screen
behind.
Yet. Yes.
And as we can see her in the graphic, she's moved up 4 spaces since the swim. But you know, that was since kilometer 5 on the bike, and yeah, consistently building that gap.
So far, that was today probably the only surprise in this women's race, was that she did not lead out of the water, and she did have a little bit to make up out of that swim. We weren't expecting to see Imogen Simmons do what she did, but since that point, it's been all about Taylor Knibb.
Back to the front of the men's field. Oh, this is great.
This is where we have to become amateur psychologists and try and work out what's going through each of their minds, and when or if one of them might make another move. We saw that little move from Rico Bogan, as you mentioned, Jan, possibly timed slightly wrong as he went into that U-turn. Probably could have timed it a bit better if he'd gone straight out of the U-turn rather than into it. But there's going to have to be more moves before we get to that finish line, and it's going to be who's going to go first.
Well, he's still taken the lead, you know, even after that, after his move, so he didn't go and exert himself overly. And we are heading for the very last lap. 3 guys at the front, and I couldn't tell you who looks good right now. Whoa!
No, after you. Very polite.
A bunch of gentlemen, but that again shows you everybody seems to be feeling fairly confident. They're now running side by side, which means the pace has dropped off. And this is a game of patience as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be tricky.
They will know now as they see the athletes coming in the opposite direction. Of course, the first athlete coming towards us is David McNamee, so he's been lapped, so he's not a feature in the front end of this race. But as they cross over paths with that trio of Mika Nut, Magnus Ditlev and Mathis Magirier, they'll know that realistically, it's down to them now. They're not going to get caught on this last lap unless they have a pretty huge explosion or someone from behind puts in an absolutely phenomenal last lap. So at this point, they know it's coming down to those 3, and one of them is going to have to make a move.
As we see the heart rate percentages right there, you know, Martin Van Riel and Carl Smith, they're in the front bunch at least. They're the only ones who've gone sort of 90% and above, which is when you see the color change. Rico Bogan's been sitting fairly consistently at 85% of his max heart rate. Let's remember, it's in an endurance event, it's very, very hard to go 100% of your max event, especially heart rate, sorry, especially this deep into a run. You know, it's an endurance event.
Well, if you do end up at, you know, close to 100%, you've probably not got very long left in the race, because you won't be able to sustain that level of effort. You'll be absolutely flooded with lactic acid, and that's what these athletes are sort of trying to avoid, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's also very hard. The max heart rate these athletes have given is for a short effort. That's for a 30-second, 60-second kind of effort. And you can get your heart rate higher than you can in a sustained effort. But we see, you know, only a handful of athletes going into the golden, which normally would be called the red zone. But it's all relative. I mean, it's all relative. Especially cooler temperatures mean your heart rate's going to stay a little bit lower. You know, I don't think a percentage point or 2 is going to be indicative of where the athletes are going to end up. But it's back to being strung out, and Rico Bogan taking the front as everybody takes on a little bit of nutrition. Not long to go now. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's also very hard. The max heart rate these athletes have given is for a short effort. That's for a 30-second, 60-second kind of effort. And you can get your heart rate higher than you can in a sustained effort. But we see, you know, only a handful of athletes going into the golden, which normally would be called the red zone. But it's all relative. I mean, it's all relative. Especially cooler temperatures mean your heart rate's going to stay a little bit lower. You know, I don't think... That's the first slow-mo I've enjoyed.
That was a great slow-mo.
That was a great slow-mo, and that showed you again the lack of experience. Rico Bogan, he would have covered an extra 5 meters going that wide, unless he was trying to wave the guys through, saying, hey, you take the lead, I'm going to sit in here. Carl Smith was almost wondering, what are you doing? Like,
mate?
reading his face. That could be a sign of fatigue, because when you're tired, you just can sometimes miss the apex of a turn. But yeah, definitely interesting tactics as Martin Van Riel's just sort of trying to do his own thing, really.
So, Jan, we're 14.5 kilometers into the run. We've got 3.5 kilometers to go. Walk me through the dynamics right now. Are they thinking about the sprint finish? Is there moves to come? Is everyone sitting and waiting for someone else to make a move?
The confidence Martin is displaying here by just sitting on the back, to me, is the smartest move. If you're sitting at the front, you know, you're always trying to hear, is somebody's cadence improving, because that's how you can tell that the speed is improving, right? But it's kind of, it's not a visual cue. Sitting in the front, trying to keep the pace up. You know, you did mention earlier, that second group, they're not going to catch them. No. Like at this stage, we've got 10 minutes of racing to go. It will be a spectacular blow up for someone, you know, to start losing 20 seconds a kilometer, which is what would be needed. So, you know, this is the exciting bit. Who can keep their nerves together
who is looking for a sprint, who fancies their leg speed on that finishing straight. There is a bit of a technical section where they do a couple of turns, and then it's going to be a long finishing straight. Or is somebody going to try and break this up early? Maybe because they just don't fancy their chances in a sprint quite as much.
I don't know. I think all three of them could actually do okay in a sprint. You've got the youth of Rico Bogan,
absolutely,
and you've got the short course background of both Martin van Riel and Kyle Smith. And I, for one, I want to see a sprint finish. I don't think we've ever had.
No, not at this level.
At this level of racing, in the T100, a three-way sprint finish for the win.
No.
I mean, that's what the fans want to see right now, I think, and I'm holding on for it.
I know this is speculative, but who do we all think is the fastest over the final 100 if it does come down to it?
Carl Smith.
I'm throwing my pen in the air. Jan's straight in there with a prediction.
Give me one, Vicky.
No, I'm in there with a wish, not a prediction.
Oh, okay, a wish. I'm putting my money still on Martin.
Well, I've got Rico then, I guess.
There we go, right.
There we go. Spread it out. No, this is going to be fantastic to see. Also to see if they all keep it together. If I'm very honest, I'm not sure Rico has got the patience to wait. Just how he placed his attack, he did want to go early on. His demeanor and his facial expression hasn't really changed. I think he's still sitting in his zone. And Carl setting the pace as though they're going for a hard tempo run all together and trying to get the most out of each other.
It seems like it's happened quickly, but we're 15 kilometres into the run, 3 kilometres to go.
It has gone quick.
Kyle Smith, Rico Bogan, Martin van Riel. Martin van Riel, he's never been beaten before at this distance, keep in mind. He's undefeated over middle distance. Rico Bogan, the reigning 70.3 world champion. And Kyle Smith, he's led T100 races before. He's never won one.
He's never led a T100 race, though, this late into it.
Yeah, this deep into the run, yeah.
He's led it at kilometre 1 or 2. But again, step by step, he's been working his way up the ladder. As we see Taylor Knibb
still
just doing her thing.
Taylor Knibb things.
So she's just powering up the climb.
Her gap to Ashley Gentle is almost 10 minutes now.
It's insane.
10 minutes, and even to Kat Matthews, it's still at 4 minutes. She's 5 minutes 30 ahead of Laura Phillip. 6 minutes to Imogen Simmons. Almost 8 minutes to Paula Finlay in 5th. Emma Ballant-Brown is over 8 minutes in 6th. Indy Lee, the Miami champions, 8 minutes and 15 seconds back in 7th. Laura Madston's 8 minutes 15 back as well in 8th. This women's race is completely different to the men's race, but equally amazing in its own way.
Yeah, as the ladies are heading towards T2, it's fairly safe to assume these ladies will get their first points on the board as we head for the last turnaround of our 3 front runners.
This is where Rico Bogan made his move last lap. Will he have another crack here, or did he learn from it?
And see by the body position of Carl Smith, he's just starting to lean forward a little bit. It feels like the pace is getting picked up again. Gradually, though, it's not an attack. It's just kind of trying
Winding it
to
up a little bit.
grind the guys out.
This is where you'll see who really is starting to struggle if he is just picking up the pace a little bit.
So we saw that was the first time that Carl actually took that turnaround quite as wide. All of them picked the same line there. There were definitely no inches given. It was a much more effective kind of turnaround, as we must be getting into, within 2 kilometres.
So this point here is about 2.6, 2.5 kilometres to go. It's the stretch back in. That final U-turn they just went around, that's the furthest point at the course. And this is, where they are right now is about 2.5 kilometres to go in a basic straight line to the finish line.
Worth reiterating again that this is not a closed path, so this path is completely open to the public. We just saw the athletes having to sort of maneuver around a runner coming in the opposite direction who is just sort of on the side of the path there. So this path cannot be closed, is never closed for races. They hold half marathons here. Escape from Alcatraz, of course, has been going on for 40 odd years without this path ever being closed. So it's just a courtesy that we hope people do kind of keep out the way of the races. And so far, we've had a pretty good run with that. We've not had any issues.
Well, you'd have to be a special kind of character to insist on your Saturday morning line. You know, where you always, I always run when you see the fastest guys on the planet coming around you. We've got some shots of Sam Long still trying to chase, but I think his dream of the top step is not happening today.
And it must be so infuriating for someone who has such amazing bike run legs routinely in pretty much every race we ever see him in, and it's always the swim he struggles with. And he's got that bit nailed today, but he just hasn't had the legs to deliver at the final part. And it's that puzzle of triathlon, just piecing all the bits of the jigsaw together, just hasn't quite been able to do it.
Speaks to the course, I think, and the conditions. Sam Long is the best bike runner in the world. If it's hot, humid, brutal conditions, maybe the bike course is a bit flatter. But here we have really cold conditions, the bike course very punchy and hilly. And I just don't think that quite suits Sam Long the way it does suit these three men out in front him, Kyle Smith, Rico Bogan and Martin Van Riel.
And again, that's exactly what we want in this series. We do want to have these different courses that favour different athletes, that show different athletes' strengths, and that is where the winner of the World Series at the end of this T100 series, who become the world champion, they have to be good across multiple different courses, different environments and conditions on different days.
So interestingly, as they went through the aid station there, both Kyle and Rico took on what would surely be the last drink before we come to this inevitable sprint that seems to be happening. Touch wood. Martin chose to stay within his own. He did not take on anything, and he is looking very, very good. For this nail-biter of a finish we're about to have.
So here's one for you. If we're going for a sprint finish, are they waiting until they've taken that final corner onto the carpet, which is only not even 100 meters, or is someone going to go a little bit before that, do you think?
Well, the question always in that kind of technical left-right is the finishing line short enough, you know, that your little gap that an attack beforehand is going to cost. It does allow you to be the first to accelerate out of the corner. So I think there is going to be some shoulder barging going on into that last turn. They're not going to be quite as courteous as they were at the turn.
Yeah, no one's going to be after you at this point, yes.
No, absolutely. As they go shoulder to shoulder, it's no longer side by side. They're definitely getting ready for it. And it's not a tactical run into the sprint, which you oftentimes have as well, where athletes actually slow down.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that they've slowed down at all at this point. It doesn't appear that they've started to get super cagey about it. And yeah, they're still keeping the pace on, but knowing, as they will do, I mean, we're talking about the inevitable sprint finish. They'll be thinking about that as well. They'll know that in just a couple of kilometers time, less than now, they're going to be faced with absolute sprint for the glory.
You said something earlier, Jan. You said you don't want to see the front of the race until basically the step before the finish line. And Martin Van Riel, he hasn't seen the front of this run basically since the start. He ran up to Kyle Smith. He was sort of in front of him for about 5 meters, and then Kyle retook the lead, and then he sat at the back the whole way. He might be thinking exactly what you're thinking.
No, and these guys, they're slowly dialing up the tempo. Martin Van Riel, interestingly enough, 2 times made the same error because he comes out wide. They're all running in a single line, and he's had to yield to an oncoming runner and just lose a couple of meters. And, you know, it's just, I mean, the pace is picking up. We're getting close to the finish. And right now, the adrenaline is building also in these athletes' minds. They're going through the various scenarios as we're coming in. Telenev is not having those exact same worries, but you know, I'm building adrenaline here as they're coming.
Yeah, Telenev's not going to have too much company in transition, is she? She's going to be long gone before we see the next athletes, but this is where the action's happening right now. These lads are just coming off that gravel path for the very last time. They're going to hit the road, and then they're surely within about a kilometre of the finish line now. Still strung out, 1, 2, 3.
I don't think I've ever seen this. I don't think I've ever, I mean, last time in a major race was Beijing 2008. There were 4 of us going on the finishing
won that, by the way?
Yeah, sorry. Who won it? Can you just remind me? But right now, I mean, I'm getting nervous sitting here as the pace is picking up. Rico, and you can see already here, now they're picking up the pace and they're fighting for the apex line on the inside. No, they just want to make sure they've got the shortest line.
I think they're picking it.
Rico's going early. This is way out. I mean, this is going to be a long way to the finish still.
There's still about a K to go. Rico Bogan's made his move. You saw Kyle Smith come up the inside. Rico Bogan didn't let him have it. He put in an extra move.
And right now, Martin's not giving him an inch.
Not an
Nothing.
inch.
He's not playing it tactical. Now he knows this is the deciding moment. And it's all for gold and glory.
Kyle Smith came back up. He's overtaken Rico Bogan. Rico Bogan looks like he's hurting. He looks like that effort really hurt him and took it out of him.
Is that his youth showing again there, as you said earlier, Jan, with that potential tactical error of going into the U-turn for the attack rather than out of the U-turn? He went really early then, and maybe he spent a few too many pennies.
We're within inside the final kilometre. Martin Van Riel sitting tight behind Rico Bogan. He has not left third spot for about the last 15 kilometres.
Oh, is he going again? Here he goes again.
Another move.
T100 providing the goods. This is absolutely epic, literally.
He's ragged, his arms are moving all over the place. It doesn't look smooth. His face is showing the exertion, the pain, but he's still
Kyle Smith's gone. Kyle Smith's gone. Rico Bogan, can he hold on? He's made his third big effort to try and break the group, but it looks like he's the one who's being broken as they get to the blue carpet.
Oh, my goodness.
This is the final corner coming up right now, and Kyle Smith's going to lead into it, but Van Riel is right on his heels.
Kyle Smith's gone.
Kyle Smith is putting down the hammer. Oh my goodness, this is the best finish we have seen.
Rico Bogan's pushing up to Martin Van Riel. Can Martin Van Riel overtake him?
Martin's coming.
Oh my God.
And for the first time in 15 kilometres, Martin Van Riel's seen the front of the race. The finish line is inside.
They're side by side.
Kyle Smith, Martin Van Riel. Martin Van Riel's in front. Martin Van Riel, Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith.
Oh my goodness. We are going to need an extra camera angle. I think Martin Van Riel.
I think it was Martin Van Riel.
Oh, wow.
That's the effort. That is the effort of T100. And we are sat here, or stood here, unsure of who has won a T100 race. For the first time ever, we could not have had a better finish to that race. I don't think a single one of us heart rate is below about 150 beats. That was extraordinary racing from three classy athletes.
That's the best race I've ever seen. That's the best race I have ever seen.
It looked like Martin Van Riel slightly got the touch to Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan in third. We know Rico Bogan finished third.
Yep, yeah,
on our timing splits, it's come up as Martin Van Riel, but that is unofficial at this moment. So on our timing splits, we've got Van Riel with a lead of 0.2 of a second from Kyle Smith, but we'll wait for that to be official and that to be confirmed. What a finish.
I have literal goosebumps.
Magnus Ditlev coming on the line. It looks like these three guys have just kept their positions, but I think the strength may have just left Kyle at the very last second.
He took the lead with about 30 metres to go. He got back in front of Martin, and it looked like Martin just got him again right before the line.
But this is exactly what we're talking about, that, you know, it's a long finishing straight.
It's very long.
And they went early, and all of them went together. I mean, the pace was on. Saw Mika Noot being pumped with his finish, unlike the one in Singapore.
Yeah.
He was not that happy with himself
I think
there.
we should also mention Magnus again. We said about it earlier. He's not in his best shape. He's had that broken wrist just a couple of months ago, and he's back and he finished fourth here today. That's a really admirable performance.
On a course that's arguably not the one that suits him the most. Sam Long coming in strong again. He's happy, despite probably not being quite the position he wanted to be in, but he's had a tough day and made the most of it. Oh,
here we go. Who's going to break the tape? There you go. That's Martin's arm, Martin's chest right there as Kyle just comes in.
That was...
There you go.
Wow.
That's the
See it from there. Who would have thought the T100 is going to have to start introducing side cameras at the finish line? I mean, this is stuff you see at 100-meter sprints that have won in less margins than this.
Well, that was just a breathtaking finish to that race, and I just don't think we could have asked for more from these men. They are the best in the world, and they're giving us the best entertainment right now too.
Everyone was asking, can Martin Van Riel win a middle distance race against the best athletes in the world, or has he just handpicked his races and only won because they've been fast courses, not really the world-class field? He just proved to everyone today, once he makes this transition full-time, he is going to be the best, one of the best middle distance athletes in the world. And the T100 Tour is on notice now. Martin Van Riel might be the man to beat.
The amazing thing to me is also that you have a lot of athletes you know, they react differently once they're put under pressure. It's one thing to walk through a race and win it with 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, but when it's to the wire, to show that mental tenacity, that's just amazing. As we see Taylor Knibb in a league of her own right now. Let's be honest, she's way out.
Is anyone else on the run yet?
Yeah, just Kat Matthews.
There we go, Laura Philipp, third onto the run then. She's a minute behind Kat Matthews, roughly.
So Kat Matthews about 5 minutes down, Laura Philipp about 6 minutes and 15 seconds down. We've got Imogen Simmons a further 15 seconds or 20 seconds at about 6:40 behind in fourth.
Oh my God, I'm still buzzing.
I know.
That finish was too much for me. I need some sugar. I've gone.
We need to regroup. We've got another race on, guys.
We do.
People wouldn't have seen it, but me, Vicky and Jan, we're sitting here at the commentary booth. We've been sitting on seats the whole time, and then I looked around at the finish, and we were all standing up on our seats with our arms up in the air. It was.
Let's be honest. T100 has just provided us with probably one of the greatest finishes in any.
At this level?
At this level, at this distance, for sure. But point blank, that was one of the greatest races I've seen.
Jan, you called me out on it. I like to say that everything's the greatest I've ever seen. I've stopped recently because I was saying it too much. I just love triathlon so much, but that might be the greatest finish I've ever seen. And we're joined with Alex. He's got our winner, T100 California champion, Martin Van Riel, the greatest finish in T100 history, that's for sure.
And he looks like he's barely broken sweat. Many, many congratulations. The guys and girls in commentary just saying that's the greatest finish to a race they've seen, certainly in T100. Just first things first, what was the thought process coming down that home straight? How on earth did you get that job done?
I don't even really know. Like, I didn't even expect that I was going to be grass in the finish stretch. I was like twice that I almost tripped, but yeah, I just gave everything I had, and I just had Kyle on the line. That was incredible.
Did you know you'd won it immediately? Because there was a sort of talk of a photo finish, but you knew you had it?
Once I crossed the line, yes, but in the last 200 meters, I thought like 3 times, like, Kyle's gonna get it, but like, I just didn't want to stop sprinting and going all out, and was so close, but yeah, I took it in the end.
Tell me about the race overall. How pleased were you with your performance? How easy was it? How comfortable did you feel out there today?
It was very hard. Actually, my swim wasn't very good. Like, it was super choppy, and it's a very difficult swim, which actually made it, weirdly enough, more bunched up. And then on the bike, actually, we were with the 3 guys that sprinted for the win. We were away for like 4 of the 6 laps, and that was nice because we weren't with too many, so we could just like safely ride, and there was no like on the climbs that people are overtaking you and this kind of thing. So, but then coming into transition, I let some others pass me, and I had a really bad transition. And on the first lap of the run, I saw Kyle was far off the front, and I kind of knew before that he would be maybe the most dangerous guy, especially if he started together on the run. So I tried to close it quickly on the first lap, and I think I broke myself there. So I had to recover pretty much until the last 200 meters.
Amazing. I mean, just an extraordinary race. You're obviously very familiar with the top step, so to speak, but just give us a little sense of the statement you think you've made. I know how excited you are about stepping into T100. How big a statement have you made today?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that this is what I came for, obviously. Like, I thought that I could win one of these, and I think that this distance really, really suits me. But to be able to do it on the first try, yeah, that's pretty incredible, and I'm very proud of that.
And what do you make of T100 as a whole and what it's doing for the sport?
I mean, it's incredible. Like, you saw the finish. Like, this is something that we haven't maybe had in a long time in long distance triathlon, and we get it here because T100 manages to get all the best in the world on the starting line. So I'm sure that there will be more close racing in the future as well, and I hope to be up front end as well.
Absolutely brilliant. We have so enjoyed watching you do what you do today. Congratulations. We'll let you go and continue with your recovery. Thank you very much indeed, Brother Martin. Good on you. Top man.
Well, Martin Van Riel was unreal today. That was a the most exceptional performance we've seen, just with the sprint finish there, the tension right to the very end. And he said we thought he looked comfortable, but he said he didn't feel comfortable and he didn't have confidence he could win it right until the very last, but he did deliver today, and he is our T100 San Francisco champion.
Alex joins us again. He's got the most unlucky man on the finish line right now. Kyle Smith beaten by no more than 2 millimeters. Alex.
I was going to say, you mentioned 2 millimeters. You race 100 kilometers and you lose it by 2 millimeters. I mean, you've taken it like an absolute champion. I know it doesn't probably how it feels right now, but just put that into words, that finish.
Yeah, look, you only have what you have, you know. I gave it my absolute best shot, and I thought I was going to vomit for the last 600 meters, and I just thought, look, I just need to keep pushing and keep going harder. Then obviously I knew Martin was going to be tough to beat, but I gave it my absolute best shot, and look, yeah, he got it in the end by a couple of millimeters.
Do you feel immense pride at your performance? Are you gutted? Are you looking back now and thinking, if I could, I should, I would, that sort of thing? Or is it just, I left it all out there and in the end that's what happens?
Oh, I gave it my best shot, you know. And it was a super tactical race, obviously. Yeah, you know, there's three, I guess we were the 3 best runners in the day today, so there's no point destroying ourselves, so it got quite tactical in the end, and I knew it was going to come down to, you know, a last K sprint finish, and obviously it did, and I just had to do everything I could to prepare for that. And yeah, I obviously wasn't expecting the grass. My hamstring started cramping coming down, but so were Martin, so it was a bit of a turtle sprint finish that. But yeah, it was good job to Martin, obviously incredible coming in from not racing long course for a while, and obviously, yeah, showing us what it's all about.
How proud are you of your overall performance though, and about how well you are racing at the moment?
Yeah, incredibly proud. Like, you know, I feel like I've been putting in a lot of consistent work for so many years, and, you know, through setback and injury and sickness and whatnot, it's been pretty tough. But yeah, to be here at the top of the biggest stage in the world now is super fulfilling for myself, and it's just proving to myself that, yeah, I belong here.
Good on you. And what have you made of the weekend as a whole, the race as a whole? How great a challenge was the swim in particular? What have you made of the weekend itself?
Yeah, it was incredible, honestly. Like, I've been blown away by San Francisco. It's a beautiful place, and obviously such an iconic race here. Yeah, the swim was interesting. It was awesome. It's pretty fun. Obviously the massive group came out, and then, you know, it's just about playing to your strengths and, you know, not spending your pennies too much on the bike where you don't have to, and just sort of, yeah, racing your own race and controlling what you can control.
Tom, I don't know whether it's congratulations or commiserations, but it was an extraordinary finish to that race. Well done to you. We'll let you go and continue your recovery. Good on you, Tom.
So good. I think Carl's slowly been building his mentality to take his own yesterday as the biggest competitor. And, you know, he was so expectant for a long time because of his training data to be up the front. And, you know, he's built his athletic prowess bit by bit. And now he was 5th, I think, at the last race. Now he's 2nd on the podium. I think the step from 2nd to 1st is probably the most difficult any athlete makes in their career, because believing in winning is something this lady can do very well. Taylor off the front.
Alex is joined now by the man who just keeps proving the world that it wasn't a fluke. I am one of the best in the world, Rico Bogan.
He's just telling me how much he's enjoyed today. I mean, we just can't really get over that finish. But just from your perspective, tell us how it was panning out in your mind, what you were trying to do in the last sort of 400 meters.
Yeah, I tried to go after for 500 meters left, because I know that I'm not the best sprinter, and Martin van Riel is there, and he's a short distance athlete. So I tried to 500 meters left. I tried to go, but yeah, the other both are very strong, and they could stay with me. And then at the end was just sprinting, and then there was grass, a little bit slippery. I think it doesn't look good, but yeah, give it all, and yeah, it's now very close to 1st place. So yeah, this hurts a little bit, but yeah, I can be satisfied with my 3rd place.
Very, very fine margins at this level of sport. Tell us about your race overall. What pleased you the most about how you performed today?
Yeah, it was a great bike course and good bike performance. We flew together very well, and the last 2 laps the others closed, so at the end we were 7 men together. But yeah, there was high watts, but my legs was quite good, and then I could run really fast, and Kai Smith went out very fast. Then Martin van Riel closed the gap in the 1st loop very fast, and then I couldn't stay with my pace and could close the gap after 2 laps, and then we were together, and the last loop was a little bit tactical because we had a gap around 1:30 or 1 minute to the next guys, and we knew it's just about us, our 3, and it is the podium, and now it's just a win.
You are on the podium, as you say. Tell me how much confidence you take from this and how much sort of reassurance this gives you for what you're trying to do in the sport.
Yeah, it gives me much confidence. For sure, I had a lucky World Champions win last year, and afterwards it was a little bit difficult, more media appointments, more sponsor appointments, and then my first race in the T100 in Miami went not so good. There was 12th place, and I want more, and now here in San Francisco, it's a cool place, iconic place. I've escaped from Alcatraz, and I want to perform here, and now it's very cool to be on the podium.
And you talk about wanting more. What are the little differences, the little improvements that you need to make in order to be on the top step?
Improve my sprint finish, I would say, because now at the end was just sprint finish. Or you improve much more in the running, that you can run 10 seconds faster per kilometer, then it's also easier. But for sure I have to improve still my running performance.
To be honest with you, I mean, just as a whole today, it's been an unbelievable sporting event to watch. Congratulations to you on making the podium. Good on you. Thanks for coming to chat to us. Well done.
Thank you. Right.
Top man.
So by now he's even down to believing himself that his win was lucky. He just said it in the interview. Oh, that's great. He's early on in his journey. As we go back to the women's race, Taylor Knibb lapping athletes on a 4.5 kilometer lap.
I mean,
it's quite mind-blowing.
She is looking fantastic. I mean, she doesn't need to go absolutely all in on this run. With the lead that she built on the bike there, she could just take things a little bit more casual on this run. But right now, she's still holding a lead of over 4.5 minutes to Kat Matthews, and she looks really good. She looks very controlled, very composed. The stride looks good. And right now, can anyone get close to her?
Well, I do know of Taylor that she knows every detail of the sport. She's very much into the intricacies and where athletes stand. And there's always a statement to be made. And, she doesn't have any points on the board yet on a T100. This is the first one. And, maybe that kind of her being compared to Ash Gentle, and forever somebody saying, Ash Gentle is that much better of a runner. You need a 5-minute gap. He's like, I don't need anything. I can run just as fast on my day, and right now she's certainly showing that, as she's got a lapped athlete that she's at least able to pace with for a few hundred meters.
I don't think anyone can look at Taylor Knibb as just a strong cyclist anymore. I know she has at times had that reputation because it's so good, but she's running basically the exact same pace as Kat Matthews, who is known for her run, and not that much slower than Ashley Gentle, who we can all recognise is, if not the best runner in the world, definitely top 2 with Annie Haug. So, I mean, Taylor Knibb is a complete T100 athlete. She is probably the best bike rider we've ever seen in triathlon. She's one of the better swimmers, and she's now proving that she's one of the better runners in the sport. She's a complete athlete.
Has Kat Matthews put 2 minutes and 20? Has she put in 1 minute and 20 into Laura Phillips since we've gone from the run? So that's almost a 2.5 minute gap.
Well, she finished the run. She finished the bike 4 minutes 33 behind Taylor Knibb, and Laura finished the bike 6 minutes and 15 seconds behind. So,
all right.
Yeah.
There's Kat Matthews on screen. So she is having a brilliant race, I have to say. I mean, we touched upon it earlier. She hasn't had the most amazing preparation into this race. This race wasn't on her radar. It wasn't one of the T100 series races that she was going to compete in today. So she wasn't going to compete in this one as part of the series because she raced in Miami. She then obviously had that injury that she sustained there. She then took a little bit of time out to regroup. She came back to racing with an Ironman that she won in Texas, and then was hoping to race in Hamburg last weekend. And with the unfortunate disqualification that she suffered there, made a very quick turnaround, very quick decision, to come out to San Francisco instead, but all of her preparations would have been towards Hamburg. The way she would have been training would have been different for a full Ironman distance race as opposed to the T100. And on top of that, she would have been tapered for last weekend. So you've got to kind of hold on to that. It's a real fine line of holding on to your taper and feeling good on one weekend and then holding it for the next weekend, or just tipping over the edge and sort of feeling a bit stale. But she's clearly done a really good job of holding on to that peak fitness and to be in race shape for this weekend. As we see her just take a quick glance at her watch there, she'll be looking at her pace as she goes. But yeah, she finds herself in a really solid and secure second place position at the moment.
And it feels a little bit like, other than Ironman Texas, Kat Matthews has sort of just been evaded a little bit by luck.
Yeah.
You feel like there's just been something that's going on every single time, and it's great to see her capture a little bit more of that as we just get news of Joycelyn McCauley being disqualified for riding her bike over the dismount line. Obviously some sort of confusion going on there. Trying to ride onto the run course is a tricky way of trying to close the gap.
I mean, it's faster, but not allowed. So I think
Significant
that's
gaps building.
Tamara Jewett in the background there. So she has been lapped by Taylor Knibb, but she is one of, if not the fastest runner that, well, could be on her day. On her day, she is known for her incredibly fast run split. So she is one of the fastest runners, but she is a lap down at this point.
And Taylor Knibb is running, it looks like she's
about the same, right?
I don't know if she's caught her or she's being caught, but either way, Taylor Knibb looks smooth, and this would be great hopeful as well for her Olympic campaign and Team USA, because, you know, the run pace is, the depth is just a little bit more profound.
And Rachel's joining us again. She's with Team Nib.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, I am. I'm with Taylor's dad. Let's just chat about Taylor. First T100, and she's absolutely dominating at the moment. I asked her, you know, do you think she's a favourite? And she's like, oh, no. Did you think she was the favourite coming into this?
No, there's so many great athletes here that you have no idea. Every day is different. So she was confident, but she was, you know, I think she was nervous about all the other great women here.
As a dad, though, you've obviously always got to back her to win. You always believe that she's going to come out here and win?
Yes, I do. I try to support her as much as possible, and hopefully she delivers on the day.
Tell us a little bit about Taylor as well, because she kind of comes bounding into the interviews when we see her. She just looks like she loves to compete and really get stuck in. Is that what she's like in every aspect of her life?
Yes, yes. She is the most dynamic person I know. She works really hard, and she loves life.
Where does this ability to push so hard come from? Does it come from you, her mom? Like, where does this trait come from?
I actually think it comes from her mom. Her mom is one of the toughest people I know, and she, you know, works really hard as well. And so I think Taylor is just very driven and very focused.
And who's got the competitive instinct? Where does that come from? Because she, again, is the most competitive person in all aspects. She was chatting to me and saying how fast she could read my script. I said, no, it can't be read fast. It has to be read to time.
I think the whole family is competitive. You know, she went to very tough schools, and she's been basically prepping for this her whole life.
Did she excel at school as much as she's excelled here? Is that kind of something which she...
Yes, she graduated really high honors in both high school and college.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. And we obviously know she's going for the Olympic Games as well. I asked her, you know, out there, will she be thinking of the Olympics? She said, I'm not just thinking of it, Rachel. It's slap bang on the front of my forehead. I mean, why did she select to come here ahead of the Olympics?
Well, I think, you know, if you look at, there are some athletes who have actually trained by going to, you know, middle distance races. And so before the Olympics, there is no other real race for the WTCS before the Olympics except Hamburg. So I think it was something that the coaches, her coaches, thought was a smart idea.
Can we dare to dream that maybe she could be T100 and the Olympic champion at the end of the year?
We'll see.
I just want to show you something as well. I think this is a very Nib family trait here. Bob here doesn't just go and support Taylor around the course. He actually puts his clip-on shoes on and does it in absolute fashion as well. I mean, he walked over with these and I went, that is so Taylor Nib's dad.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Good luck to Taylor and yourself. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So back on the run now, and we are seeing Tamara Jewett, who was running just behind Taylor Nib, but remember she was a full lap behind. She's now just shy of a lap behind, so that's why the camera angle is on her right now. But of course, our race leader is still, as we expected, Taylor Nib, that figure behind as we zoom in that red and blue suit. Still looking incredibly composed, and she's probably actually gaining a little bit from having Tamara there. Tamara being known as such a great runner, having someone to sort of just work with a little bit, because she's just been on her own all day long, so she won't really have had anyone to do that with. But having someone of the caliber, of the run caliber especially, of Tamara there, will probably just give her a little bit of company for a while.
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, in terms of Taylor, it'd be helpful to pace off and have a world-class runner with her. From Tamara's perspective, I mean, being 4.5 kilometers down.
I know.
And we're not halfway through the run. I mean, it's, yeah.
And we don't say that
amazing.
to
not
to be
all.
disparaging to Tamara. It's
No.
just the quality of Taylor Nib. And also, I think it's actually a really good thing for Tamara to be sort of still pushing on as hard as she is on the run here. She's not given up. She's still running hard. And that shows fortitude, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, and there are places to be made up still if you look at it in the grand scheme of things. It's just, you know that these athletes, they're all trying to get to the top, and they're all trying to eventually, go for the podium, try and be at that podium. And the question you have to ask yourself as a team eventually is how do you look at closing that kind of gap? But absolutely phenomenal running.
Yeah, and of course you're right that there are points up for grabs here. This is a season-long event, so every extra position that Tamara can catch up with a brilliant run performance today will be important for her in the overall standings. And so that's why it's always worth pushing on that bit more in the race, no matter how far down you might be on the leader.
Also, let's not forget, the further you move into the top 10, you create a bigger gap of the points, right? So as of the top 10 to 20th, you only create 1 point gap to the next athlete. But the first athlete gets a 7-point gap to the second athlete. So, right, if you're thinking of points in the series, it absolutely matters to move yourself as far into the top 10 as possible. And that's clearly what Tamara is fighting for right here.
Still pretty cool conditions out there for our athletes right now, which actually is something that they'll probably be relishing, because as they come later on into this race, the real danger is when we do have those extremely hot and humid conditions, that the athletes are not going to be able to keep moving as they wish. But with it still only being 13 degrees Celsius, 55 degrees Fahrenheit out there, it's actually really quite nice temperatures for them to be finishing the race in, and they don't often get that on this tour.
We see Tamara catching the next athlete, but to Taylor's performance, I mean, Tamara is an absolutely fantastic runner. You could call her a running specialist even. And Taylor Nib has put in a very, very strong biking performance, and she's not getting dropped like a hot stone. You know, it's not like there is a huge disparity here. There's a bit of a gap building, but it's not that much that quickly.
And it's Grace Tech ahead of Tamara Jewett as well. Tamara Jewett, I should say, as well. Also known for a run. So 2 run specialists ahead of Taylor Nib. And Taylor Nib not really losing any ground to either of them right now. Pacing pretty much exactly rhythm, which does speak to just how strong Taylor Nib's run is.
Yeah, we saw about a minute ago India Lee and Paula Finlay head in the opposite direction on that gravel path, and they're both about just over 10 minutes down on Taylor Knibb now. Both of these athletes who have podiumed or won in T100 or PTO Tour races, and they are 10 minutes down on Taylor Knibb right now, running in about 5th and 6th position.
And you know what we said earlier as well, the T100 bringing all the world's best athletes together, and of course you're always going to have some kind of illness issue or some kind of training issue that might throw someone out. But dominating a T100 event, I mean, you kind of go to Timbuktu and you see 10-minute gaps, but this is the world's best field that Taylor Knibb is just absolutely destroying. She's just putting on a showcase.
On a different note, though, you can see that's Amelia Watkinson running at the front of our shot right now, but behind her is Jocelyn McCauley. Now, we received notice that Jocelyn had actually been disqualified, so my only thought is that she's going to appeal that decision by finishing the race and then appeal at the end, otherwise she will be disqualified.
Are we certain that she knows?
You would hope someone may have told her.
I'm pretty sure it was for a dismount infraction. I mean, there are officials
she must
there.
Know, yeah.
But
she's sort of gesturing right now, isn't she? I think she maybe thought that she had a penalty, whereas there's no penalty. What we were informed was that she's had a full disqualification.
But to your point, exactly, in order to appeal that and, claim your case, and you have to finish, otherwise you can't put in an appeal, otherwise you can't claim that you've been unjustly served a penalty, which I don't think she has.
Let's take a quick look at the men's results from today's T100 San Francisco race with the iconic Alcatraz in the background, which Martin van Riel definitely escaped from today, winning our race in a sprint finish the same time, as you can see, with Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan in third, 3 seconds behind. That is, in my opinion, the greatest sprint finish I've seen since 2008, where Jan Frodeno won the Beijing Olympics. Magnus Ditlev, the robot, Mr. Consistency in fourth, Mika Noot in fifth, Matthias Margier in sixth, Rudy von Berg in seventh, Sam Long in eighth, Clement Mignon, the specialist on hilly courses, in ninth, and Peter Hemrich, again, not seeing himself out of the top 10 very often in 10th. You can see here that Sam Long did end up having the fastest bike, which it didn't, when you think about it, he did ride up to the front into T2, which you kind of forget about given that the battle started to happen out in the front. But yeah, we don't see the fastest swim or the fastest run on the screen. They happened outside of the top 10 in Aaron Roy or Rico Bogan, I thought, but maybe Ben Canute ran up.
Ben Canute was the fastest first out of the water.
Yeah, and then I guess Jason West must have, or maybe Menno Koolhaas, one of those two must have had the fastest run as well. So crazy day, but what's the story of that day? It's the sprint finish between Martin van Riel, Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan. That will go down in the history books of triathlon forever.
And Martin van Riel said it nicely in his interview, he's very good in all three disciplines. He doesn't need to have the best split in any of them as long as he's got the best final split, and that's exactly what he's done. The three at the front playing a tactical game towards the end, could have sort of waiting out the sprint, and that may have slowed the overall pace down a little bit, but they certainly had the quickest last 200 meters. I can tell you that without a doubt. You see Cat Matthews again.
I can't get over the foreshadowing of your commentary. You said it on the bike. You said you don't have to be first apart from the finish line. And it just so happened to play out exactly like that for Martin van Riel's race. He wasn't on the front of the race for pretty much the last 70k, and he was when it counted.
Cat Matthews receiving a good bit of support there as she comes round on her second lap. Sort of in no man's land a little bit, running on her own, but I don't think that's going to faze her. I think she's very well versed in long, lonely days out on the run, and I think she will just keep trucking away to the finish line as we see Laura Madsen there heading out on her lap, and this is Imogen Simmons coming towards us.
Our swim leader, of course.
Took the perfect line in the swim.
Took the perfect line by a long way too. And Cat Matthews seemed like she was holding roughly the same pace as Taylor Knibb. But Imogen Simmons having a good day, all things considered.
So we've got Taylor Knibb leading the race. She's about 4.5 minutes, getting closer to 4 minutes ahead of Cat Matthews in second. They're running very, very similar paces. We've got Laura Phillip in third, just 7 minutes and 10 seconds behind, running ever so slightly than Taylor Knibb, losing only about 1 or 2 seconds per kilometre to her. We just saw Imogen Simmons there in 4th. We've got Emma Pallant-Brown in 5th. She's moving through the field. She's running fast, but funnily enough, Taylor Knibb running faster than her, which not many people would have expected. India Lee, the Miami champion, is in 6th. Paula Finlay is in 7th. And none of them are catching Taylor Knibb. Taylor Knibb, of everyone except Kat Matthews and Ash Gentle, is the fastest runner on course.
Well, as she said, 55 days till the Olympics. Assuming that interview would have been taken 48 hours ago, so 53 days to go. Be interesting to see if she dials her pace back in the last lap or so, just to recover better. But considering her race schedule, I don't think so.
I'm not expecting that from Taylor at this point.
It wouldn't surprise me if you head over to Sausalito this afternoon. She's out there doing a recovery spin, getting ready for the next one.
Oh, she'll be in a time trial race this weekend, next weekend coming or something. As we've got Emma Pallant-Brown was just on screen there, one of our better runners who's really making some good ground today. She's been running really fast recently, done some really impressive just run races. She ran a 32 low 10k race, I think it was 32.0 something, which is incredibly fast. And this lady on screen now, Kat Matthews, is another who's got incredible run pedigree and seems absolutely laser focused, pretty relaxed, pretty smooth. No change in her run style at the moment, and she is one of only 2 people going a little bit faster than Taylor on screen, and possibly not enough to make a difference to the overall standings, but will definitely be something I'm sure she'll take a lot of confidence in, that her run is exactly where she needs it to be, especially after that injury she sustained in just March this year in Miami, that calf injury, coming back and within just a couple of months being able to race an Ironman and then turn up here in San Francisco and lay down a really impressive run.
She's now the only person running as fast as Taylor Knibb. Ash Gentle has dropped off over the last K&a-half, and Taylor Knibb is running faster than Ash Gentle.
Wow. So, I mean, we didn't see that one coming today, did we?
I mean, if you go back to the interview with her coach, David Tilby Davis, he said that she could run 5, maybe 6 minutes into Taylor Knibb. If they had have exited T2 together, Taylor Knibb would now be ahead of Ash Gentle. This is crazy. Ash Gentle's never finished off the podium in a T100 race, and she's down in 7th, almost 12 minutes behind Taylor Knibb.
Well, everyone's allowed a bad day, but I guess we weren't expecting that from Ashley Gentle today. In our heads, we'd sort of build this as the Ashley Gentle versus Taylor Knibb show, and that is not how it's panned out. Ashley Gentle having a rare off day in the T100 series.
An off day or not, I think this woman makes an on day look like an off day. I mean, it's absolutely amazing, the Taylor Knibb show right here. And, you know, Ash...
They just crossed paths then.
Yeah, they just crossed paths then. You know, credit to her. She's dealing really well with it. She's slipped into this role of being the favorite for the T100. She specialized early. And I think, you know, the highs and lows, it's the beauty of racing. You can't entirely predict what's going to happen on day X. You know, there is always that factor of doubt. And, you know, maybe she's also just mentally given herself kind of a pat on the back and saying, all right, well, this is not my day. Let me go back to the drawing board and see where I can attack this next time.
As you said earlier, Jan, it's so important to continue pushing on, though, even when you're not having your absolute best day, not just because everyone who finishes will receive money, but on top of that, there are points for the series, and you never know what can happen in a race. For example, mechanicals or crashes or illness on the day, which means you can't actually finish. So, it's, you know, if an event like that does happen in one of the later races of the series, it's good to have a bit of a backup result there. So it's why for someone like Ash Gentle, even on a day that's not her very, very finest and maybe up to the standard that we've come so used to seeing from her, it's still absolutely worth her while pushing on and trying to get to that finish line.
We've just received notice of number 46, Margie Santi Maria, not doing that. She has pulled out, DNF'd. Yeah, a fair bit into the run course. Which brings us back to our debate of paychecks just to finish.
Whether to finish or not, yes.
Indeed.
I felt like after the men's race, it took us about 10 minutes. We had a bit of a come down. I now feel like I'm back, and watching Taylor Knibb do what only Taylor Knibb can do. We call Ashley Gentle the queen of the T100, the queen of the 100k distance, but I think the reality is when they've both been fully fit, Taylor Knibb does beat her every time. The one win that Ash Gentle has against Taylor Knibb was at Texas a couple of years ago, and Taylor Knibb was just coming back from an injury, hadn't really done much training at all, and still nearly got the job done, but not quite. And if you go back to the last 2 performances head-to-head, though, at America last year and then here again in America this year, Taylor Knibb has shown that, hey, maybe I'm the queen of the T100. Maybe I'm the queen of the 100k
for the crown,
distance.
hey?
Well, I think at her best, she's showing that she's quite literally unbeatable right now. She is dominant. And that's not a word I want to use lightly, but she is dominant.
I prefer use dominant than the greatest ever. Maybe just to clarify as well, on the tracker, it seems like Kat Matthews is not showing up, but she would have only lost her chip, or there would be some kind of an issue. She's still running strong in second, same pace as Taylor at the moment, which is a feat in itself.
Yeah, she's about 5 minutes off the lead.
Yeah, we should see them cross paths sometime soon.
Yeah, Taylor Knibb has long been known in the short course world as being someone who really changes races. She shapes the dynamic of the race, and she's someone that no matter who you are in a short course race, you're keeping eyes on what's going on with Taylor Knibb. What's she going to do next? When's she going to next make a move? She's a decisive athlete, and she really does change the shape of short course racing whenever she's in a race. And the dynamic is, of course, different because in short course racing we can draft, we can race in pelotons, whereas that is absolutely not the case in this middle distance racing, in this T100 series. But she's doing it again. She turns up at these races, and the way she races, it shapes the dynamic of the race. She blew this race apart from the start of the bike, which made the other athletes have to chase her down. No one sort of settled into packs. It was split apart on the bike very early on, and that was again because of the way that Taylor Knibb took out the bike. No one else was able to just sort of sit in, and in a way that we saw in the men's race where there was a very distinctive large pack. Taylor made sure that couldn't happen in the women's race by just going so hard so early on that she's absolutely shaped the dynamic of this race now.
Just knowing the way Dan does a lot of the training and a lot of the planning, I don't even think she was trying to break things early on. I think she pretty much has her power parameters that she goes by, and she's just
more heartbreaking for everyone else. She's not even trying. She's just doing it.
I wouldn't say that. No, I think she's just pacing it more perfectly than everyone else.
Course.
I think most athletes tend to drop off towards the back, even though she built a lot of her timing cushion early on. Yeah, it's definitely a one-woman show, as we see Ash Gentle soldiering on. Good on her.
It must be a really unusual position for her. She's down in 8th because Kat Matthews off the track. So 8th, this deep into a run, you know, the better part of 10 kilometres into a T100 race. That's such a unfamiliar position for Ash Gentle. I'd love to know what the mentality and what her internal dialogue is right now. It must be very different to what she's experienced throughout her T100 career.
Of course, but I mean, she's just gone around that turnaround there. She's got a couple of laps to go. In the distance, you can see both Paula Finlay there on screen, and now as we pan out, we can see India Lee as well. So neither of those two athletes are so far in front of her that they're not catchable. And I think that will be what's going through her brain now, is to just keep putting one foot in front of the other and just try to tick off as many people as possible. She catches both of these girls. She puts herself back up into, what would that be, 6th place, I think. So that's every time she moves past another athlete, that's super important for her rankings, for the points that she's trying to gain. And again, as Jan alluded to, the gaps in the points are bigger the higher up you finish. So coming further up is really important for her.
It is, but mentally, it's certainly a challenge. You know, if you're racing to pop champagne bottles at the front, it's a different kind of motivation that you need in order to go as deep. I think, you know, as athletes, there is the old saying, a race is a test of exhaustion for everyone but the winner, right? Because the winner obviously, except in our case, I think in the men's race just then, everybody had a test of exhaustion. But very, very often, everybody else is pushing as hard as they can for as long as they can. I find that in practical used to be very, very tricky. If you're sort of sitting in the middle, kind of middle ground, whether you're positioned further back or not, yes, there is monetary incentive, and yes, there are the points, but I genuinely tip my hat to the fact that she keeps on pushing and just keeps on going.
Yeah, and if she does make it up to 4th place, which is no mean feat at the moment, we've got Emma Pallant-Brown in 4th place, but if she was to make it up that high, she would go into the lead overall in the T100 standings. That would be what she would need to overtake Lucy Charles-Barclay and reach the #1 spot here today.
So Jan, you started to talk about something that I was really interested in, and we've spent a lot of time looking at Taylor Knibb. She's so far ahead of everyone else that I think it's like we probably should dive into it a little bit deeper. You said that knowing her coach, because you had the same coach, Dan Lorang, who is Kyle Smith's coach as well, who finished 2nd today. You said that he would have set powers and paces that Taylor would be racing to. Can you go a little bit more in depth for that and their race plan and what that looks like?
So, for those of us unfamiliar with it, every athlete has a power meter, which gives them a live indication of how much effort they're putting in. You know, people might be more familiar with a heart rate monitor, but that's one of the measures where you get a very direct kind of input, and you train to these numbers all the time, right? Your coach sets intervals, and these can be as short as 30 seconds, and they can be as long as 60 minutes, and they're very much aimed at getting the most out of your physiology. And from that, you can deduct what you could push over 80 Ks. Of course, it's more tricky on a hilly course because the nature of that is that you always go out of your comfort zone on the climb, because afterwards you get a rest. But it's still a very fine line because you're trying to get through the course. Pacing generally means that you're going to be going as consistently as you can in order to not drop off the pace in the beginning. You know, the classic, you start the first 500 meters too quickly and then get caught. And I think that's something they would have set before, a pace plan. You kind of have a window, a maximum power that you're allowed to push, just in order to not deplete your muscles all that much either. And that's where you kind of create your pace plan. And someone like Taylor has obviously perfected that because that's her other speciality. Let's not forget that. She's going to the Olympics as a time trialer, as a cycling specialist, and that's all the more impressive.
And is it very scientific? Are these numbers found in a lab? Are they found through practical application of training? Like you go and do your sessions, you find out what's too hard, what's not quite hard enough, and you work it out like that? Or is it much more specific and done in a lab?
You know, that's very much up to the athlete. So you can definitely determine those kind of values in a lab. I think in triathlon it's become known as the Norwegian kind of method because the Norwegian male athletes have kind of taken the scientific marketing to another level. That kind of testing's been around since the 80s, and it definitely happens a lot. Someone like Dan can look at your numbers, can look at historical values that he's got and match it up with your heart rate and determine it from a day-to-day kind of training. I think pretty much anybody who's studied sports science can probably do that. That's not an exclusive thing that Taylor Knibb would have to her, but your body's changing all the time, and you have to always consider the fact that, you know, some days you're feeling better. You have to consider it in the complexity. How tired are you from yesterday's training, from all the efforts? And that's the fine art of matching the science to an individual athlete and doing it over various different types of athletes.
And we've talked about Dan Lorang, her coach, multiple times today. He's also the head coach for Bora Hansgrohe, the professional cycling team, the World Tour cycling team. They've got Primož Roglič, one of the biggest GC riders in the world, who's dominating right now on the world stage. Is there something to be said for him being a World Tour cycling coach, head cycling coach, and the bike strength we've seen in Kyle Smith and Taylor Knibb today?
So he's actually no longer a cycling coach as such. He is the head of the scientific research, and he manages all the coaches, right? And he puts everything together. But of course, that helps. He's at the forefront of what's going on. He's in continuous exchange with other coaches and getting kind of the latest tips and tricks. But let's be honest, cycling, in general, physiology has been studied for a long time, and there are certain trends that come up and go away again. But yeah, again, I think his biggest secret is just applying consistent training really, really well over a long time. And that's a fine balance to get right. Of course, everybody's figured out that consistency is the key, but to dial that in so that you can get through a 5, 6, 7, 8, or maybe even 10 block of training without needing to take a week rest, which is quite common in professional athletes, is something that's really unique.
And Rachel joins us again. Laura Phillips currently in third, and Rachel's with Philip Sipe, her partner and coach.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jack. Yeah, I've got Philip here. Just a couple of words on Laura. You expected her to be in the kind of form that she's in out there today, didn't you?
Yes, I expected her to be that good, but we were lucky a bit with the current today in the morning, and yeah, she performed well on the bike, and I think the run is going well.
She's of course coming in here, making her debut on the T100 World Tour. Why is she only coming at this race?
We decided to get into the season a little later, and we wanted to pre-qualify for Nice. That way we did two 70.3 races before, and so now we get into this into the T100 series, and from now on Laura will not miss any race in this.
You said as well she's been kind of working on the longer distance, so how does this kind of, I guess, impact that, the fact that she hasn't particularly been doing any speed, maybe training?
Yeah, we are in the build-up towards Ross and Nice, that's for sure, that this is her strength, the long distance, but for sure it's an amazing format, and like she wants to be part of it. She can improve for the long distance. On the short distance, I think she is the oldest in the field, and today, so I think it's a hard task to solve for her, and that will make her even stronger on the long distances.
Yeah, 37 now, is Laura?
Right.
Right, there we go. Just tell me a little bit about, though, has she been watching these? Have you both been watching the other two races and just figuring out a race plan? How do you watch and then kind of make a plan coming into today?
Yeah, first of all, it's challenging to race the young athletes or the more versatile athletes, and so we try to improve the swim, and we know that we are getting there in training, but we have to show it in racing. Today the current was a part of the success in swimming, and yeah, so for us it's a motivation to do it every day as good as we can in training, and yeah, and it's exciting racing. Today we have very dominant Taylor Knibb in the race, and it's amazing to see, and you see the level rising, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Taylor's very much pushing everyone on to their best. Well, congratulations to Laura. Hopefully she can hang on to a podium, Philip.
Yeah, I hope that she's going to make it. Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back with Taylor Knibb. I mean, it's sort of hard to know what to say about Taylor for this whole run, because we've already used every word possible to describe how good she is today and how good she is in general. And I don't think it can be summed up any more simpler than talking about that she is dominant, and she is the dominant force over middle distance triathlon right now.
Doesn't look to be easing up either. Again, Kat Matthews must have lost her chip somewhere along the line, which is something that can happen. So we don't have a split on her, who was the only one keeping pace. But she doesn't look like she's easing off. Definitely, I think, out to make a statement as well.
She just looks great. Like, she's just having fun. She's just smiling, high-fiving. She just looks well within her zone. Just
handing out high fives. Still got, a few K to go, but
which is interesting because she always takes on this role, of this, she's nice, she's likable, she's always out there and smiling and laughing about things, but deep down there is something here that is just crushing the competition and sending a message with it.
Here's a question. Do you think if Taylor Knibb was focused purely on this distance, we'd see even more from her? Do you think she's going to be leading by even bigger margins than we're seeing right now? Or is her real strength, her power, in the fact that she just dips in every now and again?
I love this question because I've thought about this. I've thought about this heaps. And I thought about it first because I heard a story about Jan Frodeno, who we've got in commentary. He was training with a guy called Luke McKenzie, who came second at the Ironman World Championships in 2013. And Jan was training with him in Noosa, and they were training together. And Luke was training very specific, long efforts at Ironman pace. And Jan wasn't. Jan was doing a lot of threshold work, a lot of training very similar to what you would do if you were, you know, trying to win the Olympics, but then also long rides and long runs and sort of blending it much more than what the older sort of early 2000s style athlete was. And Luke took me inside this conversation that Jan said, look, there's a new way to do this. You know, you've got to spend some time above your threshold. You still want to be fast. You don't want to become, you know, slow and doing everything sort of well below threshold. You don't want to lose your speed. Speed kills. And so I kind of think that this distance, I think you need to train a little bit sort of a blend. Like, I think the best, it's not a surprise that we've seen Taylor Knibb dominating and we saw Martin Van Riel win. Like, I think Olympic distance training and 70.3 training, a blend of that, or even more towards the Olympic distance, might be most beneficial for this distance.
I think you can't discount the psychology of training, and much of becoming excellent is about repetition, right? So very often I've heard it referred to as a race to be the last to get bored, because it's the sessions repeat and it's week in, week out. You know, a normal year for these athletes is something like 1,000 kilometers of swimming, maybe a touch over. Then there'd be, you know, depending on the athlete, sort of 14 to 18,000 kilometers on the bike, and roughly 4,500 kilometers of running. You know, that's a year, and it's taken all of these athletes at least 10 years to get to this level. So I think being able to stay engaged and stay focused is something that every athlete has to figure out for themselves. And I think Taylor Knibb has gone about it by simply seeking the way she enjoys the most, and it's throwing a new challenge at herself every single weekend. And you know, it's obviously physiologically, you look at it and theoretically, could she be any better? I doubt it. I don't think so, because I don't think she would stay engaged and loving it as much as she is.
So the way she's attacking it right now is allowing us to see peak Taylor Knibb in action, as we do see her now with just 2.5 kilometers left to run before she's surely going to be the winner here in San Francisco. Quick check of the watch there just to make sure the pace hasn't dropped at all. I mean, she still looks pretty smooth. She still looks very much in control. Not seen too much as she goes on that final U-turn there. Not too much in the way of pain, discomfort on her face.
She is working though. She's not taking it easy. She's not out for a Sunday stroll. She's definitely giving us her best, and that's great.
That's what
to
we
see.
want to see.
Jan, she's been doing a lot of work with someone I believe you worked with, like a run technique coach, maybe mindset coach, performance coach. I don't know that much about it. Do you know more than that?
Yeah, absolutely. She's been working with a guy called Lawrence van Lingen. He is a South African guy who looks at physiology and movement very different to anyone else. He's very much about moving well rather than just being efficient or trying to dial up all these factors that we have, such as increasing strength and power and all these things. He's very much about efficiency and moving incredibly well. He is somebody that helped me tremendously in my last season kind of get back from significant injury. So the way he works is mainly with a fascial system, which is kind of in a very, very simplified manner, the thing that holds your muscles together and making sure that's kind of aligned and running smoothly. But he teaches a pattern of movement that basically drives from your hips. So it's very much about using your glutes and running in a sense that is quick, of course, and that's efficient, of course, but it's very gentle on your body. You kind of make sure that you land your foot exactly under your center of gravity, so you're always just pushing forward. If you look at a run analysis of many other athletes, their foot actually touches very far forward, and you're kind of, you know, having that resistance every single time. As we see Kat Matthews here going into her last, well, in her last lap anyways, but I don't think she's reached the turnaround yet. And so, yes, Lawrence is somebody that I think Taylor has also attributed huge kind of help from, as these two athletes just passed each other on screen there. In terms of keeping her in one piece. I mean, being injury-free is absolutely key in the sport. The consistency we've touched on many times throughout the day is you know, just subject to being injury-free. It's one of the things that many athletes can't get right. And I have to say, in terms of my personal experience, Lawrence was somebody that got me out of a very deep one-way dead end. And I think he's done the same for Taylor on several occasions. I actually know he's in town.
Well, I mean, she is an athlete who, at only 26 years old, has had quite a few injury problems so far in her still relatively young career. She's had surgeries and all sorts going on there. She had a foot surgery within the last couple of years as well. And so trying to stay in one piece has, I think, been Taylor Knibb's biggest barrier to success. And so now the fact that she's actually been able to stay injury-free and string together those weeks and months of training, that consistency that we talked about that's so important to all endurance athletes, that seems to be absolutely paramount to her success right now.
And to my knowledge, she has been injury-free, at least majorly injury-free, since they've started working together. And, you know, it's just, it's a method that you can either subscribe to or not, but it's working wonders for her, without a doubt.
There goes Laura Philipp in the opposite direction as well. So now we've seen, within the last couple of minutes, all our top 3 athletes, with one clearly ahead, but 3 athletes going to be on the podium today.
And she does look like she is running differently, Jan. Her arm carriage looks a little bit differently. I don't really like to analyse run technique. I think it's overdone in our sport, but I think it is important to note that she is running as fast as anyone else out on course, which maybe she hasn't done in the past. We know that Ash Gentle still ran time into her in America at the US Open last year, but Taylor Knibb is now running faster than her. She's running as fast as everyone out on course today. So she's had the fastest bike. She was right up there in the top 3 in the swim, and now she's either going to have the fastest or second fastest run of the day. And I think it is just interesting to note that she's made some changes and to look at them and observe them, and in her journey to become not only the strongest cyclist and not just known as that, but potentially even now being known as the strongest runner over this distance as well, particularly off a hard bike.
Well, she's no fool, and she's not going to Paris to finish in the top 10. And she realizes that the Paris course, beautiful as it is, offers very little opportunity to play her bike strength. And she has actually shown that she's run at the front of, you know, Olympic distance races as well. She might not be, you know, in the league of some of the very fastest runners just yet, but she's made huge progress, and that's how she qualified in Paris as well, was actually out on the run course.
Yeah, I mean, we saw her finish second in Yokohama, one of the World Series, the short course World Series races in May this year, where she ran about 33:30 off the bike over the 10-kilometer distance. So that's pretty impressive. You know, the very, very best in the world are probably running maybe 20 seconds faster than that, possibly a tiny bit more on the absolute perfect day. But she's getting very, very close to being able to deliver the best run alongside her already established weapon of the bike.
We just saw Ash Gentle and Taylor Knibb pass each other again, and that's a long way away. I haven't got the time in front of me. That must be 12 minutes, going by how far away she is from the turnaround there.
The only good thing here for Ash Gentle is that, you know, I, as an athlete, I always hated the mediocre days, because then you kind of start to wonder, are you off? Is your training going in the wrong direction? If you're having, by your standards, a terrible day, you know it's an outlier.
Yeah,
it's an
you
outlier.
can just say,
like,
done, not thinking
it,
about it.
That's the way it is. You don't have to go back to the drawing board and start from scratch. And, you know, again, hats off to Ash for coming around. And it looks like she's actually moved up a little bit in the overall standings from what we could see. In 8th position, if I'm not mistaken.
The difference, as we look on screen here with Taylor about 700 metres from the finish line, she's just turned around that left corner where we saw Kyle Smith make the move up the inside and then Rico Bogan come around the outside. This couldn't be a bigger contrast. We had Martin Van Riel, Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan involved in the finish of potentially middle distance history, and now Taylor Knibb's here completely by herself. She's over 5 minutes ahead of second place, and third place is another 2 minutes behind. She can soak it in, she can take as long as she wants, she can enjoy the crowd and feel some satisfaction in this performance. It's just quite a contrast from the men's race, and yeah, it's what makes our sport so amazing.
She goes past Philip Zeit, just there, who is probably also just staring in awe, wondering how he's going to solve this puzzle. And I can tell you, it's one of those 5,000-piece puzzles that's got to be put together.
Yeah, those sunglasses are up on her head now. I think she's got a little smirk. Is she going to give this high five? No, not quite at high five territory just yet, but she's
Stuck the hand out.
yeah, she's not quite ready to give the high fives out, but I think she is allowing herself the odd little smile now as she knows this race is done. She's going to be our T100 San Francisco champion, and gosh, she's put on a show for us all today. 200 meters or so from the finish line now when she passes that penalty box. Not got far to run, just got to take those final couple of corners and the home stretch on the grass. Quick check of the watch again, just make sure her pace is still okay. I think you're okay, Taylor. I think you've got it.
It'll probably be on auto lap. So most of these watches, they give you a split every kilometer or every mile, depending on what you prefer, as she hits this grass stretch for her very first T100 win of the season. What a way.
We'd probably put money on it not being her last, I think. I think this young lady, once the Paris Olympics is done, we're going to see a lot more of her in this series. And she's an exciting athlete to watch.
Well, Jan said it. Her first T100 race of the year, her first victory of the year. We've used the word dominant. I don't think it does it justice. Taylor Knibb is proving to the world, to herself, to everyone watching today, she is the best athlete in the world over the T100 distance, and she has completely dominated from start to finish today. Taylor Knibb, our T100 San Francisco champion, there are no words.
In San Francisco, the first win in the T100, Taylor Knibb.
She's gonna...
Very impressive. She does... Personally, I think she's got another lap in her.
Yeah, she's going to soak up all that applause now and run over, I think, to see her dad, I assume. But she's got a bit of a weight ahead of her now because this is our second place athlete. This is Kat Matthews, and she's got a little bit to wait now as you see her giving out the hugs at the finish line. You can see that emotion coming out now. She's, of course, delighted to deliver a T100 victory, but going to have a little bit of a while to wait now before Kat Matthews comes in, and Laura Philipp, as we last saw, was in third place as well.
And that was actually Lawrence, who we were just chatting about, first person she ran to. Got Andy Potts on the screen right there.
Maybe even
and time for a chat.
Brown, Ashley Gentle is right up there as well, but there she is.
We're waiting on Kat Matthews, who's going to finish this race in second. She ended up just over 4 minutes behind Taylor Knibb, so we'll wait for that. Laura Philipp in third. She's a further 3 minutes back, 7 minutes and 15 seconds behind. As we've just got eyes on Kat Matthews here as she takes that left-hand corner, the one where Kyle Smith went up on the inside. So that's about 600, 700 metres to go.
I think Kat Matthews is going to actually be really pleased with this result today. You know, I mean, yes, okay, Taylor Knibb has done Taylor Knibb things to everybody on that course, but Kat Matthews, we keep mentioning it, but it's so important to say this was not on her race schedule. She was not meant to be here today. This was something that she's turned around within 6 days of being on a race course on the other side of the world. Come out here. There you go. There's that little fist pump. She's showing a little bit of emotion and how pleased she is with what she's done here, and she should be. If anything, I think she looks like she's gaining speed as well. She's really accelerating towards the finish line. And from the disappointment of Miami, that DNF there with that calf, when she said she started the run in Miami feeling fantastic, she thought this was on, the win was possibly there for her to take in Miami, and that calf injury completely derailed that race. She wasn't able to make the finish line. But this is some redemption here today, to be powering home as well as she is, as strongly as she is. She's going to be second place here today.
The dominant figure of Taylor Knibb can overshadow everything today, but this field was deep. We had Laura Philipp here, Imogen Simmons here, Emma Pallant-Brown here, Paula Finlay here, the Miami champion India Lee here, the queen of the T100, Ash Gentle, but Kat Matthews is the only person who's even remotely in the same league, same planet as Taylor Knibb today. She's had the fastest run of the day. She has ended up running faster than Taylor Knibb. I think you said it, Vicky. I don't think Kat will just be happy with this race. I think she will be over the moon with this race. I think this is probably the best race I've seen in Kat Matthews' career so far.
And to put down a performance like this in the series is so important as well. To not have a result from Singapore, to have a DNF and no result again from Miami, to be able to put down a really strong performance, to collect points for the series, this is so important for her. So on all levels, I really think Kat's going to be delighted.
Kat Matthews' highest finish in a T100 race. In my opinion, this is the best race of Kat Matthews' career. Second place to a flying Taylor Knibb, the only person in the same planet as her. You can see the expression on her face. She is stoked with this race. She's fist pumping the air. She couldn't be happier. What a race from Kat Matthews. Second place today at T100 San Francisco.
And there's that smile. Straight in for a hug. Ran through the finish line and straight in for a hug with Taylor Knibb. Giggles all round, but yeah, you can tell she's delighted, as we thought she might be. That is redemption from 6 days ago, finding out you've been disqualified on the course. So she's greeted by her husband, Mark, there. She'll be absolutely delighted with that result. Kat Matthews, of course, just a couple of years ago had a near-death incident on the bike. She was, without wishing to exaggerate, an awful crash. She was involved on the bike where she was hit by a car whilst training in preparation for the Ironman World Championships, and it took her out of that race. It took her out of training, and for a very long time she had multiple broken bones, and it was not a foregone conclusion that she would get back onto the race course at all. But here she is. She's back. She's racing incredibly. There's also a PTO documentary, if you want to go and check that out on the PTO YouTube site. You can find us a 4-part documentary about Kat's accident and her return back to racing, and she really has done a phenomenal job of putting herself back against the best in the world. And now here we are with Laura Philipp, just getting a little bit of a high five from her husband and coach there, as she looks set to take third place behind Taylor Knibb and Kat Matthews. Another pretty good result from Laura Philipp. I think she'll be pretty pleased with this too. A podium result in the T100. They're pretty hard to come by. She hasn't yet raced the T100 series. She's been trying to get a ticket stamped to the Ironman World Championships, do a couple of other races, but now she's, I guess, left herself a little bit to do by putting herself under pressure to deliver at the races she's got left in the T100 series. And she's done that here today to finish with a podium result. That's really good points. That'll get her T100 series off to a really great start and just puts her name back in the frame. And she's been pretty solid all day. You know, she rode very similarly to Kat Matthews for the majority of the race, and then has just had to tackle this run completely on her own, but has done so very, very admirably. And you can see the smile creeping across her face now too, as she passes that penalty board, which again signifies roughly 200 meters to go to the finish line. Onto that blue carpet now as she passes by where the bikes are racked in transition area. And she'll just face that one final corner before that grassy section. I think that took some of the athletes by surprise, as we heard in Martin van Riel's interview earlier. And on very, very tired legs, it's almost the last thing you want to be running across the grass. But she's giving out some high fives now. She knows she's got the time to just cruise it in across the line. A little bit of a fist pump there. Big smile.
Laura Philipp, her debut T100 race for 2024. Third place today in a stacked field. Taylor Knibb winning, Kat Matthews second, and Laura Philipp third. I don't know if many people expected this from Laura Philipp today, but she's proving to the world again she is versatile. She can perform over any distance, over any course, and today, the brutal conditions of San Francisco, Laura Philipp, well done.
And again, straight in for a hug with the first and second place athletes. And that's something that's always so special, I think, in triathlon, that these athletes just have ultimate respect for each other and often are friends both on and off the course. And whilst they want to tear each other's legs off when they're on that race course, they do it with a friendly attitude to it as well.
This is a good battle here for fourth and fifth. Imogen Simmons holding off Emma Pallant-Brown, one of the better runners in the field. I reckon if you had have seen this gap of only 100 metres, 150 metres between Imogen Simmons and Emma Pallant-Brown, you would have been nervous for Imogen Simmons, but she has held on strong, and it does look like she is going to cross the line in fourth here.
Yeah. it's possibly just a case of Emma Pallant running out of road a little bit just as she's closing in on Imogen Simmons, and Imogen still looks a little bit concerned, but I think she's probably just got enough space there that she doesn't have to worry too much. But she's, oh, there we go, cracked a tiny little smile just before she comes up to this final corner, before heading onto that blue carpet round transition zone and finally the grassy area. And we can also just see there on that final image, Paula Finlay coming into shot. So as we've come right to the final kilometers of this race, they have bunched up a little bit. We're not quite seeing that epic sprint finish that we got in the men's race, but the women are coming in thick and fast now.
Imogen Simmons, we saw her exit the water in first. She didn't swim the fastest today, but she took the best line. She played a tactical game. And for the first time in a T100 race, Imogen Simmons came out of the water in front. She's known as an uber biker, one of the strongest cyclists in the sport. But today, with this run, she's held off the likes of Emma Pallant-Brown, Ashley Gentle, India Lee. And fourth place for Imogen Simmons today is a massive result.
She's taking the applause of the crowd and she's loving every minute of this, and so she should. That's a fantastic result for Imogen.
Fourth place for Imogen Simmons. This is a world-class top four with Taylor Knibb winning, Kat Matthews second, Laura Phillip third, and Imogen Simmons in fourth. We can see a battle here behind Paula Finlay. Paula Finlay's in sixth. India Lee was in seventh, but Ashley Gentle has caught her with only 500, 400 metres to go. And Emma Pallant-Brown crosses the line. She's finished fifth today. That's a massive result on a course like this that maybe wasn't perfectly suited to her, but she's proven today that she can overcome that. Fifth place in a field like this, amazing performance.
Yeah, I think she will be pleased with that when she probably has just a moment to look back and recover. And the next athlete we're going to see cross the finish line, I think, is going to be Paula Finlay. We saw her go around the corner. Here she comes. Ash Gentle was gaining on her with every stride. I'm not sure she's got quite enough time to catch up to Paula. So I think we're going to see Paula come across sixth, closely followed by Ashley Gentle in seventh and India Lee in eighth. So they really have come in really close to one another in these final stages. You take the big gap that we had at the beginning from Taylor Knibb out of it, and the racing after that has become really quite tight and bunched.
Paula Finlay, consistent all day, put together a really, really controlled, consistent, tactical swim, bike and run, and finishes today in sixth position. And this perhaps one of the stories of the day, as we see the two previous champions from the T100 Tour in 2024. Ashley Gentle in Singapore, the last race on the tour. India Lee, the first race on the tour in Miami. They're going to cross the line in seventh and eighth today, and it does show that the T100 Tour, it's full of surprises. Courses that suit different athletes, climates that suit different athletes, conditions that suit different athletes. The brutal heat and humidity of Singapore, perfect for Ash Gentle. Dominant there today. The cold, brutal, dangerous water and conditions today, not quite for Ash Gentle. Seventh place.
India Lee crossing the line, looks to be in quite a bit of discomfort there, but again, these are all important points for her, so getting to that finish line is incredibly important for her series hopes.
And we're joined by Alex. He's got our winner, completely dominant winner, Taylor Knibb.
Yes, dominance, one word, supreme, total control. Taylor is alongside, big smiles as you cross the finish line. The headline writers will say that that looked very easy indeed. How did it feel?
It did not feel easy, but it's a great course and atmosphere out there, and I was very grateful to do this race today.
Absolutely brilliant.
Like the adversity for you came on the swim course. That was the only time we didn't see you in the lead. Take us through the swim.
Well, so the swim,
I'll fight you, Jan.
I don't have a loud enough voice, but yeah, the swim, I dove in probably a little late, and then they were just like bodies. And one thing I had been given the advice of was that you dive into this water and everyone disperses. That didn't happen, but it was just like get to the end, figure it out. And I think it was Imogen, she got like 30 seconds on everyone. I'm like, oh God. But I'm like, I think seeing the men really helped because I was ready for everyone to be there. And so it's like a new opportunity in terms of you don't always get everyone out in the water at the same time. And so then I was on the bike, I was like, I need to make sure what 20 meters are. I have 45 seconds to pass. And then once I was in the lead, I was just trying to I wasn't descending well, I wasn't taking the corners very well, but I was trying to be better each lap. So I think on the 5th lap, I finally nailed the one turn into the curve, uphill. But took 5 tries.
And did you find it tricky with the, the consistent humidity on the road? We were wondering if it was slippery out there. Did you feel that at all?
I didn't feel it, but I'm not a good tactile person on the bike. I need to learn how to.
Did all right?
My coach just informed me that you're not supposed to brake into corners. You brake before the corner and then you go. So just learned that last Saturday. So very good.
Well, you're very quick to apply it, and then made an absolute demonstration of the run. Was there some kind of tactical thinking of yours? I mean, there's a lot of talk about the rivalry and people catching you on the run, and you just came out and put that statement and saying, well, no, not today. No one's catching me at all.
Well, I just wanted to execute a good run and run well and see where I was, and then just see kind of how it looked after each lap and make decisions from there.
It was very interesting, actually, just watching alongside with Andy Potts today, who said there are levels to everything. At what level were you performing today? How high was the rev counter, so to speak?
Oh, I don't know. What's the scale?
I don't know. I mean, how hard were you pushing it? Did you feel that you were just...
It's at a 10-point scale, 100-point...
Well, let's go 10. Let's mark it out of 10. Where were you today out of 10?
Oh, well, I had RPEs for each portion of the course, so that would vary based on the portion of the course.
Okay, got you. And tell me about, obviously, what's to come as well. How much are you managing your work at the moment? How much are you looking ahead at what's coming? Or was today just about racing and enjoying the moment?
Well, I have a very detailed plan that I do not know, and I'm just doing what I'm told. And this is a good stop because I want to have room to play in the back half of the year. But now the focus turns to Paris, so that'll be all the focus.
Can I ask you what? Oh, go on, you go, Jan.
Incredible schedule you've put together so far, and of course, the big talk. You qualified not only in the triathlon but also in the time trial for the Olympics. How are you looking at these next, I think it's 53 days until you get your first start?
Well, it's 7 weeks exactly to the day for the time trial, and then another 4 days to the... So 53, yeah, wow, very good, thank you.
On the maths.
I listened to your interview.
Listen, well done to you today. We'll let you head out, continue with your recovery. Fantastic performance, enjoy the moment.
Thank you very much.
Good on you. Well done, Taylor. We'll stop you out and we'll bring in... What an enormous smile it was for Kat at the end of that. Tell us, first of all, how proud you are. Come stand up here, don't drop yourself down. How proud you are of how things went today.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud. I'm glad to be able to have given Taylor a good training day out before her Olympic prep begins.
I mean, you were going to pick up on that, just in terms of what we've seen from Kat today.
I think it's probably counting yourself a little bit short. You've had no preparation. You came into this literally last minute. It feels like, other than Ironman Texas, luck has evaded you a little bit this season. This must feel fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I've had the luckiest 2 years, to be honest. But no, I think there was something special about this. I had so much energy from my sort of dramas last weekend, and maybe a good long taper actually suits me. So
You mentioned the drama, so don't hit me for doing this, but obviously went tough in Miami. You then win in Texas, very tough last week with a DQ, and then you're second today. Is that just the life at the moment, highs and lows as they come, or are you trying to find a bit of consistency in what you're doing?
Yeah, it's a definite high and low. This race actually feels like I've just got back to a level playing field, like a zero, like a sort of redemption of my own personal performance. So I'm still now desperate for that personal satisfaction to go more, go higher.
You must be personally very satisfied with that run as well. I think you were the only one holding pace with Taylor, at least in the front run. Something a lot of people don't expect. How do you feel about it?
Only the uneducated don't expect me to run well, if I'm honest. I think there's something else there, societal norms, but no, I friggin' love running. It's my primary sport, and I'll always count on it to be one of the best in the field.
Love seeing it.
There was a big hug from Mark at the finish line as well. What did he say?
He said that must have felt good after last week. Yeah.
Always the kind words of encouragement. Can I ask you just very quickly about Taylor as well, and about her performance? I mean, how conscious were you today of what she was doing relative to what you were trying to do?
For the first half, well, to be able to see her out the swim was for me, incredible. I could even see her hat during the swim, so that was I was focused on that other light blue hat. I think she was on light blue. And then the bike, I think we gapped a bit, I took the lead, I think I held for a lap, then I dropped my chain, I lost some time, and then she just pulled away, and I think I lost the sort of momentum of thinking where she was and more focusing on my own race and how much I could push on the hills.
So well done today. Really, really good to see the big smile on the face. Congratulations. Enjoy your moment and continue with the recovery. We'll let Kat jump out. We'll bring Laura in. The revolving doors are going. Well done to you. Nice to see you first things first. Big smile as you finish. I mean, there's some really good scenes here at the finish line. How delighted are you with how things went today?
Yeah, I'm really happy. This definitely came by surprise. I mean, I was looking much forward to a challenging course. It's definitely a gift that I felt good and could push till the end.
Well, Philip mentioned it in the race interview, saying, you know, how you're preparing for the longer races. They probably suit you more. In with the young speedsters, I mean, do you have a little point to prove? Do you feel like you can still be out there and show them what it's good for?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, he told me yesterday evening before bedtime, he said, do you know what? You're actually the oldest on the start list. I'm like, okay, thanks. Yeah, it makes me feel good. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely motivational to see that there's still some speed in the legs, and I even think I can improve. So yeah, it was definitely cool to mix it up with the front today.
Yeah, with such a depth of field, I mean, there's no weakness shown, or you can't expose any weakness. And I mean, especially the run, is that where you're the happiest with? I mean, the swim, I know you're working really hard on. Today you had a fantastic swim. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, actually, I think like swimming with gloves suits me.
Oh, yeah?
So I actually really enjoyed the swim. I think it was fun. I used the last several days to get used to the cold water, and I think that definitely paid off. I felt kind of comfortable. And then the bike was fun, but it definitely got tough. I mean, doing like all those climbs 6 times, you definitely feel it in the legs. But I think overall I'm happy with swim, bike and run. And yeah, it was a tough bike, and to run well after that, I think that's what's giving me confidence for the next races.
Well done today. We're going to let you step out, continue your recovery. We'll see you on the podium very shortly. Well done, Laura. Fantastic stuff. What a race it's been. We're going to pick up and digest with you in just a moment once we've had the chance to take a breath or two. We'll hand you back to Jack for now.
Well, like we said, quite a contrast, this women's race to the men's race today, where Taylor Knibb was out in front in a league of her own. Kat Matthews, really strong. One of the better races of her career. She ended up only 3 minutes and 46 seconds down on Taylor Knibb. You can see the difference in the bike split, though. That was the story of the day. Taylor Knibb came into T1 with everyone else in the swim, but the bike was where she separated. And this course, the bike was probably the big element of it. It really was brutally tough, treacherous, dangerous descents, brutal uphills. It was, what a show by Taylor Knibb. Laura Phillip, we just heard from, she finished 3rd. Imogen Simmons in 4th, Emma Pallant-Brown in 5th, Paula Finlay 6th, Ashley Gentle, the big story of the day. It was supposed to be Taylor Knibb versus Ashley Gentle, but today Taylor Knibb proved that she's on another level. Indy Lee, she won Miami, she was down there in 8th. Laura Madsen in 9th, and Tamara Jewett with the fastest run of the day in 10th. That's actually a really good save by Tamara Jewett. What can we say? The story of the today, Taylor Knibb.
Well, fantastic scenes here at the finish line as we count the last few back into the zone around us at the moment. Vicky's come to join us as well with the quite fabulous trousers that warmed us all up and certainly put a smile on the face.
The sunshine today.
We're going to hear more from you two in just a moment or two, but if you have just joined us, we have got something very special to show you. If you were with us a little bit earlier, here is a recap of one of the finest finishes the T100 has had so far. Watch this in the men's race.
Right now, these lads are just coming off that gravel path for the very last time. They're going to hit the road, and then they're surely within about 1 kilometre of the finish line now. Still strung out, 1, 2, 3.
I don't think I've ever seen this. I don't think I've ever, I mean, last time in a major race was Beijing 2008. There were 4 of us going on the finishing
won that, by the way?
Yeah. Sorry. Who won it? Can you just remind me? But right now, I mean, I'm getting nervous sitting here as the pace is picking up. Rico, and you can see already here, now they're picking up the pace and they're fighting for the apex line on the inside. No, they just want to make sure they've got the shortest line.
I think they're picking it.
Rico's going early. This is way out. I mean, this is going to be a long way to the finish still.
There's still about a K to go. Rico Bogan's made his move. You saw Kyle Smith come up the inside. Rico Bogan didn't let him have it. He put in an extra move.
And right now, Martin's not giving him an inch.
Not an
Nothing.
inch.
He's not playing it tactical. Now he knows this is the deciding moment, and it's all for gold and glory.
Kyle Smith came back up. He's overtaken Rico Bogan. Rico Bogan looks like he's hurting. He looks like that effort really hurt him and took it out of him.
Is that his youth showing again there, as you said earlier, Jan, with that potential tactical error of going into the U-turn for the attack rather than out of the U-turn? He went really early then, and maybe he spent a few too many pennies.
We're inside the final kilometre. Martin Van Riel sitting tight behind Rico Bogan. He has not left third spot for about the last 15 kilometres.
Oh, is he going again? Here he goes again.
Another move.
T100 providing the goods. This is absolutely epic, literally.
He's ragged, his arms are moving all over the place. It doesn't look smooth. His face is showing the exertion, the pain, but he's still
Kyle Smith's gone. Kyle Smith's gone. Rico Bogan, can he hold on? He's made his third big effort to try and break the group, but it looks like he's the one who's being broken as they get to the blue carpet.
Oh, my goodness.
This is the final corner coming up right now, and Kyle Smith's going to lead into it, but Van Riel is right on his heels.
Kyle Smith's gone.
Kyle Smith is putting down the hammer. Oh my goodness, this is the best finish we have seen.
Rico Bogan's pushing up to Martin Van Riel. Can Martin Van Riel overtake him?
Martin's coming.
Oh my God.
And for the first time in 15 kilometres, Martin Van Riel's seen the front of the race. The finish line is inside.
They're side by side.
Kyle Smith, Martin Van Riel. Martin Van Riel's in front. Martin Van Riel, Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith.
Oh my goodness. We are going to need an extra camera angle. I think Martin Van Riel.
I think it was Martin Van Riel.
Oh, wow.
That's the effort. That is the effort of T100. And we are sat here, or stood here, unsure of who has won a T100 race. For the first time ever, we could not have had a better finish to that race. I don't think a single one of us heart rate is below about 150 beats. That was extraordinary racing from three classy athletes.
That's the best race I've ever seen.
Well, the answer in a photo finish was Martin Van Riel. Utterly extraordinary. I mean, we've obviously had a little bit of time to digest it, but just break that down for us on watching it for the second time.
I think it's important to point out that this sort of finish doesn't happen that often in any level of racing, whether we're talking, you know, super sprint short course racing or any distance. So to have it in middle distance racing, to have that close a sprint finish, that excitement level at the end, I mean, you heard it in our voices in the commentary box. It was extraordinary. It was so exciting to watch.
We said at the time, a 100-kilometre race settled by probably less than 10 millimetres. I mean, these are the fine margins of sport at the very highest level. That rate ranks where for you in terms of sprint finishes?
I mean, the ones that I've seen, that's certainly the best finish I've ever seen. It was absolutely remarkable. The guys, no one letting out, rolling the punches. Rico went 2, if not 3 times. Kyle went, and then Martin just kept it cool. He just kept churning up the pace and left it until this last bit where they all said they were surprised by the grass. So I think in terms of triathlon, you've got so much passion for the sport, but I think this is something that translates where everybody can see just how good the sport is.
Yeah. I thought you were going to add to that. We'll come back because we've got lots more to talk about, but the boys are on the podium and it's time for the medal ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of the 2024 T100 San Francisco. Presenting medals today will be Jennifer Lau, Vice President of IMG. Presenting champagne today will be Sam Renouf, the CEO, Professional Triathletes Organization. In third place, and the winner of the bronze medal representing Germany, Rico Bogan. In second place, and the winner of the silver medal representing New Zealand, Kyle Smith. In first place, and the winner of the gold medal in the 2024 T100 San Francisco, representing Belgium, Martin Van Riel. Now, please join us for the athletes' celebration.
guys.
Congratulations to all the winners of the 2024 T100 San Francisco.
Well, for the second race in a row, it's the wild card who comes up trumps. And in terms of the series standings, have a little look at this. You can just begin to feel already the narrative building as we head towards the finale. Sam Long is the man who now holds pole position. Magnus Ditlev is up to second. Yuri Kulin obviously didn't race this weekend, is level on points with Magnus Ditlev. Kyle Smith up to fourth as well. Matthias Margiria is in there in fifth. Mika Nuke very consistent over the course of the season so far in sixth. Rudy von Berg, Peter Heimrich with another good performance. Martin van Riel straight into the top 10 in his first T100 race. And Rico Bogan went well here today as well, finishing in third in that extraordinary finale. Should we just talk about the narrative that is building here? Are we beginning to see, and are the athletes themselves going to be really analysing how and where these points can be picked up over the course of the next races?
Well, I think they're left with a lot less choices. I mean, we've got 3 races down already, and right now, if you haven't got any points on the board, you have no more margin. So if anything goes wrong, you have a mechanical, you come sick, a little injury, anything that can sideline you means that you're effectively out of the rankings. And so, of course, that narrative is building. We can also see how much difference there is up at the pointy end of the race, you know, because the margins between points are bigger. And it's really exciting because it's a narrative that's also new, at least in terms of this distance kind of racing.
Would you add to that?
Yeah, I think it's also important to add that come the final, those points will be even more important, because in the final it's about points and a half-ish, 55 points for the win instead. So that brings into play that the final will always be important. It will be, you know, we come to the end of the season and everything is on the line on the final, and that's what we want to see.
Still a long way to go, of course, but let's let the ladies enjoy their moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of the 2024 San Francisco T100. Presenting medals today will be Jennifer Lau, Vice President, IMG. Presenting champagne today will be Sam Renew, Chief Executive Officer, Professional Triathletes Organization. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Germany, Laura Philipp. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the United Kingdom, Kat Matthews. In first place and the winner of the gold medal in the 2024 San Francisco T100, representing the USA, Taylor Knibb. Now please join us for our athlete celebration.
So, a quick look at the women's standings after 3 races, and it's Lucy Charles-Barkley who remains in top spot despite not racing this weekend. Ash Gentle in second, India Lee into third. Paula Findlay will be delighted to be in fourth as well, with a brave performance here, getting the points on the board. Taylor Knibb, 1 race, 1 win, sits in fifth, and then it's Lucy Byram, Amelia Watkinson, Hayley Chura, Kaidi Kavoja, and Kat Matthews with a big performance here as well, and the big smile as she finished in second place. Martin's come to have another chat with us. Congratulations once again on your performance there. Jan is alongside. Do you want to just give a bit of a critique of the man alongside us today and how he got it done?
Look,
honestly, there's not much to critique other than your second transition where we're just talking about you sliding in and making your work hard for that first lap. Maybe just take us through that early stage of the run.
Yeah, like I had a horrible transition and I already was one of the last coming into the transition, so I could see that Kyle bombed it out of transition. Like I could see him like 25, 30 seconds up front, and I knew that if he was there on the run, he was going to be the guy to follow. And the first 2 kilometers, I probably closed that gap, and I think I overdid myself a little bit, and yeah, the rest of the run was really a sufferfest.
Well, I mean, you've come from a couple of tough years. I mean, everybody always talks about the highlights. I mean, this is going to be with you forever. I think these images are probably going to go up on the nightstand, and your grandchildren are going to have to see them. How good does it feel to be back?
Yeah, indeed. Like the tough times make the nice times even nicer. You know, like the last 2 years haven't been very easy for me. And yeah, to now be here and take the top spot at T100. Like one of the biggest races in the world. Yeah, that's incredible.
You obviously deserve to be here. I mean, literally, the margins were so close the whole time. We were joking about it. I don't think you led that race until probably you touched the blue carpet here. Then you gave it back. Then you came back. I mean, it was perfect timing just to edge that chest out in front.
Yeah, indeed. Like Kyle in the last straight, I think we changed the lead like 3-4 times, but. Yeah, in the end, I think I had a bit more of a lean, so I took it there.
You got the job done. I'm sorry to interrupt. We are very tight for time, unfortunately, so we're going to say congratulations once again. Go and enjoy your celebrations. Enjoy the recovery as well. Well done on your performance today. Just a quick reminder to everyone else as well, where we still have to come on the T100 Triathlon World Tour. Have a look at this. Well, the tour is certainly picking up speed, and a quick marking of your card. London is the next stop, July the 27th and 28th, and frankly, we cannot wait. Sum that up for us briefly.
We've got currents, cold water, cold weather, sprint finishes, and Taylor Nib.
Amazing. You can have a go as well.
I mean, the iconic escape from Alcatraz, and I think a few people in Alcatraz will be feeling pretty bad about how light of a work some of our pros made it today.
It's been absolutely fantastic. We promised you at the start the unexpected. It's been drama from start to finish. And at the end of it all, Van reels them in and Taylor too swift. We shall see you all in London. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks for your company. Bye-bye.